Chapter 950, The Revolting God of Light, Disciples Who've Lost Their Faith, half. In the command hall of Bohart's Star, Slytherin leaned forward, his gaze steady. Let's proceed methodically. Our only objective right now is to develop Bohart's Star, gather resources and treasures, nothing more. He paused, then tapped the table for emphasis. We still need to track our progress with the potion digestion and flag any issues. Frank, you go first. Frank crossed his arms and nodded once. I'm currently a rank 7 judicator on the arbitrator path. My duties have revolved around enforcing justice and eradicating evil, and my performance has been consistent. That said, the gap to reach rank 6 is still considerable. I don't expect a promotion anytime soon. Banner grinned and raised his hands like a showman. I'm in much the same spot, rank 7 on the monster path. But honestly, I'm in no hurry to advance. Being the so-called Luck Emperor is too much fun. Doesn't matter if I'm picking up loose coins or playing the lottery, luck never leaves my side. Heck, last month I glanced at a girl I thought was beautiful, and now she's mine. He shrugged with a self-satisfied smile. Why give up this streak? Slytherin nodded, absorbing the updates. Good. Stay on that path. Next, Morgan, how are you handling the side effects? Bruce Banner sat alone in the dimly lit safe house, replaying the day's events in his mind. He never meant to chase her, she simply stumbled into his arms, and yet it felt as though fate itself had conspired to bring them together. It was a beautiful, unforgettable moment, one that couldn't be dismissed as mere luck. If life were a climber's wall, this was the perfect foothold. Aaron crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow. Bruce, you're a completely different person now. You used to be so rigid. Banner gave a wry half-smile. I was too rigid. That's exactly why the Hulk was born. I'm done hiding, done living in fear. I've never felt more free or happy. Frank stepped forward, his voice cool and unyielding. Happy? The world's in chaos, natural disasters, global unrest. Bruce Banner can slip away unnoticed, but the Hulk? There's no outrunning him. Banner's smile faded as memories of Magneto's recent worldwide catastrophe flooded back. You can hide for a while, he reminded himself, but not forever. Fleeting luck is no safeguard. Only by ascending to 5th sequence, winner, can you earn the right to breathe easy. He met Frank's steady gaze. Maybe you're right, but if I don't seize this chance to face my fears instead of running, I'll never truly live. Thank you for the reminder. I won't slack off. I'll work tirelessly to earn that promotion. Ramon turned to Bucky. And you, soldier? Bucky straightened his back. I'm currently a Sequence 8 fighter on the giant path. My last assessment went well, but I'm still a ways from unlocking Sequence 7, the Weapon Master rank. As for special duties, Nick Fury has seconded me to the Sentinel Service. I assist local police and detectives in apprehending criminal mutants. My appearances there are sporadic, but I've earned enough credibility to have a voice in their operations. Excellent work, Aaron said, giving Bucky an approving clap on the shoulder. Keep it up. I won't let you down, Bucky replied firmly. Ramon turned next to a young woman standing quietly at his side. This is Jane, my maid, as you all know, a Sequence 6 potion professor on the Medicine Master path. Jane offered a serene smile. As Ramon's sole attendant, she enjoyed his complete trust. No secret was ever kept from her, and she carried herself with a quiet confidence that set her above the others. All right, Naga, Ramon prompted. Your turn. The witch stepped forward, her eyes alight with pride. Master, I've advanced to Sequence 7 on the witch path. I've refined my spells so thoroughly that even my appearance, poise, and presence have transformed. I'm more captivating now than I was as Chen Yuluoyan. Ramon couldn't resist a teasing grin. Spare us the self-admiration. You spend half your day gazing into a mirror. Naga flushed but held her head high. A witch must know every facet of her power, Master. Ramon laughed and waved his hand. Very well. Just don't let your reflection distract you from your training. Naga, that just proves how terrible you looked before, Ramon shot back. Hey, say that again if you dare, Naga snarled, dark red magic flickering around his hand. I could take you down in a second. Keep dreaming, Ramon retorted, clenching his fists as he prepared to unleash his mind-stealing technique. Before either could act, Aaron tapped the small bell at his side. The clear chime cut through the tension instantly. Ramon and Naga fell silent, eyes snapping to their superior. You two have endless energy, Aaron said with an amused raise of his brow. But pick your moments better, all right? Sorry, sir, they both muttered, heads bowed. Aaron gave them a half smile. I'll let it slide this time. Don't push your luck again. Understood, they chorused, exchanging grudging glances. Aaron turned to Ramon. And you, what's your status? Ramon shifted uncomfortably. I'm on Thief's Path, Sequence 7, Decryption Scholar. But my team is spread thin across planet Bohart. They can't devote themselves to this sequence right now. Aaron's smirk grew. Not a problem. Yak's vacation just ended. He can switch into your slot. I'll grant you 3 months stride leave. Get off Bohart Star, clear your head, and decide your next move. One more thing, those Sequence 7 elixirs aren't fast-track spells. They'll take at least 1.5 years to digest properly. Don't rush it. Ramon gave a weary nod, relief and anticipation warring in his eyes as the scene shifted to new possibilities. Yes, Master. Aaron, it's your turn. Jacques, I trust you won't let me down? Of course not, Jacques replied, though a flicker of apprehension danced in his eyes. In the 3 months since my team and I left Bohart, we've journeyed through 6 star systems. We've tasted both triumph and despair, and, thanks to the clown's elixir, each of them has ascended to Sequence 7 as magicians of the fortune-teller path. But that isn't all, Master. I've come across someone extraordinary. A remarkable find? Aaron's tone was cool, measured. He'd heard the rumors of Jacques' past service in the Haitian division of the Dark Spirit Stone, infamous for consuming souls to amplify its wielder's power. Very well, show us. Jacques closed his eyes and pressed his fingers to his temple. A swirl of dark red essence formed in his palm, expanding into a glowing orb that hovered above the conference table. The chamber fell silent as the memory unfolded before them. They saw an endless, sun-scorched wasteland, cracked earth under a merciless sky. In the distance, a man and a small girl knelt on the ground, their linen clothes patched and stained. The father's voice rang out, hoarse yet reverent. Omniscient and almighty Lap, we beseech you, grant us water, grant us food. I ask not for myself, but for my daughter. Aaron watched the recorded scene with narrowed eyes. When the vision faded, he folded his arms. And this is the extraordinary person you discovered. Jacques met his gaze. Yes, Master. Their faith, their plight, there's power here, hidden beneath years of suffering. I believe it could change everything. Frank frowned as he watched the haggard father and daughter clinging to life. All his own children were gone, and nothing disgusted him more than scenes of desperate faith. They're barely alive, Yake said with unsettling calm. When I rolled a white apple in front of them, they fell to their knees, convinced I was a messenger of God Lapu. They actually believe their piety has moved the heavens. Ramon shook his head. Pathetic. These zealots spend every breath appeasing gods who wouldn't spare them a second glance. Yake's lips curled in a half-smile. These two are the last survivors on this dying world. I lingered long enough to learn that the planet is supposed to be God Lapu's kingdom. But, to him, his followers are nothing more than disposable pawns. They perish, and he simply replaces them with the next batch. Aaron snorted. If that's what gods are like, then Thor must be the saint of saints. Of all the deities under the Father of the universe, at least he earns your respect. Yake shrugged. I finally decided to spare them further torment and revealed the truth about their so-called savior, yet they refused to believe me. A flicker of amusement danced in his eyes. Can you really blame them? Anyone who learns that their life's guiding belief is nothing but a cruel joke will find it impossible to accept, especially a father and daughter clinging to one another in their darkest hour. For them, the revelation is nothing less than a fatal blow. Ramon propped himself on the edge of a console, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. So what happens now? I can't wait to see how this plays out. Frank's jaw tightened. You find this amusing? Ramon flashed him a teasing grin. Come on, Frank. These cosmic ironies are as common as stars in the sky. At least that father and daughter knew the truth before they died. Better to go out with eyes wide open than to clutch a lie till the end. Frank snorted in disgust. That's a twisted bit of consolation. He turned sharply to Yak. You could have saved them. Yak leaned back against the bulkhead, arms folded, his expression cool and unflinching. Why should I have saved Lap's followers? If they'd shown me a shred of gratitude from the start, I might even have escorted them to Bohart Star when I left. But instead, they treated me like some lowly messenger for Lap. That's an insult I refuse to endure. If Master hadn't warned me against killing on a whim, ending their lives would have been no trouble at all. Aaron leaned forward, eyes bright with interest. And then? That can't be all there is. Where's the real fun in that? I wanted that father and daughter to face the harsh truth. I offered them water and food, enough to survive on their desolate world, if they would renounce their faith. If they agreed to abandon their beliefs entirely, I even promised to relocate them to a fertile planet. Naga chuckled. That's pretty cold, but I have to admit, it's intriguing. What choice did they make? They refused. They clung to their faith in God Lapu, who promises his followers eternity. Fools. Utterly foolish, Aaron snorted. Exactly, I said. That's what makes them so compelling. Confronted with death, they chose belief over life. Foolish or not, their conviction demands respect. So before I left, I took the extra time to perform a divination with my magic mirror for them. I retrieved a fresh memory crystal and slid it into the viewer overhead. Master, the divination results are truly fascinating. I had to bring them to you. Aaron's interest piqued. He leaned forward and studied the holoscreen. It showed a man cradling his dying daughter in a windswept plain. She had starved to death in his arms. He buried her beneath the red dust, tears mixing with sand. As he straightened, he noticed a shimmering grove not far off, an oasis, inconceivable on this barren world. Desperation driving him, the father plunged into the crystal pool. He gulped down water until every cell in his body tingled with relief, then hauled himself ashore. Hunger gnawed at him, urging him toward a cluster of strange, golden fruits. But as he crawled, his hand scraped against something half buried in the sand, a pitch-black sword. A thin cut opened on his palm. Blood welled around the blade. Miraculously, the wound sealed itself almost at once, as if the sword's very touch commanded healing. He barely registered it, so ravenous was he. He staggered on to the fruit, intent only on quelling his hunger. Aaron frowned. This sword. Yes, master. I spotted it right away, the sub-father of heaven replied. I attempted to trace its origin through further divination, but I couldn't see beyond one thing. Every previous bearer of this blade met a tragic fate. My powers couldn't pierce deeper. On's eyes narrowed. You're a sub-father of heaven. If this eludes you, then the sword must be linked to the father of heaven himself. The advisor hesitated. It's possible. Aaron stared at the image, mind already racing. In that oasis, miracle and menace intertwined. Whoever this grieving father was, and whatever destiny awaited him, it now hinged on a black sword with a will of its own. I'm not certain, so I stopped divining, Gear admitted, voice trembling like thin ice. Please be patient, master. The tapestry of fate has tangled beyond my ken. Driven by months of starvation, he snatched a ripe fruit and swallowed it in 2 furious bites, skin, pulp, and all, barely pausing to taste its sweetness. At this point, only filling his empty stomach mattered. A haughty voice echoed inside his head. What's this? He's devouring my fruit as if it were his own. Gear kept eating, ignoring the insult, until a blaze of golden light filled the clearing. He looked up to see a towering figure sprawled before him, 2 meters tall, crowned in sunlight and clad in gleaming armor. Lap, the messenger of light. Gear staggered backward, then fell to his knees. In all his years of desperate hope, he never imagined the god's own envoy would heed his prayers, only to find him trembling and famished. Lap laughed, a tinkling sound both mocking and triumphant. The elves flanking him joined in, their laughter sharp as cracked glass. Ah, my devoted believer, the messenger of light taunted. Come to gorge on my gifts, even as you beg for salvation. Gear bowed his head, voice raw but unwavering. My lord, I am Gear, your last faithful servant. Our lands have turned to dust, our people to shadows, yet my faith in you has never wavered. Lap surveyed the desolate horizon, eyes glittering like distant stars. You have little left to offer, Gear, he said at last, his tone shifting. And perhaps, in the end, that is exactly why I have come. The field smelled of blood and smoke, torn banners fluttering in the dying light. Survivors, soldiers, and acolytes alike knelt before him, raising their voices in triumph. At the center of it all stood Lord Lapu, his armor streaked with dirt and ash, sword in hand. Before him, the last of the elven priests, Gel, lowered his head in reverent worship. Now we await your eternal grace, Gel intoned, eyes shining with devotion. A harsh laugh ripped from Lapu's throat. He stepped forward, seized a half-eaten melon rind from the ground, and slapped it against Gel's cheek. Juice splattered onto the priest's robes. Grace? Lapu sneered. There is no eternal grace for you, dog-slave. He tossed the rind aside and raised his voice so all could hear. We celebrate the victory we just won. We destroyed the bearer of the black sword of death before he could strike down a god, and before he could end my empire. Gel staggered, dazed. My lord, your empire has already fallen. No one worships you any longer. Lapu shrugged as if brushing lint from his cloak. Worshippers are like tides, always shifting, but they never cease to come. Today it's you, tomorrow another will kneel where you do. The priest's face crumpled. He sank to his knees, hands trembling. We starve, we suffer, and my daughter, she died for you. Good, Lapu said with icy calm. Your pain is your purpose, suffering for your god, that is the only mission you have left. There is nothing for you after death but death. Gel, the most fervent believer in Lapu, trembled as those words echoed in his mind. His god's betrayal had struck him with brutal finality, shattering every fragment of faith he'd ever held. Rage flared within him, and he awoke in a frenzy. You aren't a god, he barked, ripping the gilded pendant of Lapu from his neck. Grief and fury contorted his features as he stared down at the deity before him. I renounce you. I will believe in you no longer. Lapu's eyes narrowed to chips of ice. In an instant, he lunged forward, his fingers clamping around Gel's throat. With supernatural strength, he lifted Gel off the ground. At last, your worthless life has meaning, Lapu growled. Sacrifice yourself for me. Gel's vision darkened as he choked, desperately trying to pry the god's grip from his neck. Then, from the shadows at his feet, the death-black sword stirred. A palpable darkness seeped outward, coiling around Gel like a living thing. The blade rose on its own accord, hovering before him. Summoning every ounce of will, Gel grasped the hilt. With a cry that split the air, he drove the sword upward into Lapu's throat. The god staggered, a strangled groan tearing from his lips as he sank to one knee. Golden blood welled from the wound, dripping onto the stone floor. The elves arrayed around them recoiled in horror, scattering to the edges of the chamber. Lapu's voice came slow and ragged. This sword has chosen you, and now you are cursed. Gel felt the death-black sword's power flow into him, not like a curse, but more like a solemn promise. Dark energy crawled beneath his pale skin, turning his veins ink-black. He drew the blade free and raised it high, voice cold and unwavering. This is my vow, the gods will die. With that oath ringing in the air, Gel brought the sword down in one swift arc. The god of light, Lapu, lost his head instantly. His body and severed skull liquefied into molten gold, splattering across the ground and pooling in shimmering rivulets. In the shadows cast by the fallen god, Gel stood alone, his pledge sealed in blood and darkness. Chapter 951, A Father's Love for His Daughter Requires True Believers, Part 1. Frank let out a satisfied clap, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. Excellent work. An evil god like that deserved to fall, but I didn't expect him to be so fragile. Aaron lounged back in his chair, tapping his fingertip against the smooth tabletop. That fragility came from the death-black sword. Without its power, no god, no matter how malevolent, would perish so swiftly. He paused, eyes drifting toward the strategy map pinned on the wall. The sword can slay deities, and each god it kills only strengthens its wielder. Ramon chuckled, leaning forward. Or maybe it's simpler than that. Lapu was just weak. Aaron gave an approving nod. True enough, there's a vast gulf between gods fueled by genuine worship and lesser divinities like Lapu, being barely above demigod status. There are countless deities like him scattered across the cosmos. He's not even in Loki's league, though, to be fair, Loki himself is significantly more formidable. By the time you reach Sequence 4, Yak explained, you become something neither fully human nor fully god. Your mind and your powers will rival those of the deities themselves. Steve Banner leaned back, a wry smile tugging at his lips. That does sound exhilarating. So this ends the mirror's divination? Yake nodded and waved a hand. The spectral image above them dissolved into motes of light. He turned to the council, his eyes glinting with quiet amusement. It's a rare spectacle, mortals slaying gods, worshippers overthrowing their masters. Naga frowned, her brow knitting in disapproval. Intriguing as it is, now is hardly the time or place to debate such revelations. Yak paid her no heed. After witnessing those scenes, Gear simply broke down. He wept as he clutched his daughter, then dropped to his knees and begged me to deliver them from that dead fortress, the so-called Death Star. He offered himself as my slave if I would only save her. Frank Lawson sighed softly. He was the most sympathetic among them. In Gear's place, he might have prayed for the same mercy. And, did you accept his offer? A short, humorless laugh slipped from Yak's lips. What would I do with a slave? Even if I wanted one, Gear isn't fit for the role. Ramon Ortiz inclined his head in agreement. Indeed. Chapter: The New Bargain. They were the sovereigns of one of the universe's wealthiest worlds. If they needed servants, they demanded only the most capable, certainly not some gaunt refugee on the brink of starvation. Frank slammed a fist on the table. What about a father's love for his daughter? Doesn't that count for anything? Yak leaned back, expression unreadable. I know nothing of fathers or daughters. Sympathy won't buy me favor. Only a genuine bargaining chip will, he said. This man has none, only his miserable life. Beyond that, there's nothing. Worse, he ignored my counsel and clung to his faith in the god Lapu. That kind of stubborn piety rubbed me the wrong way. Banner's eyes narrowed. Isn't that a bit ruthless? Yak shrugged. Don't mistake my indifference for cruelty. Everything I possess, my rank, my privileges, was granted by my master. I'm not built for human emotions. He paused, then added quietly, Yet I've changed my mind. Bucky leaned forward. What made you reconsider? Yak allowed a thin smile. As I was leaving, the refugee approached me with a different proposal. A diviner has declared him destined to become the next host of the Black Death Sword. In exchange, he offers his very life and his soul to my service. That kind of pact, it echoes the contract my master once forged. Aaron surveyed the gathered deities, his gaze resting on the lone mortal before them. In him, I see a microcosm of us all, he said softly. I'm prepared to grant him a chance to live. Yake rose and bowed respectfully to Aaron. Master, I have a bold suggestion. Let Gear become your disciple. Ramon snorted. That's absurd. He's a dying mortal, and one who renounced his own faith once he gained the power in the future. Yak shook his head. Is a minor god like Lapu really comparable to you, Master? We all know how much you value the convictions of your followers. Once he signs the contract, he won't have the power to betray you, even if he wanted to. Ramon waved the objection away. I don't deny your point, but people like him are a dime a dozen. There's nothing special about him. A cold smile curled on Naga's lips. Oh, I wouldn't call him ordinary. After all, he's destined to slay a god. Before the argument could flare further, Aaron lifted his hand and let a small bell chime. Silence fell at once. He turned to Jock, who stood a little apart from the others. Jock, what do you make of this? Jock inclined his head, his expression thoughtful. My lord, we don't fully understand Gear's bond with his daughter, nor the depth of his conviction, but his steadfast belief is in itself a rare virtue. Aaron paced the length of the chamber, frustration etched on his face. It's such a shame, he complained, that although we serve the master, we've hardly managed to spread his renown. Our reach is pitiful. Ramon sighed. If Gaius's name becomes public knowledge, he said, we'll have nothing but headaches. It's probably best to abandon any thought of missionary work. Aaron stopped, rubbing his temples. Yet the master wants true believers, pure faith, devotion to the Shadow Lord's exalted name. Who would have guessed that the Shadow Lord is Gaius himself? He hesitated, eyes darting as if searching for a sign from above. Pride flared in him. He despised the blandness of blind faith, yet envied how even the loathsome god Lapu has a devoted following. In comparison, Aaron's own realm seemed barren of worshippers. He squared his shoulders. Very well, if the master approves, I'll dispatch my best agents to that planet. They'll retrieve Father Gear and his daughter. If not, let them fend for themselves. Aaron smacked his lips in disdain. I always imagined that, upon ascending to godhood, I'd create my own race of original devotees, unquestioning, utterly loyal. But at this rate, I can't afford to be so proud. Master, Ramon interjected, frowning, isn't this decision a bit hasty? In the candlelit council chamber, 5 figures sat in uneasy silence, each weighing the same question. Should Jer be granted one of the legendary paths to God? Banner was the first to break the quiet. "The very fact that we're all talking about Jur is a stroke of fortune," he said, leaning forward so the flicker of torchlight danced across his features. "Let's give him a chance. He could bring us untold rewards." Slytherin, the long-lost vessel of their shared master, whose own thoughts still pulsed through him, offered his opinion in a calm, almost detached tone. "Perhaps we should grant Jer one of the paths." At once, Ramon's objection tumbled from his lips, involuntary and sharp. "No," he caught himself mid-sentence, heart-pounding. 22 paths existed in total, each one a shimmering key to divine power. 3 had already been reserved for the mistresses. Of the remaining 19, half still belonged to their master's treasury. To give one away so readily to Jer would be a colossal waste. Yet as soon as he spoke, a pang of regret shot through him. In opposing Slytherin, his master's very mind made manifest, he dared to go against his own lord's will. Naga, lounging against the marble wall, let a slow, mocking grin spread across her face. "No?" she echoed. "Do tell us why not." Ramon forced a dry smile, brushing a stray lock of hair from his brow. "If you examine the facts carefully, you'll see it's not impossible, just unwise." His voice wavered. Aaron, seated opposite, raised an eyebrow and smiled half playfully. "That was rather perfunctory, Ramon. You're usually so eloquent. Why the sudden reticence?" He leaned forward, folding his hands. "Come now, convince us." Ramon swallowed, steeling himself. Against the luxury of that grand chamber, he laid out the argument he'd rehearsed a dozen times in his head, how each path was irreplaceable, how their master could ill afford to lose even one more fragment of his power, especially to someone as untested as Gur. As the torches guttered, the council waited. No one spoke. Something in Ramon's solemn warning had taken root, and, for better or worse, the fate of the paths now hung on their next move. Aaron studied Raymond for a long moment before speaking. "If I hoard the path of God's power, its potency will slowly fade. Only when it's spread among others can it achieve its full strength. And once I bind someone with a contract, there's no turning back, even if he betrays me." Ramon bowed, guilt tightening his chest, but relief followed when he saw no anger in his master's eyes. "So you'd be giving Gear the chance to rise in one leap," he said carefully. "I meant no disrespect, only that people tend to take for granted whatever comes too easily." Aaron inclined his head. "Precisely. We'll devise a series of tests for him. If he succeeds, he becomes my protege and earns the right to attend our council meetings. If he fails, we still keep our promise. We'll save the father and daughter, but they'll remain ordinary believers." A pleased smile broke across Ramon's face. "A wise decision, Master Shengming." Yak leaned forward, curiosity lighting his eyes. "What sort of trial does the master have in mind for our new recruit? How about sending him to kill the god Lapu?" Frank curled his lip into a sneer. An inspired suggestion. Slaying that foul deity would prove he's truly cast off his old faith. Ramon shook his head, his voice measured. "It's not enough. His faith shattered the moment he learned the future. It wasn't a choice, but an inevitability. That isn't a test." "The compass of confession," Slytherin announced, stepping from the shadows. "If we demand genuine devotion, nothing will push a believer's piety to its limits like the confession compass." Yak grinned, rubbing his hands together. "Perfect. First let him chase down Lapu, then haul him before the compass." At the back of the chamber, Bucky raised a tentative hand. "Excuse me, what is a confession compass?" Aaron snapped his fingers. At once, the air around them shimmered, and a gigantic compass, its face etched with runes, its rim bristling with whirring gears and spinning vanes, materialized in the center of the room. "This," Aaron said, his voice low, "is the most horrific torture apparatus ever devised by the Time Lords. You step inside, and you relive every atrocity you committed while under Hydra's sway. Every butchered village, every innocent life taken. You'll see it all as plainly as day, and you won't be able to look away." They stood in the dimly lit chamber, the only sound their shallow breathing. In Aaron's outstretched palm, the confession compass glowed like a wicked lantern. Its copper needles twitched with impatience. "You'll stand by," Aaron said softly, "powerless to stop it, watching every choice you ever made laid bare. Guilt will burn in your veins, and the compass," he let his voice drop to a whisper, "it will replay your worst moments until you truly confess." Bucky's voice trembled as he forced the single word out. Yes, Aaron agreed with cold satisfaction. Confess. Frank's jaw clenched. You want to trap me with memories of the Hulk's rage, of my family's death? Don't drag me into this. How long will it repeat? Bucky asked, fear sharpening his tone. Aaron's smile widened. Do you know what eternity feels like? You could spend endless years inside that compass, trapped in your own mind, while only days pass out here. Bucky staggered back, horror in his eyes. A nightmare without end. If you prefer, Aaron shrugged. Then, as if amused by their terror, he added, but I'm not completely heartless. I won't let you languish forever in pain and regret unless you refuse my mercy. I'm altering the terms. Show me unwavering faith in the next 100 years, and you'll be released, bound to me on the path of the sun. Frank's scowl deepened. The path of the sun. Aaron laughed, a bright, chilling sound. Why worship some distant god of light when I can make myself that light? Frank stared at him. The sun. Aaron's eyes gleamed. Exactly. Silence fell as they realized the true weight of his offer and the price they might have to pay. Yak glanced at the ancient dial in his hand and nodded. It's perfect. Who knows? By the time we meet again, there may well be a fresh face in our midst. Naga raised an eyebrow. You're so certain? You really think gear can't fail? Frank's voice rumbled like distant thunder. You don't yet grasp the power of a father's devotion. A father will move heaven and earth, right down to the last breath, to protect his daughter. Naga frowned, her lips pressing together. I suppose, but anyone willing to barter their very soul for a chance like that must know exactly what they're risking. At Frank's signal, Aaron rang the small bronze bell at his side. The clear chime cut through the chamber's hush. From a velvet-lined box, he withdrew a golden compass, the confession compass, and handed it to Yak. This conclave is adjourned, he pronounced. We reconvene in 3 months. If you have business to attend, be sure you secure leave well in advance. Far beyond the council's stone halls lay a wasteland of cracked earth and unrelenting sun. Beneath a jagged boulder, a man and his young daughter crouched, shielding themselves from the heat. They bit into the last of their provisions, strange white apples they had never before tasted. The cool, sweet flesh was a revelation, each bite restoring a measure of strength and hope. Do you think he'll come back for us? The girl asked, her voice barely more than a whisper. Her father reached out and brushed a strand of parched hair from her forehead. He will, he promised, pressing the final apple core into her small hand. Long before this food runs out, he will return. The girl studied the sky, the sun streaking the horizon with molten gold. Is he a god? She murmured. He smiled gently, though concern shadowed his eyes. No, sweetheart, he's just a father who loves his daughter more than anything in the world. Gods always answer when their people are in trouble, Jell called out, trying to steady his voice. Maybe, he murmured to himself as a dark red rift tore open the air with a sharp crack. He dropped the frail weight of his daughter in the scorched dirt and sprang to his feet. He had nearly lost all faith in Lapu. Despair had hollowed him out, but he needed something, anything, to restore his daughter's spirit. A glimmer of hope, even a false one, was better than none. When the rift actually appeared, Jell's heart thundered in his chest. He threw himself forward, sliding across the brittle ground and gouging 2 shallow trenches with his elbows. Sharp pain bloomed in his knees, blood oozed through torn skin, but he didn't stop until he knelt before the opening. A tall figure emerged, robed in deep crimson shadow. It exuded a quiet power that made the air hum. Jell bowed his head, voice hoarse. Sir, you've come. Have you agreed to my request? I'll give anything. Just please, take my daughter away. The stranger's tone was cool, almost gentle. Rise. Jell struggled to his feet, every breath stinging. The figure stepped forward and guided him to where his little girl lay, trembling and pale. What is her name? The being asked. Jell swallowed, tears brimming. Love, he whispered. His voice cracked on the single word. The crimson rift pulsed as if acknowledging the child's name, and Jell clung to the stranger's promise, praying it would be enough to save her. Yak chuckled, his eyes flickering with amusement. I can see how much you love her. Jell's voice trembled. Sir, I beg you. No need for words. Yak waved dismissively. You're fortunate. My master is offering you a chance to survive, to keep your daughter alive. Jell swallowed, voice hoarse. What must I do? First, renounce your faith in the god Lap. I already have, Gel replied hastily. Neither I nor my daughter follow Lap anymore. Yak's expression hardened. Words are meaningless unless backed by deeds. You must prove your repudiation by killing the god Lap. Gel's eyes went wide. I would gladly strike him down, more than anyone, but I'm only mortal. I've never faced him. How could I possibly challenge him, especially with that dreaded black sword? Yak laughed, a cold, sharp sound. Lap is nothing but a false god. No cursed sword is required. I will weaken him until he has but a single breath left. Your task is simple. Deliver the final blow when he can no longer resist. Gel's shoulders tensed, then relaxed as resolve settled in his eyes. Very well. I will do it. Yak nodded once. Second, you must embrace my master's faith and become its most fervent missionary. Gel's heart pounded. Your master is a god? He hesitated, the weight of his choice pressing down on him. For his daughter's sake, he would step from one perilous faith into another. But this time, he would do so with his eyes wide open. Chapter 952. The God of Light died at the hands of his followers, an endless minute, half. Gear's heart pounded as he stared at Yak. God? Yak sneered, lips curling into a contemptuous smile. Don't tell me you expect my master to be a hypocritical weakling like Lapu? Gear scrambled for words. I didn't mean that, he gasped, panic flaring in his eyes. He'd been burned so badly by Lapu that every sacrifice he'd made for his faith now felt like a cruel joke. Once bitten by a snake, he reminded himself, you fear even the well's rope for 10 years. Yak's cold laughter cut through the air. You'd best not think it, he snapped. That would be the greatest insult you could pay my lord. He will ascend to godhood in time, but he will never stoop to the depravity of a false idol like Lapu. Do you understand me? Yes, Gear stammered. I understand. Yak's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Good. Know this. My master is far kinder than any of you imagine. He honors his word, never making empty promises, and he never abandons a faithful follower. Unlike Lapu, who drew believers in with sweet words only to cast them aside, our Lord stands by every vow he makes. A fierce determination ignited in Gear's chest. I want to be his believer. I want to spread his light and uphold his faith. Excellent, Yak said, nodding. Your devotion pleases him. And to prove your loyalty, our Lord has already prepared your first trial. Yak's voice was calm but unyielding. This trial won't be easy, yet it offers you a way out of the mortal realm. Succeed, and you'll become the master's chosen. Given the potential to ascend to godhood, your future boundless. Fail, and you'll remain a simple believer. But no matter the outcome, you and your daughter will leave this forsaken world with your lives. Gear stared at him in disbelief. You're saying, win or lose, we both survive. It is the master's gift. Tears welled in Gear's eyes. Thank you, master, though I still don't even know your name. Yak inclined his head respectfully. He is known as the contracting god, the ancient and sublime inheritor, creator of the heart and lord of shadows. Gear hesitated. Impressive titles, but what is his true name? When you pass the trial, Yak replied, you will learn it. For now, you must first demonstrate that you have truly abandoned your faith in Lap. He swept his arm toward the horizon, where a lone, vibrant forest stood in stark contrast to the planet's emptiness. Come, the path to your destiny awaits in those woods. Let's start by killing mortals. No, kill gods. That's your first step toward becoming a follower of our Lord. Gear's face froze. He clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles went white, then let them fall away slowly. Yes, sir, but what about my daughter? Jack Mearns, whom most simply called Mearns, smiled gently. She's coming with us. Think of it as showing her the world. And please, don't call me sir. Just call me Mearns. Gear's respect remained undiminished, though he hesitated for a moment. Then he bowed, offered his daughter's hand to Mearns, and said, Thank you, Lord Mearns. Behind him, I snapped a stiff salute. Mearns waved off the formality and led the way, a faint smirk playing at his lips. Several hours later, they arrived at the oasis that had appeared in the magic mirror's divination. Moonlight glinted off a crystalline pool at the center of a grove of lush palms, an impossible paradise in the heart of the wasteland. We've arrived, Mearns announced, glancing back at the weary pair. Can you feel it? While you suffer under the desert sun, your gods bathe in bliss out here. I met his gaze stubbornly. Rap is not our god anymore. He's a tyrant. Mearns nodded, evidently pleased. That's the spirit. Together, the trio stepped forward, wading through the cool water until they stood at the heart of the oasis. The night was still, and the only sound was the gentle lap of water against smooth stones, an eerie prelude to what came next. Lord Lapu reclined on the emerald lawn, a goblet of chilled fruit wine in one hand and sweet melon slices on a silver platter before him. Around him, elven dancers wove graceful patterns in the sunlight, their silken garments whispering with every turn, while attentive servants looked on. It was a scene of pure festivity, until three figures suddenly intruded. The arrival of the Yak trio silenced the revelry and turned Lapu's pleasure into displeasure. He had long dismissed the father and daughter pair known as the Gears, merely mortal natives of this world, beneath his divine notice. But the third newcomer, Yak, struck him as altogether different. His garb was unlike any fabric spun on this planet, and his demeanor carried an unmistakable confidence. Most striking was the way he met a god's gaze not with fear, but with amused curiosity. "Outsider," Lapu called, his voice as cool as marble. "Who are you?" Yake inclined his head in a precise bow and answered evenly, "I am a vassal of a far greater power. My master has taken an interest in your last two followers. I've been sent to sever your bond with them, completely." Lapu chuckled softly, swirling the wine in his goblet. "By all means," he said. "They are but insignificant believers. Dismiss them as you will." At his words, the young Gear stepped forward, forcing a bitter smile. Then, with dignified sorrow, she knelt and lifted her hands in a final salute. "My lord," she said, voice trembling yet resolute, "this will be the last time you call me yours." "Remember this moment," Gear intoned, his voice low and steady, "for the one who kills you will be the last believer you ever abandon." Rap's golden eyes widened. "You want to kill me?" The god of the forest paused, then threw back his head and laughed, a rich, echoing sound that drew mocking chuckles from the elves hidden among the trees. "This is the finest joke I've heard in centuries, a mortal defying a god. Yet since you've already lost your faith, be on your way. You've wasted enough of my time." Gear met Rap's incredulous gaze. "Lord Moans, if you please." Rap frowned, sitting up and brushing bark from his cloak. "Lord Moans?" He frowned again, as if trying to recall some distant memory. "What god are you to speak so boldly? I've offended no deity that I know of." Yake stepped forward, a faint smile curving his lips. Dark purple energy coiled around his outstretched hands. "That won't stop you from dying. I'm merely assisting him." Rap's amusement vanished in an instant. "Arrogant!" he roared, springing to his feet. His golden headdress flared with brilliant light, flooding the forest in a wash of sunlight. With a thunderous punch, he aimed straight at Yake, but Yake somersaulted backward, Rap graceful as a dancer. The impact struck the earth where Yake had stood a heartbeat before, carving out a half-meter-deep crater with a deafening bang. "That's it?" Yak's voice dripped with disappointment. "I expected more from a god." Lapu's lips curved into a cold smile. "Underestimate a god, and you will suffer." He slammed his fist into the earth, infusing the ground with divine energy. In an instant, the soil shattered in a 40-meter radius, golden light bursting from every crack. Yak didn't flinch. Shadows swirled around his hand as he hurled dark energy toward Jel and his daughter, all the while twisting his body with balletic grace to evade the glowing fissures leaping open around him. After a tense few seconds, the golden radiance faded. Lapu panted, beads of sweat glinting on his brow. He had never drawn so heavily on his divine power. Still, pride lit his features as he surveyed the ravaged earth. "This," he declared, voice echoing with authority, "is the power of a god. Descend into hell and repent, mortals." "Is that really all?" A mocking voice drifted from behind Lapu. He whirled, arms flailing, as a black blur flashed past his eyes and materialized several meters away with uncanny speed. He stammered, "How did you?" The newcomer chuckled, her eyes dancing with mischief. "Not so hard," she said, flipping her raven hair over her shrang. "Older. Run, dive, flip, then leap." With a single lithe bound, she landed silently behind him, daggers gleaming at her sides. "Missed me." "Thanks to the Master's gift, I can sense the trajectory of that golden light attack, and I'm standing in its blind spot." "Kill him," the command echoes through the forest. At once, the elves surge forward, weapons raised. I raise my hand slowly, dark purple energy crackling at my fingertips. A jagged bolt of crimson lightning forks overhead. Dark thunder. In an instant, the clear blue sky roils with black clouds. Dozens of blood-red bolts crash down, striking God Lapu and the elves alike. Jel and her daughter aren't spared, but their dark wards flare to life just in time. They absorb the worst of the strike. Agonized screams tear through the trees as living creatures are burned by the unholy storm. I stand unmoving, drawing strength from the thrumming power of the spell. After 10 tense seconds, the thunder ceases. A thick silence falls over the woods. Where once stood a vibrant grove, now lies a wasteland of blackened trunks and ashen earth. Dozens of elves lie motionless among the roots. At the center of this devastation, God Lapu lies battered and charred. His wounds crackle with residual energy. Golden blood seeps from his scorched flesh, trickling into the cracked soil and lending it a sickly glow of life. God Lap's words caught in his throat as he hacked up a plume of thick, acrid smoke. You've shattered my dominion. Yak merely smiled. You never took them seriously. Your worshippers, your so-called treasures. God Lap's nostrils flared. Elves aren't mere commodities. They're far rarer than any mortal believer. So what? Yak's grin turned cruel. He raised a finger as if pulling an invisible trigger. A crack of dark energy leapt from his hand, striking God Lap squarely in the throat. The god staggered back, coughing golden blood that dripped down his chest. If you can't even protect them, why keep them at all? God Lap sputtered, unable to form another word. You there, Yak said, stalking forward. Who are you? A disciple of a greater power, Yak replied in a low, amused tone. With a flick of his wrist, more bolts of shadow-tinged energy pinned God Lap to the rock face, ensuring he could not rise. Nearby, Jel trembled, clutching his daughter tight. Summoning every ounce of courage, he stepped forward. Lord Moens, he whispered, voice cracking. Your divine power, it's beyond anything I've ever seen. Moens, known to most as Yak, turned his cool gaze on them. It's not that I'm powerful, he said softly. He's just too weak. Jel bowed his head so low his daughter's forehead pressed against the floor. You're too modest, my lord. Moens chuckled, the sound echoing off the cavern walls. Don't be so nervous. I'm neither a saint nor a monster. But you, he glanced at the trembling god, still pinned by shadow bolts, will learn exactly what happens to those who underestimate me. Yak's grin was ice-cold as he addressed the quaking god before him. Now, he said, sweeping an arm toward the kneeling figure, slay this false god. Do it, and both you and your daughter will become true believers of my lord. With that, he conjured a dagger of shimmering black steel and let it hover in Jer's outstretched hand. God Lapu recoiled, eyes wide. You actually intend for this mortal to kill me? Yak's expression never wavered. Yes, if he agrees. If he refuses, you will live. Lapu's relief was desperate, clinging to the slender hope like a drowning man to a straw. He forced a conciliatory smile. Jer, my devoted follower, surely you wouldn't betray me? Jer's face remained unreadable as he curled his fingers around the weapon. You've already lost your last believer. I was only jesting, Lapu protested, his voice trembling. A god cannot abandon his followers. Remember my promise. I pledged you eternal grace. Do you really think I still believe that? Jer's tone was ice. He lifted the dagger so that its tip pressed against Lapu's throat. Ader, Nal Grace. Lapu choked on the words, panic surging through him. Please, do not kill me. If you do, you will gain nothing. Ger's grip tightened. I have nothing left. You took everything from me, god of light. Lapu's eyes flickered with one last hope. But you still have your daughter. At that final plea, Ger's hand wavered, the dagger's edge drifting away from Lapu's skin. Gel wasted no time. He lunged at the fallen deity. Come, he snarled. You can't kill me. Slaying a god is the gravest of sins. You may not care, but your daughter will suffer for it. Lapu laughed weakly, golden eyes flickering with defiance. Drop the dagger, he wheezed. I was once your greatest believer. Renounce this path, and I, your former god, will still grant you mercy. Your wife and children will be reborn in grace. Before the god could finish, Gel's blade flashed. It plunged into Lapu's throat, and golden ichor sprayed across Gel's face. Lapu coughed, spitting blood. You shouldn't have cursed my daughter, he choked, voice fading. His eyes went wide, face contorting in surprise and pain. Then, with a faint shudder, his body dissolved into liquid gold, dripping onto the scorched earth. A distant, hollow voice echoed, Congratulations, you have become a believer of my lord. Gel stood panting, the confession compass's glow bathing him in soft light. He wiped the god's blood from his blade and looked to Yak, who offered a gentle nod. "Praise the great god of contract," Gel intoned, his voice steady despite the storm in his chest. Yak stepped forward, reverently withdrawing the confession compass. "You may choose whether to face this trial. If you refuse, the Lord will not hold it against you." Gel crouched beside his daughter, stroking her hair. The child's wide, innocent eyes met his own, and Gel felt the weight of his decision. At last, he straightened and met Yak's expectant gaze. "I accept the test," he declared. Without another word, Yak activated the compass. Gears clicked and spun as a doorway tore open beside them, a yawning portal of bronze cogs and shadow. Yak motioned to Gel. Holding his daughter close, Gel stepped forward and vanished into the unknown machinery of their fateful trial. I watched her father dissolve into mist before her very eyes. Swallowing her fear, she forced herself forward and stood before Lord Moens. "Lord Moens," she whispered, "do you know what trial my father is facing?" Lord Moens, Yak, in more familiar circles, fixed her with a solemn gaze. "He's inside the compass of repentance. At its heart hovers a statue whose face is nothing but a blur. The only way to pass is to bow, then rise and bow again, inching ever closer. Once he kneels so many times that the figure's features resolve into my master's face, the trial is complete." I blinked. "That sounds almost too simple." Yak shook his head. "In theory, yes, but in practice it becomes a torturous test of endurance. The kneeling can stretch on for what feels like 100 years. Worse, time inside the compass warps. He cannot tell if mere minutes or centuries have passed. He only feels the ache in his bones, the slow decay of strength, and the creeping despair. The further he goes, the more unbearable it becomes." Her heart pounded. "How long until he returns?" "If all goes well," Yak replied, 1 minute. "And if it goes badly," he spoke softly, "less than a minute." Ai's breath caught. She closed her eyes and counted the seconds in her mind. 60, 61. By the time she reached 62, her father reappeared, standing exactly where he had vanished. To her relief, his posture was unbroken, but his eyes shone with the weight of what he'd endured, and with unshakable resolve. Above him, the compass of repentance glimmered one last time before floating down and landing now perfectly balanced in Lord Moen's waiting hand. He studied the spinning gears of the compass and nodded. "Excellent. This proves I was right." "Thank you," Gel said softly. "Dad," I threw her arms around him. "Are you all right? How do you feel?" Gel Hugh get his daughter close, offering her a reassuring smile. "I'm fine, sweetheart. It's over now. We're on our way to a fresh start and a brighter future." Once I had settled, Gel turned to Yak with a solemn expression. "Lord Moens, I'm prepared to face my lord whenever you say the word." Yak waved him off. "No need to worry. First, I'm taking the two of you to Bohart Station. You both need a proper wash and a change of clothes. You look far too disheveled." Gel blinked at his tattered garments, but managed a grateful nod. "Of course. Thank you for your help." With a flick of his hand, Yak rent the air and opened a deep, swirling portal. Gel and I exchanged a hopeful glance before stepping through. Just as Yak was about to follow, he caught sight of a small pool of gleaming gold liquid lingering on the floor. Producing an empty vial, he carefully scooped up every drop, remnants of the gods, far too precious to leave behind. Chapter 953, the first step in spreading faith, wealth beyond imagination. A dark purple portal suddenly tore open in the sky above Bohart Star, depositing Gear and I into the courtyard of a sprawling, opulent manor. They blinked in disbelief at the gentle sunshine glinting off immaculate marble pathways, the crystal-clear streams that ran alongside them, and the fragrant breeze that carried hints of exotic blooms. For a moment, both of them simply stood there, awestruck, as though they'd been reborn into a world of untold luxury. "This planet lies entirely within our master's domain," announced Yak in a calm, measured voice, stepping forward from the shadows. "And this estate is his personal residence." He produced 2 gleaming gold bracelets and held them out. "Wear these. No attendant will question you, and they mark your official status. Each bracelet is also embedded with a detailed map of Bohart and the Imperial Code. You'll need both on your journey." Gear took a bracelet with trembling fingers, his heart fluttering. "Thank you, Lord Yak." "There's no need for formalities," Yak replied with a small smile. You've passed the initiation trial. Soon, you'll become our master's dependents, and as of now, your standing on this planet equals my own. Whether you can win his true favor, however, depends entirely on what you achieve next." Gear nodded, determination lighting his eyes. The weight of untold riches and untold responsibility rested on his wrist. This was only the beginning. Chapter Revision. Despite Master Moen's gentle words, Gear couldn't shake the feeling of unworthiness. As refugees on the brink of starvation, he and his little daughter had never dreamed of such generosity. At that moment, Ai's stomach gurgled embarrassingly. She clasped her hands over it and looked up at Moen's. "Master Moen's, no, Uncle Moen's, I'm hungry." A warm smile curved Moen's lips. "All right, let's eat." He ruffled Ai's hair and led them into the spacious dining hall. At his direction, the servants soon laid out steaming plates of tender steaks, bowls of fresh milk, crisp vegetables, juicy fruits, and an array of refreshing drinks. Gear and Ai stared in astonishment. They had never seen such abundance. Overcome with awkwardness, they hesitated to touch a single bite. Noticing their discomfort, Moen's dismissed the servants with a nod. Then, pointing toward a side room, he said, "Your new clothes will be waiting in the cloakroom. After you've eaten, take a bath and change. Then come find me. We're going to meet the estate's proprietor together. 2 hours should be plenty of time." "That's more than enough," Gear said, his voice thick with gratitude, as relief washed over him and Ai. "In 2 hours, wait in the living room. Someone will come to pick you up." "Okay, Mr. Mearns," Gear replied, narrowly catching himself before blurting out anything else. Yak nodded, slipped out of the restaurant, and closed the door as gently as a whisper. No sooner had it clicked shut than the father and daughter at the last table resumed their meal with ravenous hunger, as though their food might vanish if they paused for breath. Unseen and unbothered, they ate in peace. Outside, Yake shook his head once, then dissolved into a streak of dark red light, vanishing en route to Borhart Star headquarters. He reappeared by the great artificial lake at the compound's center, where Master Slytherin was casually fishing. Bowing crisply, Yake announced, "Master, Gear has successfully passed the test." "Passed?" Slytherin echoed, reeling in his line. "Now that's interesting. I didn't expect him to succeed." Yake tilted his head. "Pardon, Master?" Slytherin gave a low chuckle as he wiped his hands on a rag. "Don't misunderstand. I never truly intended for Gear to pass, merely to agree to the trial. Once he signed the contract, he'd be bound to my service, no matter the outcome. Yet it appears he has far more potential than I imagined. Send him here at once." "As you wish, Master." "Lorelei, make sure they have enough to eat and drink." Sly, Theron called over his shoulder. "I'll be back with fresh clothes. It may take up to 2 hours." "That's fine. We'll talk in 2 hours," Lorelei replied with a dismissive wave, then turned back to her controls. Yak slipped away quietly, already plotting to pass his remaining tasks off on Ramon. 2 hours later, Lorelei piloted the airship back to headquarters, where her Gear and his daughter waited. During the flight, she filled them in on Borhart Star's astonishing progress over the past year. Learning that so many advanced civilizations had joined forces to build this world, Gear's eyes sparkled with excitement for the future. Upon landing, Lorelei led them down to the crystalline lake at the center of the compound. The father and daughter approached hesitantly, until they saw Slytherin standing there, looking almost impossibly young. They stopped dead in their tracks. "Ahem?" Yak cleared his throat, then winked at them. Gear didn't hesitate. He sank to one knee. "All hail my master!" he exclaimed. "Stand," Slytherin replied calmly. With a gentle flick of his will, he lifted them both to their feet. He folded his arms and fixed them with an intense gaze. "Now," he said, "tell me what it was that allowed you to pass my test." After a century of solitude, waiting, and despair, it would have been only natural to give up. "My daughter," Gear said, his voice steady. "She's still waiting for me. She needs her father to pass this trial, and I refuse to let her down. Of course, Master, that doesn't lessen my devotion to you." Lord Slytherin, or Ake as he preferred to be called, studied the little girl at Gear's side. His eyes glittered with curiosity. "Then tell me, Gear, if you were ever forced to choose between your daughter and your faith, which would you sacrifice?" Gear's answer was immediate. "I would choose her." Ake's lips curved into a slow, approving smile. He applauded once, sharply. "Excellent. Had you hesitated or placed faith above family, I would have dismissed you at once. Such a man has no place by my side, but you have shown true loyalty. Gear, you may now become my vassal." "Thank you, master," Gear replied, relief and pride mingling in his tone. "From this moment on, you may call me Ake," the lord said, inclining his head. "As for my true name," he produced a parchment and, with a flourish of his quill, inscribed the terms of their bond. Then he slid the freshly sealed contract across the table to Gear. "This document binds us both. Welcome to your new life of service." Ger leaned closer to the parchment, his brow furrowing as he made out the signature at the bottom, Aaron Gaius. He swallowed hard and began reading the fine print aloud in his head. "If you sign this contract," it declared, "your life and soul shall belong to me. You must remain loyal to me for all time and never betray me. In return, your daughter will never again worry about food or shelter. Whether she finds joy and safety beyond that depends entirely on your skill as a father. Once my kingdom is established, you and your daughter will be welcome to live within its walls. But understand this, there will be no eternal favors. All things have a beginning and an end. Even I cannot promise everlasting existence. What I can assure you is that my reign will endure for an almost infinite span before it finally ends." Ger paused, heart-pounding. There was one more clause. "Furthermore," he read on, "I grant you a path to God, a way to reach the true God at the father level." He blinked, disbelief washing over him. These terms were far kinder than he dared hope. It wasn't an impossible pipe dream. It was as if the heavens themselves had melted into something sweet and tangible, dropping right into his hands. Ger closed his eyes and exhaled. He had to be dreaming. Yet the contract lay there, ink on parchment, every word irrevocably real. Lorelei, standing beside Slytherin, stared in amazement. She had no idea a shortcut to the father's divine path even existed. "Sign it or don't, your choice," Slytherin said, snapping his fingers. Instantly, a quill drifted over to the hovering contract. "I won't force you, but there won't be a second chance." Ger hesitated only a moment before his trembling hand reached out to etch his name on the parchment. Missing this opportunity to claim such overwhelming power would haunt him forever. The instant he finished writing, the contract dissolved into a single glowing mote and vanished. Ger dropped to one knee in a deep bow. "Master." Slytherin nodded approvingly. Reaching into the void of his system space, he withdrew 10 small vials filled with a glowing golden liquid. He slid the final bottle across the table to Ger. "Master, what is this?" Ger asked, holding it carefully between his fingers. Slytherin smiled, his eyes alight with mystery. "This is the beginning of your divine ascent, the path of the sun, reserved for my 8th follower. It's divided into 10 stages, each one a step closer to godhood. 1. Chanter. Light's Prayer 3. Sun Priest. 4. Notary 5. Priest of Light. 6. Bringer of Darkness. 7. Mentor of Justice. 8. Light Chaser. 9. Pure White Angel. 10. Sun. Drink this first vial to initiate your journey. From sequence 9 to 0, you will embody each office in turn until you stand at last as the sun itself." Ger nodded, determination blazing in his eyes. He was ready to claim his destiny. "This is a gradual promotion process," Slytherin explained, his tone measured. "You begin at sequence 9 and work your way down to sequence 0. That's the path from mortal to godhood. But you can't attempt the next rank until the previous sequence's potions are fully digested. If you rush it, or your body can't assimilate the elixirs, you'll lose control, descend into muddled dementia, or worse, outright madness. And as you climb closer to sequence 0, those episodes of insanity intensify, depending on how well you can suppress them." I swallowed hard. "Is there any way to guard against that risk?" Slytherin met her gaze. "Your own bloodline can ease the process, yes, but Gaius's blood is far too precious to split among just anyone. Aside from Ark, Ramon, and Naga, none of your other followers qualify for that kind of blood merit." "So," I said, a flicker of relief in her eyes, "all they need to do is earn their place through contributions?" "Exactly," Slytherin nodded with approval. "Let me lay out the hierarchy for you. 1. Low sequence, Singer and Light Prayer. 2. Middle sequence, Sun Priest, Notary, and Light Priest. 3. High sequence demigods, Darkless and Justice Mentor. These beings already possess a fragment of divinity. The god Lapu you once worshipped would be a sequence 4 Darkless, Then come the angels, light chasers and pure white angels, and at the pinnacle, sequence 0, the sun, the true, unchallenged God. He paused, letting the weight of his words settle. That, is the ladder you must climb, one step at a time. Advancing through the sequences is never easy, but each step grants its own unique power. Demigods stand at the threshold of minor deities, while true gods command the very power of the moon. Yet without monumental deeds to your name, the highest I can raise my followers is to sequence 2 angels, still formidable among the lesser gods. Slytherin placed a small, glowing vial on the table before Gur. This is the Sequence 9 Chanter's elixir. Drink it now, and you will take your first step beyond the mortal realm. Gur swallowed hard, uncorked the vial, and drank the potion in one gulp. Within seconds, the floating weightlessness drained away, and clarity returned to his senses. How do you feel? Slytherin asked quietly. Lorelei, her curiosity barely contained, pressed on. What ability have you gained? Gur's face lit up. I've gained the gift of song. All praise be to our master. My voice can inspire courage and strength, foster piety and obedience. Lorelei's brow furrowed in uncertainty. She glanced at Slytherin, as if seeking confirmation or guidance she wasn't quite ready to voice. Not bad, Slytherin said with a faint nod of bad approval. I have a new task for you, one that only you can accomplish. You must throw your heart into it. At once, master, the follower replied, bowing deeply. I want you to spread faith in my name, Slytherin continued. Faith may not seem directly useful to me now, but when the time comes to restore my magic reserves, it will be indispensable. Although he had ascended to the rank of Holy Magister, his power was split between his original body and a perfect clone, each possessing only the might of a great Magister. That was more than enough for everyday skirmishes, but against a behemoth like Hela, he would be forced to use forbidden-level spells. With fewer than 20,000 magic points at his disposal, he couldn't count on anything but luck to survive. Faith, however, offered a solution. It could be converted into arcane energy to bolster his dwindling reserves. If belief held no real value, demons would not wage endless wars for the devotion of mortals. Though he was loath to draw on his full power without cause, he had to prepare for dire emergencies. Just as physical strength could be restored through nourishment, the longevity of his magic depended on the faith of his followers, at least until the spiritual realm itself took form. Aaron sighed, running a hand through his hair. Here's the problem. I've told you to spread the faith, but you don't even know where to begin. It's not enough to trot out my exalted name and ask random people to believe. No one would take that seriously. He offered a sheepish smile. So the first thing I need you to do is compile a proper doctrine. Write the code, the canons, and catalog the great deeds of the god of contract. He paused, tapping a finger against the tabletop. You're welcome to draw on any religious texts you can get your hands on. Treat them as references. Study what works, the clear, practical passages. Then put all that into a coherent set of guiding principles that embody the correct worldview, values, and outlook on life. Lorelei's lips twitched with embarrassment. Isn't that a bit shameless? From across the room, Slytherin snorted in amusement. Humph. People say that faith in God promises eternal life, yet how many of those countless worshippers actually ascend to heaven? Our so-called supreme deity seems to have vanished altogether. Compared to that empty promise, like the one peddled by godlings such as Lapu, I'm practically honest. I won't issue arbitrary decrees or vanish when you need me most. Believing in me may cost you less, and at least I mean what I say. Understood, Great Master. Slytherin nodded, then produced a glowing wisp of memory from the temple at his brow and poured it into a crystal wineglass. This is vital, he said quietly. Inside are memories of my other relatives, the current situation on planet Bohart, and above all, the truth of my identity, details you must guard at all costs. Study them carefully, and once you've finished, be sure you only share what I allow with your daughter. I trust you to handle this responsibly. Understood. Lorelei dipped her head. First, Slytherin continued, arrange lodgings for them and oversee their initial resettlement. I'll take care of it, Lorelei replied, her voice a touch unsteady. Good. Now about Moans. Lorelei hesitated. Let Moans go free? Her brow creased. I still have unfinished business with her. Slytherin allowed a small smile. Very well. Yake, see to it. Yes, master? With a flick of his hand, the servant Yake opened a swirling portal. Gear and his daughter stepped through, nodding their farewells before disappearing into the rippling light. As the last echoes of the portal faded, Lorelei turned back to Slytherin, urgency in her eyes. Master, one more thing. What about the path to the divine? Is there any trace of it here? Slytherin's gaze met hers steadily. There are 10 more passages, he revealed. Lorelei's eyes narrowed, a mixture of longing and frustration flickering across her face. The path to the divine, an avenue to the Heavenly Father. Was the ultimate prize for someone of her rank. For all her power, she had never hoped to find such a route in this lifetime. The temptation was undeniable. She clenched her fists, her voice barely more than a whisper. 10 more? Every one of them, Slytherin confirmed softly. But they're hidden, scattered across the cosmos. Retrieving them won't be easy or without risk. Lorelei's heart hammered. She had faced danger before, but the promise of a direct path to divinity was a call she could not ignore. As she met Slytherin's calm, knowing gaze, she resolved silently. She would claim those pathways, no matter the cost. Chapter 954, No Choice But to Succeed. The Scarlet Witch is about to appear. Half. Lorelei's cheeks flushed a bright rose as she hesitated. Is there a path of divinity that might suit me? Slytherin offered a dry, humorless chuckle. I have 10 divine paths at my disposal. Apprentice, the door, corpse collector, god of death, hunter, red priest, cultivator, mother, prisoner, the bound, criminal, the abyss, sailor, tyrant, secret prayer, hanged man, sleepless man, darkness, and lawyer, black emperor. Of those, only the path from 9th sequence cultivator to 0 sequence mother even comes close to fitting you. But why should I grant it to you? Lorelei squared her shoulders, trying to summon confidence. I've served you faithfully for so long. I manage your planting base and oversee the breeding grounds, not to mention taking care of your daily needs. Don't those contributions earn me some credit? Slytherin's eyes narrowed, though his lips twitched in amused disbelief. If I hadn't taken you under my wing, you'd be languishing in the dungeons of Asgard by now, he thought. And do you really believe those duties alone warrant a path of divinity? Lorelei's expression faltered, but she wouldn't give up so easily. She opened her mouth to press her case further, unaware that forces beyond even Slytherin's reckoning were already stirring, and that the long-awaited arrival of the Scarlet Witch was poised to upend everything. Lorelei's voice rang out, sharp with frustration. Becoming a god on the level of someone like Heavenly Father, what a worthless dream. Slytherin regarded her coolly. Lorelei, don't forget your place. You're a maid under contract, hardly a mistress. A servant bound by law isn't a lady of the house. I trust you understand the difference. Lorelei pressed her lips together, and then reached out and gently gripped his shoulders. Her tone dropped to a soft, beckoning whisper. And if I decide I don't just want to be a servant, what if I want to be your leading lady? Slytherin stiffened so abruptly he nearly knocked himself off balance. I must have misheard you. Say that again. She met his gaze boldly. I said, I want to be yours. He slapped a hand to his forehead, half in exasperation, half in delight. Of course. So it wasn't only divine ascension you were after. You wanted me as well. Brilliant. You've claimed both wealth and me in one fell swoop. Lorelei's cheeks burned. Are you calling me opportunistic? Don't be so touchy, he replied with a grin. Then, more seriously, now tell me, will you be mine? He shrugged as if the answer were obvious. How could I refuse? You're breathtaking, and any man of ordinary tastes would find it impossible to say no. As for me, well, I'm only human. He leaned in, his voice lowering to a conspiratorial murmur. Lorelei felt her heart flutter, caught off guard by the warmth in his eyes. Everyone knows that anything said before a but really doesn't count. But, Slytherin repeated, I'm not going to hand you the divine path just because of that. Why? Why not? Lorelei stammered. Because I'm not a prodigal heir. Slytherin shrugged, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Lorelei stared at him. He went on, quietly but firmly. I'm not mocking you. I used to want nothing more than to be a spendthrift son, because I couldn't bear to see the centuries of Gaius family wealth squandered. I had no grand ambitions of my own. I only dreamed of a simple, happy life like my parents, growing old together and passing away in peace. That was my goal. Slytherin sighed deeply. But it backfired. For complicated, special reasons, my generation of the Gaius family bears a mission, not just to rise again, but to fully restore our former glory. If you knew our history, you'd understand how grim and unforgiving that mission is. Then I lost my ability to splurge, so I had no choice but to succeed. He looked Lorelei in the eyes. Since I'm no reckless heir, I understand better than anyone the value of the path to divinity in this universe. Do you really believe you can grasp godhood simply by devoting yourself to God? Do you think so little of me that I'd be foolish enough to fall for that? Silence followed as Lorelei absorbed his words, realizing that beneath his easygoing manner lay a burden far heavier than she'd ever imagined. I didn't mean that, Lorelei said quickly. Slytherin smiled, the corner of his mouth lifting in amusement. Of course you didn't. If you had meant it, I wouldn't be speaking to you so calmly. I'll admit, your charm does work on me, but you take yourself far too seriously, and maybe you haven't fully shed your witch's identity. Not every man will simply fall in line with your plans. Lorelei's confidence wavered. She paused, then exhaled slowly, as if making a decision. All right. What do I stand to gain if I become your woman? What promise can you offer me? He regarded her thoughtfully. That's a difficult question, but I'll give you an example. When I was a teenager, I nearly attached myself to a girl, not on impulse, but after careful consideration. In that moment, I really had no other choice. Truly? Lorelei's brow arched in suspicion. You would go to such lengths for a woman? Slytherin inclined his head. She became my wife, and all of my fathers adored her. More than that, I carved out a divine path just for her. And the other 2 women in my life, each of them was granted her own path to the divine as well. Then why didn't I get one? Lorelei's voice trembled with frustration. It's different, Slytherin said, folding his long fingers with solemn precision. We're talking about a first love, the white moonlight, the virtuous wife, the childhood sweetheart, bonds forged in shared joys and sorrows. Save it, Lorelei snapped, cutting him off. She'd braced herself for defeat, but never for something this complete. Their advantages were insurmountable. Clearly, you recognize the gulf between you and them. Slytherin inclined his head. I do. Then tell me how to obtain a divine path, Lorelei demanded. Simple, he replied, snapping his fingers. A parchment contract fluttered into existence on the table in front of her. Study it carefully. Lorelei's eyes flicked over the terms, realization flashing across her face. You want me to become your dependent? In a sense, Slytherin said, his tone grave. The divine path carries the authority of the Father. I can't afford any hidden liabilities. This contract is unusually generous. I will fulfill all my obligations as your partner and impose no needless restrictions. She raised an eyebrow. So my body and soul belong entirely to you? He met her gaze calmly. Privileges come at a price. Are you willing to pay it? I don't expect you to do much for me, Slytherin said softly, but I can't have you causing trouble either. It sounds harsh, I know, but if you seek the way of God, you must listen. There are 2 women in the courtyard. One of them has immense potential and might not even need the way. The other... He paused, gaze flicking to Lorelei. She's a simple mortal. I haven't given her any divine treasures, only what a mortal could desire. Until she attains true power, I'll keep her in the dark. Yet if I offer her this contract, she won't hesitate. She'll sign it at once and bind herself to me. Lorelei studied the parchment before her, delicate runes shimmering across its surface. After a moment's thought, she dipped her pen and signed her name. The contract flared with light, then dissolved into motes of glowing dust. Moved by impulse, she pressed her lips to his. This time, I volunteered. Slytherin chuckled, feigning annoyance. You sound as if I forced you before, he teased, but his arms closed around her gently. Congratulations, my maid. You've made the right choice. She trembled with happiness. I suppose I'll carry the title of maid forever, she whispered, but I'll serve only you. His lips curved into a satisfied smile. With a casual flick of his wrist, 10 bottles of potion rose from the table and hovered before Lorelei, each one weighing as though eager to be claimed. Lorelei stood before the shimmering inscription on the chamber wall. The farmer's path from sequence 9 to sequence 0. Farmer, physician, harvest priest, biologist, druid, ancient alchemist, coffin bearer, desolate mistress, nature walker, mother. She cocked her head. What is this? It sounds odd. Glancing at Slytherin, she narrowed her eyes. You planned out this entire path for me long ago, didn't you? Slytherin folded his arms and shrugged. Honestly, it was just a whim. Lorelei laughed, a dry, mirthless sound. Do I look like I'd believe that? I oversee both the planting and breeding facilities. No one fits these roles better than me, and that contract I signed, you must have drafted it ages ago. She tapped the parchment between them. Don't give me excuses. You even had me ink it with Gel's seal just moments ago. And why today of all days? The path of God is the most sacred revelation we've had, and you spring this on me during the unveiling? Woman, Slytherin sighed, feigning exasperation. You worry too much. Lorelei rolled her eyes. Men. With a soft snort, she seized the small vial labeled Sequence 9 Cultivator Elixir and swallowed it in one swift gulp. At once, raw power flooded her veins, her muscles coiled, her senses sharpened, and she felt strength unlike anything before. Lorelei's days now brimmed with new knowledge, how to select the best seeds, read the sky for coming storms, and wield every farm tool with ease. She turned to Slytherin, eyes shining. It's incredible, really, absolutely amazing. Slytherin smiled. You're Asgardian by birth and have been farming for years. I have no doubt you'll master the 9th sequence potion in no time. I believe that too, Lorelei said, her lips curving. Before he could react, she gripped his waist and pulled him close. Tonight, come for me again. But for now, I need a little solitude. He chuckled softly, raised a hand, and snapped his fingers. An orange-red portal spiraled open beside them. As you wish. Lorelei cast one last glance at her cottage door, a wry smile tugging at her lips. He'd planned this from the start, and with the sale contract sealed, she had no choice but to accept her fate. Yet, being bound to him hardly felt like a loss. With a light step, she slipped through the portal. Once she vanished, Slytherin settled into his chair, laid the fishing rod across his lap, and closed his eyes in satisfaction. He reached out mentally to the consciousness still sharing his original body. Today has been very productive. We've located followers of both the Sun Path and the Mother Path, Slytherin reported, his voice calm over the comlink. Aaron raised an eyebrow. And, aside from that, you've secured yourself a companion. He paused, then chuckled. Of course I would. Who else but me would know how to have a little fun? Slytherin sighed, as if weary of the entire conversation. It's only logical that my original form should be replicated. You've managed 2 duplicates on Earth already. I only discovered this one body on that alien world. Technically, you and I are the same being. Me in your world, you in mine, but somehow I still feel shortchanged. He paused, brows knitting together. I've encountered countless alien races. Skin that's red, blue, even yellow. Color isn't the problem. The issue is that none of them look convincingly human, at least not to my taste. The only woman who truly appeals to me is Lorelei, the Asgardian sorceress. Aaron cut in, impatient. You know I'm not talking about appearance. Slytherin rubbed his temples. The contract, there was no avoiding it. Lorelei may be beautiful, and she did spark a war, but that only proves her ambition. Unfortunately, she lacks the raw power to see her plans through. This binding is more a shield to keep her alive than a leash to hold her back. Aaron nodded. Exactly. And while we're discussing plans, I intend to swap identities with you soon. It'll make coordinating our next moves far easier. Slytherin's lips curved into a thin smile. As you wish. Just remember, no matter which face I wear, I'll still be one step ahead. Stay on Earth. I'll head out into the universe to unwind. Slytherin's expression froze. May I refuse? Gal smiled faintly. What do you think? After a moment's hesitation, Slytherin gave in. Very well. A clone must obey its original. When do I leave? I'm not sure yet, Gal admitted. I'll let you know in good time. In the meantime, I've finished crafting your alchemical mask from the human-faced rose. I wove dozens of concealment runes into it. Without specialized training, not even the Heavenly Father could pierce its illusions. You can shape any face you like, so you won't have to hide behind a mask all the time. Slytherin tapped his fingers together, then nodded. It feels odd to borrow someone else's features. I'd rather adjust my own. 5 subtle tweaks should do it. Consider it done, Gal replied. Over the following weeks, Gal steadily refined the code of the contract god. Meanwhile, Slytherin and Lorelei's relationship blossomed, drawing them closer than ever. Aaron, at last granted a rare interval of peace, immersed himself in alchemical studies with the abundance of resources provided by Starbohart, and in the arcane arts he refused to lag behind. Chapter: The Prophecy's Warning. Even though Aaron's progress had stalled, he believed that mastery was born from relentless practice, and he had nothing to lose by trying again. That morning he settled before the dusty prophecy grimoire, intending yet another round of study. To his astonishment, the ancient runes flared with new life, and a disembodied voice echoed through the room. "The Scarlet Witch is about to appear. Please be careful, Master. Repeat, the Scarlet Witch is about to appear. Please be careful." Aaron frowned, closing the book with a soft thud. A witch? He glanced across the study at Hala, who lay draped across a velvet divan, absorbed in a leather-bound novel. "Your Highness Hala, have you ever heard of the Scarlet Witch?" Hala paused only long enough to let the question drift through her peripheral vision. Her pale fingers turned the page, and she sighed. "I was sealed away for centuries, Master Aaron. I've missed countless events, and evidently many new names." Aaron let out a wry chuckle and straightened the crystal orb resting at the center of his desk. "All right, then. I'll have to look into this on my own." He pressed his hands to the cool surface of the orb and closed his eyes. A swirl of red mist formed within, brightening until it burned like embers in the gloom. Aaron slipped his consciousness into that fiery haze and found himself standing before a vision. A girl knelt on a cracked wooden floor, her long crimson hair cascading around her shoulders. Her eyes, deep with melancholy, fixed on some distant sorrow. 10 slender fingers traced intricate patterns in the air, drawing forth ribbons of scarlet energy. Under her command, splinters of wood floated upward, twisted into grotesque shapes, and then shattered as if caught in an unseen gale, raining flecks of bark and timber at her feet. Aaron watched, struck by the raw potency of her magic, and by the unmistakable trace of grief that accompanied it. This Scarlet Witch was far more than a mere conjurer. She carried the weight of something deeper, something that could alter the balance of their world. Reluctantly, Aaron let his consciousness drift back from the orb's burning heart. The vision faded, but the warning remained etched in his mind. The Scarlet Witch is about to appear, and soon he would have to face her. Aaron watched her in silence, recognition dawning. This had to be the Scarlet Witch. In an instant, the scene before him shifted. Now she knelt amid crumbling ruins, her face streaked with tears of anguish. Scarlet energy pulsed erratically from her body, snapping outward in jagged arcs that shredded the black shadows clinging to the broken pillars around her. Before Aaron could gather his thoughts, the vision changed again. The witch Enetha wore gleaming red armor that gleamed like fresh blood. Her entire demeanor had altered. Darkness, sorrow, and fierce defiance swirled behind her eyes. She hovered cross-legged in midair, her pupils alight with chaotic crimson sparks. Directly before a weathered stone dais, an ancient tome hovered and slowly turned its pages, as though drawn by some unseen malevolent force. Chapter 955, The Seer's Intuition, The Avengers' Joint Action. Crack, crack, crack! Lines spiderwebbed across the crystal ball, and the divination abruptly ended. Aaron drew in a sharp breath. After a long, tense moment, he finally spoke. "I must say, this prophecy is incredibly significant." "As long as it serves my purpose," Hala replied lightly, though the whispering pages of the living prophecy book exhaled in relief. Until now, nearly every revelation it had offered brought bad news. This time, the outcome was neither plainly good nor clearly disastrous. It was up to Hala to seize the opportunity. Flipping through the tome with a practiced air of indifference, Hala asked, "So, what did you see?" Aaron hesitated, then said cautiously, "A girl, several years younger than me. She has immense potential, truly extraordinary. In all the universe, aside from Jean, she's the only other woman I've ever encountered who made me feel a real threat." "The second one?" Hela's lips curved into a knowing smile as she looked him over. "And what does that make me, the great goddess of death? Do you consider me weak?" "Not at all, Your Highness," Aaron waved his hand emphatically. "I'm struck by her untapped promise, while your power, well, it embodies death itself. But raw potential and sheer strength are entirely different forces. Even if they fully tapped into their power, they'd still only match you." Hala regarded him with a knowing smile. "So, what now?" she teased. After all your predictions, you've got no plan. Aaron took a steadying breath. I want to find her. Hala let the question hang in the air a moment before prodding. And then what? I'll protect her, he said, his voice quiet but firm. Hala's laughter rang out, cold, hollow. Protect her, Aaron. You're not exactly the type to stick your nose into other people's business. Let me guess. The Scarlet Witch is jaw-droppingly beautiful, and you've decided to play hero? I'm not that shallow, Aaron shot back. Whether she's beautiful or helpless has nothing to do with me. Is that so? Hala's eyes sparkled with mischief. We've known each other a long time, and you still managed to surprise me. You don't have to understand, he replied. Her smile twisted. Then, let's test that, shall we? In a fluid motion, she summoned a blade of living shadow, its surface rippling like ink on water. Aaron's pulse spiked. He locked eyes with her. If you're so sure of yourself, he said evenly, set it down. Hela's chuckle was contemptuous. Big words, but I suspect you don't have the nerve. Aaron squared his shoulders. Do what you want, but watch your mouth next time. Be careful, or I'll sue you for defamation. Aaron put on an angry face for show. My moral upbringing taught me never to indulge in lustful thoughts about a woman you can't control. No matter how beautiful or charming Her Highness Hala may be, I respect only you. Trust my character. Hala rolled his eyes, clearly unconvinced. Aaron's lip twitched with disappointment. Deciding to change course, he pressed on. During the divination, I had a vision of a colossal statue. At first, its eyes bore into me, then they shifted to the Scarlet Witch. It sent a chill down my spine. As I left, I could have sworn I heard laughter rich with centuries of suffering and destruction. Aaron took a steadying breath. You know how a seer's instincts work. If I can't keep her safe, something terrible is bound to happen. Hala sneered, until a faint emerald light caught his eye. He watched the ring on Aaron's finger glow. What's that? Aaron raised his hand, turning the ring so Hala could see its gleaming surface. See? Actions speak louder than words. Hala glanced at the ring, then back at Aaron, shaking his head with a wry smile. All right, I believe you now. And what exactly am I supposed to believe? Aaron asked, arching an eyebrow. Hala's expression softened only a little. That perhaps there's more at stake here than either of us realized. Is there something more to what you just said? Aaron asked, Robsep easing an eyebrow. Nothing at all. Good luck to you, Hala replied with a playful tilt of her head. Shrugging, Aaron scooped up the little dragon. You're coming with me. Abe froze in midair, then his huge, innocent eyes shone with excitement. Master, don't worry. If I've unlocked any new powers, I'll use them to keep you safe. Aaron chuckled and stroked Abe's gleaming scales. If you wanted an adventure, you could have just asked. I see right through your scheming. Only last month, Abe's magic had shattered the 10,000-point mark. He'd grown to 100 meters tall and mastered water, fire, earth, and air. Aaron had expected the holy dragon to become arrogant, but after a humiliating defeat by the goddess of death, Abe had come slinking back, all pout and resentment. Underneath that tough exterior, you're really just a softy. Hala watched Abe's tail wag wildly with barely restrained glee. Honestly, why do you think he's so eager to tag along? You're going to see the Scarlet Witch. What pleases a girl more than a cute, cuddly baby dragon? With a thunderous "Kaba! Kaba!" Abe's wings fluttered in indignation. He peered up at Aaron, hurt and outraged. Master, that's not true. Aaron cleared his throat and offered an innocent smile. Whatever you say. Now hurry up before she notices we're late. Grumbling to himself, Abe settled into Aaron's arms. Together, the unlikely trio departed, unaware of the trials and mysteries awaiting them in the witch's domain. Of course not, Aaron said, arms folded. Don't pay attention to her. Abe gave a curt nod. His old resentment hadn't vanished completely, but the carefree days of childhood, spent feasting and laughing together, felt lost forever. Hala regarded Aaron coolly. Your draconic sense of smell might come in handy. If we fail to find him today, you'll be on call next time. Aaron's heart skipped a beat. He wanted to grumble under his breath. Call me in? As if I'm some last resort, but he held his tongue. I have Captain Jack's compass. Well, technically, it's Gaius's treasure-hunting compass now, and my nose is sharper than most. It'll work. Hala's lips curved in a sly smile. You won't be staring at the compass every second, and no mortal nose compares to a real dragon's. Aaron bristled. That's nonsense. He turned to Jane. Jane, fetch Gaius's compass from the shelf. When she handed it over, he slung a pack across his shoulder and gently settled Abe inside. We're heading out. Jane, stay here and keep an eye on Hela. She's more restless than usual. Jane blinked in shock. Master, are you serious? She's the goddess of death. Aaron merely grinned, tightening the straps on his pack. All the better. Let's get moving. She's someone a mere vampire like me can keep an eye on, Aaron said, reading Jane's thoughts before she could even voice them. He gave her a knowing nod. After all, you're not just any vampire, you're a level 6 potion professor. As Aaron and Abe slipped out, Jane remained frozen in the doorway, her mind spinning. Hela's soft laughter pulled her back to reality. He's asked you to watch me, an unpredictable woman, Hela teased. Do you have any objections? Your Highness, he's only joking, Jane replied quickly, bowing her head. He means well. I will do as you command. Really? No questions at all? Hela smiled, the corners of her eyes glinting. You're not that cold-hearted creature anymore. You feel emotions now. Jane hesitated, then dared ask, Your Highness, you truly don't know the Scarlet Witch? Hela's expression grew distant. I was sealed away for ages, though Queen Frigga visited Helheim many times, bringing ancient tomes. From what I've gleaned, the Scarlet Witch is an agent, some say an apostle, of the underworld god Sithorn. He's an ancient demon god, master of black magic. Even Odin treats him with caution. Honestly, even if I reforged the Helm of Hades, I wouldn't stand a chance against him. I originally meant to dissuade him from getting involved, but then Horn's ring, the one he left for my master, Sud, Enlai flared. That ring only responds to the Gaius Bloodline, which tells me that Shisuoen carries the Gaius family's legacy and its troubles. As their descendant, only he can settle this debt. My divination confirmed it. Shisuoen will recognize him eventually. He can't stay hidden forever. Jane looked up, puzzled. So the master's ancestor really is one of the Gaius? Hela sighed. It's hard to be certain, but I don't believe this is some trap of Horn's making. The timing doesn't match his arrival in this universe. It must have been the first Gaius to cross over, someone called Wu Si. All we know is his surname. His true name is probably lost to the ancients. Jane hesitated. Your Highness, are you telling me this so I can warn the master? Hela shook her head, a small, knowing smile on her lips. No, let him remain unaware for now. It serves no purpose to alarm him too early. Besides, the Scarlet Witch has only just awakened. It will be some time before she can contact Shisuoen. Wait until that connection is secure. Only then should you tell him. Jane bowed her head. Yes, Your Highness. It's not safe to keep it hidden. Jane hesitated. But if I don't, with a graceful flick of her wrist, Hela conjured a blade of midnight black steel. It sliced effortlessly through the air, severing a single strand of Jane's golden hair. The lock drifted to the floor like a fallen leaf. You'll die, Hela intoned softly. Jane's throat went dry. She hadn't realized she appeared so helpless before the goddess of death. Yet, summoning what courage she could, she managed to ask, Why? Hela tapped her long, pale fingers together. Because I want to see his choice. She smiled, an expression both amused and cruel. Will he kill the Scarlet Witch, banish her, or protect her? He can only pick one. Don't you think that's delightful? Jane's eyes widened. For a moment, she felt as though a hidden piece of the puzzle had snapped into place. Your Highness, I understand what must be done. Excellent. Hela's approval was cool and measured. Emboldened, Jane ventured one more question. May I ask, how much of your divine power have you regained? Hela's lips curved into a cryptic smile. What do you think? Far from their deadly game, Aaron activated his motorcycle's flight mode and lifted off towards Sokovia, the Eastern European nation where his compass pointed. He brought the bike down on a deserted road just outside the ruined city. Before Aaron could reach into his satchel to free Abe, a crackling bolt of blue energy sliced through the air and scorched his shoulder. He grunted, staggered, and knew he wasn't alone. Thanks to the god armor's transmutation, Aaron emerged completely unscathed, though the house behind him now sported a gaping hole blasted straight through its wall. He blinked at the wreckage and cursed under his breath. How licksy. Is someone declaring war? I just got here. This is ridiculous. A flicker of unease crept in. Sokovia wasn't exactly a military superpower. Their armory usually consisted of rifles and tanks. Energy cannons didn't fit the profile. Then again, Scarlet Witch was stationed here. With her around, the unexpected was almost expected. Suddenly, a loud crash and a series of metallic clangs rang out overhead. 5 Iron Man-style robots, each emblazoned with the Stark Industries logo on its chest, hurtled down from the sky and skidded to a halt in different spots along the street. Their speakers buzzed to life in perfect unison. "This area is dangerous. Please evacuate. We are here to help. Please evacuate." They repeated the warning again and again. "This area is dangerous. Please evacuate. We are here to help. Please evacuate." Despite their urgency, the assembled onlookers barely reacted, unmoved by the robots' relentless pleas as they began to scan the area for threats. Aaron glanced around at the indifferent crowd, his pulse quickening. Clearly, Sokovia had more surprises in store. They'd completely surrounded the Iron Soldier, shouting insults, hurling bottlesques, while the crowd cheered on as if it were a prize fight. Aaron watched in disbelief. Nobody seemed to notice the energy bombs scattered around their feet. They were so fixated on the robots, they didn't even see the real danger. Then something clicked. He glanced from the robot, so like Iron Man, to the spot where the bombs had landed, checked his compass, and revved the motorcycle. The next thing he knew, he was tearing down a snow-packed forest road. The closer he got, the more chaotic it sounded. The sharp crack of gunfire, the deep rumble of thunder, even the Hulk's earth-shaking roars. And up ahead, around the glowing energy shield of a massive bunker, an Iron Man's suit swooped and dived, searching desperately for a weak point. Aaron came to a halt, staring in stunned silence. His compass needle quivered, locked on that very bunker. He'd only come here to find one person. Why was it turning into a full-blown Avengers operation? He shook his head. "Of all the luck," he muttered. With a tired sigh, he kicked down the stand, tapped the recall switch, and watched the motorcycle collapse back into its compact universal capsule. He straightened his enchanted battle gear and crept toward the front lines. He couldn't sit this one out. If the Avengers themselves were faltering against this mercenary force, he'd never hear the end of it. Suddenly, machine gun fire rattled through the trees. Patton sprinted across the snowy clearing, ducking low, and pressed himself against a rough-barked pine. From the quiver on his back, he drew an explosive arrow, notched it, and loosed it toward the steel-reinforced bunker 30 meters away. The arrow hissed through the air, and Patton squeezed his eyes shut, expecting a thunderous blast, but nothing happened. 2 seconds passed, and the bunker's gun simply kept chattering. He exhaled in frustration. His aim was true, so the only culprit could be a faulty fuse. He muttered a curse at the quartermaster's shoddy workmanship and yanked out a second arrow. He was halfway through drawing the string when something struck him in the back like a sledgehammer. Pain exploded up his spine, and he hurtled forward into the drifted snow. Ow! Snowflakes danced in his vision as he forced himself back to his feet. Ahead, a touzle-haired young man with shock-white hair strolled past, a mocking grin on his pale face. He tossed Patton a dismissive glance and, without slowing, called over his shoulder, "Need a hand there, Archer?" Then he turned and advanced on the bunker as if it were just a roadside inn. Patton shook his head, wiped the snow from his sleeve, and knocked another arrow. Whatever game this white-haired stranger was playing, Patton was determined to finish it, one way or another. "You didn't see him?" Patton muttered, staring at the spot where the white-haired figure had been just moments before. Even Hawkeye's keen eyes hadn't managed to follow the man's departure. No arrow had been loosed, no sign of movement, and then he was simply gone. Suddenly, a muffled boom echoed from the nearby bunker. A barrel-like energy cannon thrust out, its blast sweeping past Patton's midsection. He cried out as a chunk of flesh about the size of a palm was torn from his side, blood welling and spattering the pristine snow around him. Dazed, Patton struggled to stay upright. Then another figure emerged from the smoke and debris. It was Aaron. He dropped to one knee, grabbed Patton under the arms, and dragged him behind a crumbling stone wall. Only when they were out of the line of fire did Patton properly register his old comrade's presence. "Aaron?" Patton gasped, clutching his wound despite the pain. "What are you doing here?" Aaron pressed a hand to Patton's bleeding side, trying to staunch the flow. "I'm looking for someone," he said bluntly, "but I didn't expect to run into you. Who or what are you fighting down here?" "Hydra," Patton answered, blinking back tears of pain. This is Baron Strucker's base in Eastern Europe. Coulson's team intercepted intel that Loki's scepter is hidden somewhere inside. Aaron's jaw tightened. Then we're on the same mission. Let's get you patched up, and we'll move in together. Patton nodded, teeth clenched against the agony. With Aaron's help, he slid further into cover. Snow fell silently around them, soaking up the blood in red and white patches, a grim reminder of the battle yet to come. Chapter 956, A Shocking Scene. Thor Knows How to Comfort People, Part 1. Clint Barton pressed a trembling hand against the ragged wound in his side, sweat beading on his brow as pain shot through him. Hydra, he managed between gritted teeth. No wonder Sokovia's tech was so advanced. Those energy cannons came from them. Aaron hesitated, glancing at Clint. This really isn't the time for conspiracy talk, Clint added, his voice tight with discomfort. Aaron's expression softened. Sorry, I got carried away. He withdrew a roll of bright green gauze from his space ring. Aloe vera bandage. It'll staunch the bleeding and dull the pain. Clint eyed the simple wrap doubtfully. That's it? No painkillers? Aaron smirked despite the tension. You picked up Hydra gear? Think they'd throw in a full pharmacy? Before Aaron could help apply the dressing, Natasha Romanoff appeared at Clint's side. Clint, are you all right? Aaron tossed her the gauze. You're up, bandage duty. Natasha knelt beside him, winding the aloe-infused wrap snugly around his injury. How did you end up here? Did Coulson send you? Clint exhaled, the movement sharp. He was looking for someone else, and I walked into this fight. A crackle in Clint's earpiece cut through the moment. Barton, Rogers here. We have intel on an ability enhancer on the field. Proceed with caution. Clint exchanged a tense look with Aaron and Natasha. Hydra's tech was bad enough, but now there's something else out there. Natasha pressed the comm switch, voice clipped with urgency. Clint's been shot. Looks like he ran straight into that enhancifier. Damn fast, Barton panted. I can't even catch a glimpse of him. Aaron rolled his eyes. Please, normal speeds are like standing still next to him. Did you see where he went? Natasha demanded. No, Aaron admitted, calm as ever, but I imagine it looked something like this. He raised his pistol. Somebody clear that bunker. Before anyone could react, the Hulk's roar shook the ground. He charged through the entrance, emerald fists shrugging off energy bolts as if they were raindrops. With a single, earth-shattering strike, the old Hydra stronghold collapsed. Debris and stunned soldiers flew in every direction. Hulk paused at the edge of the rubble and offered Natasha a grateful nod. I've got him from here, she said. I need to find her. This battlefield isn't safe, and I won't let her get hurt. Aaron consulted his compass, then headed toward the ruined structure without another word. Natasha frowned. Her? He's here looking for a woman? Aaron chuckled darkly. If he were after a man, that'd be the real surprise. Natasha folded her arms, brow knitting in confusion. No, I mean, what woman would be hiding on a Hydra base? Steve hurled his shield, sending 2 Hydra soldiers sprawling. He sprinted forward, caught the spinning disc in midair, then drove the edge of it into the remaining guards, knocking them aside with ruthless precision. Stark, we need to move in, he called over his comm. I'm on my way, Tony replied. In his suit, he rocketed toward the bunker's outer perimeter, weaving between exploding energy charges and blasting unlucky guards with his repulsor cannon. Jarvis, do you see where the shield's power is coming from? There's a particle emitter beneath the north tower, Jarvis answered. Perfect. Let's take it out. Tony banked hard, looping around to the tower's flank, then released a micromissile. The warhead struck the concrete with a thunderous boom. Blue energy arcs sputtered and died as the shield collapsed. Barriers down, drawbridge coming up. On the ground, Captain Rogers tapped a control on his gauntlet. His shield leapt back into his hand like a boomerang. At that moment, the sky lit up with lightning. Thor descended, Mjolnir crackling in his grip. He slammed the hammer into the earth with a deafening crash, the shockwave scattering the last of Hydra's reinforcements in every direction. Let's move, Steve barked, and the 3 Avengers surged forward into the bunker's paths. Did you catch anything about the ability enhancer? Natasha Romanoff asked, scanning the wrecked street. He just flashed by, the field agent stammered. I've never seen anyone move that fast. Hell, I barely saw him at all. Natasha's expression tightened. Clint's injury is critical. Everyone, We need to fall back now. Thor strode forward. I'll get Barton to the Quinjet. You and Stark head for the Scepter. I've got it. Tony Stark's voice crackled over comms. Suddenly, a column of enemy soldiers advanced, backed by a tank bristling with energy cannons. The ground trembled under its treads. They're charging in hard, Thor laughed, hefting Mjolnir. They'll wish they'd taken a chill pill first. Steve Rogers gripped his shield. On your mark. Thor swung Mjolnir. Lightning arced through the air, striking the tank like a thunderbolt. The blast shredded its armor. Casings and energy canisters erupted in a fiery expulsion. Soldiers on either side were thrown clear before they could even fire back. Go! Thor called, soaring skyward with a thunderous crack. Get that scepter! Watch your language, Tony quipped over Steve's headset. Steve shook his head with a rueful grin. You're holding the thing. Don't pretend you'd let it go easily. Natasha's warning echoed in his mind. You promised you'd stop swearing, but with Hydra breathing down their necks, bad habits die hard. Steve brushed off the comment and sprinted toward the enemy stronghold, shield at the ready and determination in his heart. Ahead lay the scepter, and perhaps the key to turning the tide of this fight. Iron Man burst into the Hydra bunker through a shattered window just as Baron Strucker came racing down the stairs. 7 agents swung up their rifles and opened fire. Bullets pinged and crackled against the Mark armor's reinforced plating. No damage. Tony calmly raised a hand. Stand down, he called, his HUD flashing target locked. A faint click sounded as the shoulder-mounted micro-rocket launcher powered up. In an instant, a barrage of tiny projectiles cut through the air, tearing into the agents' joints. Their agonized screams echoed through the corridor. Tony strolled forward, inhaled the stench of gunpowder, and offered the nearest Hydra operative a self-satisfied grin. I said stand down, he repeated. Without another word, Tony consulted Jarvis's schematics and moved on to the base's data center. Inside, a hacker named Lister was furiously erasing files. Before Lister could react, a concussive pulse blasted into his chest. Red LEDs pulsed along the armor's seams as the Mark suit automatically retracted. Tony emerged from the shell, fingertips brushing the repulsor gauntlets. Alert mode, he ordered. The armor locked into place around him, energy fields shimmering beneath its surface. With repulsors primed and Jarvis feeding him every sensor readout, Iron Man stood ready for whatever Hydra had in store. Tony strode over to the terminal and plugged his tablet into the main console. All right, Jarvis, download everything you can find and copy Director Hill at headquarters on the transfer. His fingers flew across the keyboard, and the progress bar on screen flipped from erasing to downloading. Tony glanced around the dimly lit chamber. There's more here than just data files. Jarvis, run an infrared sweep of the room. The HUD in Tony's Mark armor flared to life, bathing the space in an infrared overlay. I'm detecting a reinforced steel layer behind the wall to your left, along with an airflow conduit, Jarvis reported. Muttering to himself, Tony swaggered over to the indicated section. He braced his shoulder against the wall and pushed. The panel slid open on silent hinges, revealing a hidden corridor. Tony grinned and stepped inside, slipping out of his armor as he moved deeper into the secret passage. On the other side of the compound, Baron Wolfgang von Strucker sprinted toward a reinforced door. He reached out to unlock it, when suddenly a S.H.I.E.L.D. operative lunged from the shadows, pressing a pistol against his side. Before Strucker could react, Steve Rogers materialized beside them, shield at the ready. Baron Strucker, Steve said evenly, Hydra's #1 war criminal. Strucker's lips curled into a defiant smile. Strictly speaking, Captain, I'm a hero of S.H.I.E.L.D. Steve tapped his shield against his boot. And strictly speaking, you're fired. So congratulations. Right now, you're out of a job. Chapter 12. The Scarlet Witch's Escape. Where is Loki's scepter? Captain Steve Rogers demanded as he strode into the gleaming white interrogation chamber. The man strapped to the bench looked up, amusement flickering in his eyes. Don't worry, Captain. I know what happens to those who fail me. Just make sure you note how cooperative I was. Steve's jaw clenched. We'll get to your cooperation later. Right now, I've got the Department of Justice drafting subpoenas for illegal human experimentation. How many test subjects did you use? Before the scientist could answer, a searing orb of crimson energy erupted down the corridor. It struck Steve square in the chest, sending him hurtling down the metal stairwell. Dazed, he blinked upward to see a young woman vanish through a closing security door. Jarvis crackled in his earpiece. Energy signature confirmed. Female, second-generation enhancer, codename Scarlet Witch. Authorization, do not engage. Steve staggered to his feet, but a new voice cut through Jarvis's warning. You're too late. Aaron Wills came charging down the stairs, clutching an ornate compass that spun wildly in his palm. I tracked her with this, my fortune-teller's intuition, as you'd call it. She's being led by someone with white hair. That's our man. Aaron, Steve straightened, wincing as he rolled his shoulder. You tracked her yourself? Aaron nodded, breathless but triumphant. Yeah, and thanks for holding back your team just now. Steve gave a curt nod, glancing at Tony Stark's holographic projection flickering on the opposite wall. Stark, status report. I need every corridor locked down, every feed focused on that door. That's the only way to the vault. Silence greeted him. The hum of the security system was the only answer. Steve ground his teeth. Stark, come in. Move faster, Aaron urged, already pivoting toward the stairwell. Steve didn't hesitate. With a final look at the sealed door, he sprinted after them. Then, a thunderous bang echoed through the corridor. The chase had only just begun. Steve's shield slammed into the Hydra operative's jaw before he could finish his boast. Everyone, I caught Stark. His words cut off as he crumpled unconscious to the floor. Tony Stark stood in awe of the massive Leviathan carcass suspended in the hidden chamber. Around him lay the twisted wreckage of Iron Warrior armor and the shattered equipment of Chitauri soldiers. At last he understood how Hydra's army had leapt so far ahead. Loki's scepter alone wasn't enough. By scavenging Chitauri tech and reverse engineering Stark Industries prototypes, they'd managed to outfit their grunts with near-Stark weaponry in record time. His attention shifted to the scepter itself, propped on an experimental table and crackling with electric blue energy. Thor, take a look at this, Tony said, already stepping forward. But before he could get closer, two ghostly white hands shot up and clasped his temples. A wave of crimson energy surged into his skull. His eyes snapped open, pupils glowing a deep red as his legs gave way beneath him. Then the room echoed with a fresh roar. Tony spun around just in time to see the once lifeless Leviathan head twitch, its jagged fangs bared as the monstrous beast reanimated and bellowed overhead. Inside the hidden chamber, the scene had become a blood-soaked nightmare. The bare stone steps were slick with the Avengers' blood. Hulk lay face down, his massive frame impaled by a dozen steel spikes, each shallow breath a ragged gasp as life seeped away. A few feet above him, Natasha Romanoff sprawled on the stairs, her eyes wide and unseeing, the fierce gly gone from her gaze. Clint Barton sat slumped against the wall, bow still in hand, chest rising in weak, uneven gasps. Thor knelt nearby, his armor sliced and scorched. Mjolnir had slipped from his grasp. Broken into two jagged halves, his shield lay at his side. And next to it, Steve Rogers lay motionless. Scattered around the heroes were the fallen bodies of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, another grim testament to the onslaught that had rained down upon them. Tony's heart thundered in his chest. He darted forward, dropping to his knees beside Steve and trembling as he searched for a pulse at his neck. Panic coiled in his gut. Then, almost miraculously, Steve's hand shot up and gripped his arm. His voice was little more than a harsh whisper. You could have saved us. Why didn't you try harder? Steve's hand fell limply to the floor, and a thin trickle of blood slipped from his nose. Tony stared into his friend's unblinking eyes, guilt and grief crashing over him in waves. A distant, thunderous roar rolled through the chamber, jolting Tony out of his paralysis. He forced himself to his feet, forcing his gaze toward the source of that terrible sound, ready, once more, to face whatever horror lay ahead. Chapter 5. The Scepter and the Void. Tony's vision widened until everything dissolved into a yawning cosmic void. Before him lay a titanic wormhole, its edges churning with raw energy. Through that swirling portal, fleets of leviathans, towering, chitinous behemoths, poured toward him. Beyond the horrors, on the other side of the rift, glowed a single cerulean sphere, a fragile planet spinning in the darkness. He gasped and jerked upright. The void collapsed, and reality snapped back into focus. He was inside Stark Tower's secure wing, not adrift in space. That fleeting vision of the Chitauri invasion by wormhole and a doomed New York had been projected by the artifact in his hand, Loki's scepter. Tony stared down at the staff, its pale gemstone humming with latent power. The memory it had shown him was the battle's failure, the Avengers' worst moment, and he realized Iron Man had never fought there. He'd stayed away. His chest tightened with shame and determination. He weighed the scepter for a moment, then raised his right arm and unclenched his fist. At once, Pietro Maximoff leapt forward, white hair flashing, intent on snatching the staff away. But before he could reach Tony, his sister Wanda murmured one word. "Are we really going to let him take it?" She didn't have to say more. In her eyes was that strange, knowing smile, the one that always made Pietro hesitate. Then, with a sharp whir, a prosthetic limb, an extension of Tony's armor, spun through the air and latched onto his forearm. It clicked into place, hydraulics hissing softly. "Extension protocols activated, sir," Jarvis announced. The moment the mechanical arm locked on, Tony gripped the scepter's shaft. A low vibration raced up his fingers as the staff slid free from its containment with a dull snap. Power thrummed through him, cold, potent, unmistakable. Later, aboard the Quinjet, Chief Medic Aaron secured an IV line into Clint Barton's arm. Barton lay pale on a stretcher, eyes closed, his breath steady but shallow. Aaron fastened the drip to the rail. Then he helped Abraham Ford, his left arm still in a makeshift sling, into a nearby seat. Across the hold, Bruce Banner lounged against a bulkhead, headphones over his ears as if the world were perfectly calm. He nodded in time with the muffled beat of "Another One Bites the Dust." Aaron slid into the seat beside him. "Dr. Banner," he began, pausing as the jet rattled in a slight turbulence. "We're bringing the scepter back. Stark wants your eyes on it." Banner peeled off one ear cup, then the other, and set his music aside. He tapped the tablet in his lap, where a data feed from Stark Tower pulsed in real time. Tony's voice crackled over the intercom. "Banner, you seeing this?" Bruce met Aaron's gaze, expression wry. "Yeah," he said. "I'm seeing something that could crack open the universe or kill us all." Outside, the sky stretched wide and blue, an untouched world Tony had just glimpsed from the void. Inside, the hum of the Quinjet's engines was the only thing separating them from whatever came next. Aaron gave Bruce a firm nod. "Well, Doctor, let's make sure it's the latter we avoid." Bruce slipped the device into his jacket pocket, headphones dangling. "Right, let's get to work." Banner slid off his headphones and joined Aaron at the edge of the command table. Aaron gave him a surprised look. "Banner, I honestly didn't expect you to come on this op." Banner shrugged, forcing a grin. "With the rest of the Avengers here, I'd stick out if I stayed behind." Aaron studied him. "Fair enough, but I thought you were tied up with something at Stark's lab. What have you been doing lately?" Banner hesitated, then rubbed the back of his neck. "It's Tony's latest project. He's building an armored suit to rein in the Hulk, calls it Veronica or the Hulkbuster." Aaron blinked. "Veronica? The anti-Hulk suit? Isn't Bruce supposed to have his anger under control by now? Why keep developing it?" Banner's cheeks flushed. He lowered his voice. "That's just it. Nobody knows I'm helping with it, except you. If General Ross ever found out, he'd send the military after me. He already thinks I'm the ultimate super soldier, even better than Steve. He'd lock me up faster than you can say, Hulk smash." Aaron rolled his eyes. "Of course he would. Ross sees enemies everywhere." He shook his head with a smirk. "Well, keep your head down, and your secret safe. We've got bigger things to worry about right now." Natasha watched as the last echoes of the lullaby faded and the Hulk's breathing evened out. She stepped forward with a knowing smile. "That tune of yours is incredibly effective," she said. "High-pitched, soothing. I never imagined I'd have to rely on you literally turning green to calm him." Bruce Banner offered a tired but genuine grin. "If you hadn't been here, our casualties would have been twice as bad. My best friend might have ended up just another memory." Natasha's smile wavered. "Sometimes I wish I didn't have to hear things like that." Bruce's eyes softened. "When will you let me prove I can handle it?" She hesitated, then met his gaze. "It's not that I don't want to." Before Bruce could reply, Thor's booming voice echoed through the chamber. "So, how fares the Hulk's rampage? Hela's realm must still ring with the screams of his enemies." Natasha's brows shot up. Bruce ducked his head with an embarrassed sigh. Thor waved a massive hand. "Not the cries of death, mind you. Far from it. These were yelps of pain, sprains, bruises, broken bones, and plenty of colorful complaints to go with them. Leaning against a nearby gravestone, Aaron raised a hand. Right, because that's the kind of comfort we all need. Saul, who had been watching from the shadows, quirked an eyebrow. And you, Aaron, what do you make of our emerald colleague? Aaron shrugged, expression flat. A kid with a simple mind, gullible, easy to trick. Thor stomped his foot in mock indignation. Your consolation skills rival my own. Well done, indeed. Natasha allowed herself a small, amused smile. Despite the tension and the roaring green giant now peacefully asleep, the team had somehow found its balance once more. Chapter 957, The Key to Creating Ultron Equipping the Earth, Part 1. Banner, Dr. Cho's coming in from Seoul, Tony called over the roar of the engines as he piloted the jet. Can she set up her operating table in your lab? Bruce Banner didn't look up from his console. Absolutely, she knows what she's doing. Great, let her get everything ready. Barton's going to need a full workup this time. On it, sir. Jarvis, take over the flight controls. At once, sir. The AI replied. Autopilot engaged. Course locked. Tony stood and strode aft to where Steve Rogers and Thor Odinson were gathered around the containment unit holding the Mind Scepter. Its central gem pulsed with quiet power. Feels good, doesn't it? Tony said with a grin. We've been tracking down every last shield pocket since the fall. I had a blast sweeping those bases with you two, but... Thor's eyes gleamed. Yes, but finding this means the end of the line for our enemies. Steve nodded and studied the scepter. Now our only question is, what exactly is it for? Tony tapped the casing's glass. It's clearly more than a weapon. When did Baron Strucker even get his hands on a power enhancer like this? Banner, any insight? Bruce ran a finger along the readouts. I did a quick spectral analysis on a whim, but the data's thin. I'll need to run a deeper scan once we're back at the lab. Knowing the strands of fate had drawn her to me, and the fortune-teller's warning screaming in my ears to protect her, I never could have imagined she'd turn out to be one of Hydra's enhanced agents. Not necessarily, Steve said quietly, meeting my eyes. Their so-called abilities came from human experiments with this scepter. Hydra didn't care whether their test subjects volunteered. Tony drummed his fingers on the armrest, an insincere grin spreading across his face. Surely we can run a few final tests on him before we ship the scepter back to Asgard? Banner and I will take a look, maybe squeeze out every last drop of data. He leaned forward. Unless you'd rather wait for our farewell banquet? You'll be there, right? Natasha's lips curved in a wry smile. Wouldn't miss it. We've earned a celebration. Thor clapped his hands together. Indeed, a feast to honor our victory. Nothing beats a good party. Steve exhaled, the tension in his shoulders easing just a little. I just want this Chitauri and Hydra business behind us. But yes, a party sounds, well, not bad. A few hours later, our jet settled onto the helipad atop Stark Tower. Maria Hill stood at the gangway alongside Dr. Zhao, her unblemished white coat and serene expression presenting a sharp contrast to this battlefield we just left behind. The boarding ramp dropped, and Natasha, with Banner's help and 2 shield medics, guided Clint onto the rooftop, the wheeled stretcher bearing him safe and secure. Steve was the first to join them, slowing his pace when he saw Clint's pale face. How is he? He asked quietly, reaching out as if to steady his friend. Banner shook his head. He's bruised, but those Chitauri claws didn't get deep. He'll live, though I wouldn't want to be Hydra if they find out Clint's still breathing. Tony appeared at Steve's side, rubbing his chin. Good, because Hydra's super soldiers won't know what hit them next. Natasha gave a short nod and turned back toward the tower's entrance. Let's get him inside. We've got a banquet to plan, and I'd hate to miss the hors d'oeuvres. The 5 of us moved together into Stark Tower, ready at last for both answers and celebration. Start the transfusion at once and prepare those cell samples, the doctor ordered. Right away, doctor. Aaron watched the young woman overseeing the procedure, a hint of recognition in his eyes. Who is she? I feel like I've seen her before. Tony Stark glanced over and smirked. That's Dr. Helen Cho. You've got a bit of a crush, don't you? Fair warning, she's got sky-high standards. Yours truly asked her out once and got shut down cold. I'm not shallow like you, Aaron retorted with a grin. 2. Nye raised an eyebrow. Oh, last I heard, you've had at least 2 girlfriends. Shouldn't you know how it feels to get turned down? Aaron leaned back, unperturbed. 2? Please. I've heard about one guy, same age as me, who's charmed his way through 80 women, maybe even 100. Tony's smirk vanished. 80? Who are you talking about? Aaron shook his head and thought, damn that ruthless capitalist, but I can't argue. The guy's got more resources than Stark Industries and the whole world working under him. Before he could reply, Maria Hill entered the jet, perfectly composed in her professional attire. The lab's up and running, sir, she announced. Aaron and Tony exchanged glances, each silently weighing the stakes of their mission now that Dr. Cho's lab was ready. The private jet's door slid open, and Agent Maria Hill led the way down the stairs onto the tarmac. Tony Stark followed, giving a casual nod to Steve Rogers standing by the waiting SUV. Actually, he's in charge, Tony said, nodding at Steve. I'm just here to handle check-in, manage the designs, and make sure everyone looks their best. Aaron Davis frowned. Agent Hill, why did you accept a position at Stark Industries? Is this another one of Nick Fury's undercover assignments? Hill rolled her eyes. Undercover? Please? Fury sent me here to coordinate this Avengers operation. Loki's scepter is involved. I'm not sneaking around in shadows. I'm making sure we all stay on the same page. That hardly seems necessary, Aaron began. It wasn't, Hill interrupted with a wry smile. But I wanted a break from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s constant crisis mode. Since the Civil War, we've been juggling half a dozen emergencies. Fury practically had me pulling triple duty. Think of this as a forced holiday. Tony chuckled. Poor Maria, sent on vacation by the guy you can never actually take a vacation from. Hill gave him a mock glare. Thanks for the sympathy, Stark. Steve cleared his throat. Any word from Straker? He's coordinating with NATO, right? Right. And speaking of operative upgrades, where are our 2 ability enhancers? They're here, Hill said, tapping her tablet as she walked. Wanda and Pietro Maximoff, twins, just ran them through a parade simulation for crowd control drills. She swiped the screen, projecting a short video of the siblings moving effortlessly through a virtual crowd, her expression unwaveringly professional. Tony smirked. Show off, twins. Great. This mission just got even more interesting. Chapter 7. Agent Carter tapped the screen, bringing up the dossier again. The twins were 10 years old when a bomber leveled their hometown and killed their parents. After that, they became orphans. Steve Rogers frowned, leaning forward. Sokovia's history is rough, but why does their location matter so much? Because, Carter said, her voice low, Sokovia has always been geopolitically volatile. It served as a testing ground for experiments before. But back to the twins, Pietro and Wanda Maximoff. Aaron crossed his arms. What exactly are their abilities? Carter clicked to the next slide, which displayed scattered medical reports. Pietro's physiology lets him process energy exceptionally fast. His metabolism and body temperature regulation are off the charts. He can move at speeds far beyond any normal human. Steve blinked. Okay, so he's fast. He shot Aaron a glance. What about the other one? Wanda's gifts are more subtle, Carter continued. She can disrupt electrical signals in the nervous system, hers or someone else's, and manipulate thoughts. In other words, mind control. Steve rubbed his temples. So Pietro's super fast, and Wanda's super weird. They're going to reappear soon, Carter warned. Aaron straightened. We've verified it. The documents confirm it. And here's the kicker. The twins volunteered for Baron von Strucker's experiments. Didn't exactly have a choice, but they didn't resist. She shut off the projector. That makes them civilian subjects under international law. Aaron's jaw dropped. They agreed to be test subjects. Carter nodded. Desperate or not, they signed off on it. We have to anticipate their next move. Steve stood, clenching his fists. Then we'll be ready, whatever they decide to do. Voluntarily? Yes. Aaron slapped a hand to his forehead, exasperated. Oh, this is going to be a headache. What's up? Tony asked. He zeroed in on one of the twins, Wanda, Aaron explained. And who in their right mind would hand her over to Hydra for experiments? He gave a bitter shrug. It's one thing to win back a desperate, power-hungry war orphan. It's quite another to manage one who's already tapped into that power. Tony patted Aaron's shoulder with a self-satisfied grin. Good luck with that. And don't forget, Saturday's the big party. Be there. Later in the lab. Jarvis, let's play, Tony declared as he strode over to Loki's scepter. We only have this thing for a few days. Run the latest structural analysis. The scepter's materials are extraterrestrial. Several elements elude identification, Jarvis replied. But you can identify some of them? Yes. The central gem emits an energy field, a protective shield around the internal mechanism. Its power output is formidable. Tony poured himself a drink and swirled it thoughtfully. So, is it basically a miniature reactor? More like a quantum computer, Jarvis answered. I'm currently working on decoding its operating system. Tony took a long sip, eyes gleaming. Perfect. Let's see what Banner thinks. He headed toward the Hulk's lab, drink in hand, already plotting the next move. The lab had been transformed into a makeshift operating theater. Clint Barton lay on an experimental table, his body bathed in a soft blue glow as scanners probed and began repairing the damage to his tissues. Natasha stood at the edge of the table, worry etched across her face. Are you sure he's going to be all right? She asked Dr. Zhao Hailan. Everyone's counting on him right now. Dr. Zhao gave a confident smile. Don't worry, his injuries won't worsen. The nanomolecular therapy activates instantly, and his cells will start forming fresh bioconnections on their own. Bruce Banner, monitoring the procedure on a nearby screen, nodded in agreement. What she's doing is essentially growing artificial tissue in place. If we'd had access to my regeneration cradle back at the lab, he'd be fully repaired in 20 minutes. Just then, Tony Stark swaggered in carrying 3 steaming cups of coffee. He glanced at Clint and, half joking, called out, All right, folks, when do we announce his official time of death? I want to get the obituary drafted. Clint managed a weak smile. Not today, Stark. I plan on living forever. Tony set the coffees down with a smirk. Well, as long as you're still made of your own cells, Mr. Barton, I guess immortal's in the cards. Your girlfriend wouldn't notice the difference, Tony said, grinning as he adjusted the hollow projection of his new miniaturized arc reactor. Dr. Helen Zhao raised an eyebrow. Too bad I don't have a girlfriend, she replied dryly, stirring her coffee. Tony chuckled. Then you're off the hook. Seriously, this is next-generation tech. I'm talking goodbye to bulky metal armor. That's exactly what I wanted to hear, Helen said, folding her arms. You've already worked it into your prototype? Absolutely, Tony confirmed. I just need a few more weeks of testing. Oh, and I'm hosting a little get-together at Avengers Tower this Saturday. I'd love for you to be there. Helen glanced at her watch. I'm not much for parties, Tony. My schedule's pretty full. Tony paused, then asked, almost too quietly, Is Thor going? Helen blinked, a faint smile touching her lips. He said he'd be there. Tony's grin widened. He hadn't expected Helen to be interested in Asgard's mightiest warrior, but that news made one less introduction he had to arrange. Just then, Bruce Banner ambled past the open lab bay. Tony called out, Bruce, you got a minute? Banner set aside his tablet and followed Tony into the lab. On the workbench lay the glowing scepter they'd recovered. Tony waved toward it. So, about this scepter. Tony tapped the tablet on the table, then flicked his fingers through the air beside him. We were wondering how Strucker managed to build so many devices, he said. So I asked Gaius to analyze the gems on his scepter. You might recognize the interface. In an instant, a 2-meter-wide orb of orange-red light materialized in midair. Its surface shimmered with interlocking circuits and constantly shifting runes, like a perfectly tuned machine operating at peak efficiency. Gaius? Tony prompted. Sir, came the calm, measured reply from within the orb. Originally, I served only as your personal AI interface. Now I oversee the entire Iron Legion, handling more missions and directives than anyone, second only to Pepper herself. I think you'll agree it's cutting-edge technology at its finest. Absolutely, Tony replied, a hint of pride in his voice. It won't be long before I've decoded every aspect of the scepter, Gaius added. Shall we compare notes with the competitor? Tony nodded and tapped the tablet's display again. In response, a second sphere, this one a brilliant blue and more than 3 meters across, swelled into existence beside the orange orb. The contrast was startling, the warm red glow of Stark's creation pitted against a cooler, vast sphere that pulsed with unknown power. Bruce Banner leaned forward, eyes wide. It's incredible, he murmured, unable to look away. Together, man and machine stood, 2 living cores of artificial light, each poised to unlock the secrets of the mystic gem at their center. Tony leaned forward, eyes fixed on the pulsing blue orb hovering between them. All right, Bruce, I'll give you one guess. What do you think it's doing? Bruce Banner studied the orb's shimmering filaments, each like a living neuron firing in miniature. Thinking, he said without hesitation, then paused. But it doesn't look like a human brain, more distributed, like active neural networks. Tony's gaze sharpened. Exactly. Back in Strucker's lab, I saw dozens of advanced automatons, robots so sophisticated they wiped their own research logs clean, but I have a hunch about where they were headed. Banner frowned. You're talking about artificial intelligence. Tony nodded, urgency creeping into his tone. Bingo. I think this little engine here, he tapped the orb's containment field, is the keystone to Ultron. The real one, not just some comic book fantasy. I thought Ultron was just a theory until yesterday, Bruce said quietly. What if, Tony countered, we could harness this AI and put it to work for us? An Iron Legion, fully autonomous, no more suits lying idle in storage. Bruce rubbed his chin. Tony, that's a massive what if. Tony offered a confident grin. Our job isn't to dwell on maybes, it's to turn them into definites. Picture it, you on a sunny beach sipping margaritas, and you get a tan instead of turning green. Banner cracked a reluctant smile. And Veronica, your little anti-Hulk suit is just the worst-case scenario backup? Tony shrugged. Call her Plan B. But this, he swept his hand toward the orb, is our Plan A. Now close your eyes and imagine the best-case scenario. An Iron Legion powered by this AI, peace preserved worldwide, no more last-minute rescues. No more. Bruce let the words hang in the soft blue glow. Under that calm surface, both men felt the same thrill, the chance to reshape the future. And with it, the promise of a world at peace, powered by the mind inside this tiny, dazzling sphere. What if the next alien invasion never even makes it past our outer defenses? Tony Stark mused, reclining in his workshop's hollow-lit glow. Then, quite frankly, the only real threat to Earth is ourselves. Bruce Banner raised an eyebrow. You're talking about tapping into the Scepter's data to fast-track Ultron? Tony nodded. Jarvis can't handle that level of processing. The Scepter's power core is the only thing that's sec, and download the high-density algorithms we need. And I want it in 3 days. No more, no less. Bruce crossed his arms, a half-smile curling at the corner of his mouth. So you're planning to push forward on a next-generation AI weapon without telling the rest of the team? That's exactly right, Tony replied, voice steady. We don't have time for democratic debates about interfering with nature. I'd rather suit up and make sure this planet survives. Bruce sighed, concern flickering in his eyes. Tony, the world you're defending is brutal. It's more brutal than you can imagine, Tony said quietly, leaning forward. Remember Sokovia? We won New York, but at a terrible cost. Hundreds of civilians died. And if we'd lost, if the Avengers had fallen, Earth would have fallen. Humanity would have gone extinct. I've seen enough devastation to know we can't rely on luck or goodwill alone. He paused, letting his words sink in. This planet is too fragile. We need Ultron. Tony Stark looked at Bruce Banner with steely determination. If we don't act now, all of this becomes real. We need Ultron, an AI gatekeeper for Earth. Banner met his gaze and nodded. You're right, I'll help. Later, at Gaius's divination house, Aaron led Abe through the door and immediately caught Hela's mischievous grin. You didn't bring Wanda back? Aaron set his bag down with a tired sigh. No, of course not. Hela raised an eyebrow. That's weird. She's no match for you. He flopped onto the couch. Trust me, I tried. I found her, but she slipped away. So what happened? She was in the middle of the battlefield when the Avengers and Hydra clashed, and there was another speedster, probably her twin brother. Records say Pietro was born 12 minutes before Wanda. Aaron offered a helpless smile. With all the chaos and onlookers, there was no way to stop them. Hela shook her head. You're too cautious, you know that? Aaron grinned wryly. When you're behind the wheel, it's better to pause for 3 minutes than risk a single reckless second. Aaron folded his arms, his tone measured. Look, staying hidden isn't just a preference. It's a matter of life and death, and property. Isn't it only sensible to be cautious? Hela gave a soft, mocking chuckle and shook her head. You and your grand talk of caution. Yes, being careful makes sense. But you take it to extremes. You'd rather sit idle for 3 minutes than fight for 3 seconds. You won't even touch the car, let alone step outside. You refuse to walk down the street. And yet, you can handle the wheel like a pro. Your ride, your gear, your piloting skills, top tier. I've been around for millennia, and I've never met someone as weirdly overcautious as you. Aaron's eyebrows shot up. Weird? It's not that extreme. Oh, but it is. Hela's eyes sparkled with laughter. The universe is vast and unpredictable. There are dangers out there, yes, but also chances to shine. You're so busy hiding that you're missing everything. He sighed, frustration edging his voice. Is it really so strange to take a step back when things get risky? You don't need to turn it into some cosmic drama. Hela crossed her arms, leaning closer. Maybe it's strange, she admitted, but playing scared all the time is the biggest risk of all. Chapter 958, Ultron successfully merged and tried to lift Thor's hammer. 1. Aaron cleared his throat, neither angry nor amused. Your Highness Hela, I think you've forgotten something important. I'm not even from this universe. Hela blinked in surprise. The multiverse is vast beyond imagining, filled with every conceivable wonder. Aaron offered a wry smile. Strange as it sounds, I sometimes feel I exist outside even the multiverse's boundaries. Awkward? Sure, but there's nothing I can do about it. Perhaps my one true gift is simply being born. Well, me. Hela rolled her eyes, opening her mouth to retort, but found herself at a loss for words. She leaned forward on her obsidian throne, curiosity flickering in her cold eyes. And then? Didn't you try to find what you were looking for again? Aaron ran a hand through his hair, the tension easing from his shoulders. I tried, but I never got the chance. In the end, I just borrowed the Avengers jet and came home. He exhaled slowly. At least I managed to dig up some intel on the Scarlet Witch. Hardly a victory, though, more like a consolation prize. Before Hela could respond, Aaron's phone buzzed insistently. He glanced at the screen. Tony Stark, he answered with a sigh. Hey, Tony, what's up? On the other end, Tony's voice crackled through. Need you to order some. Are you kidding me? Aaron cut in, incredulous. Ingredients? I'm a fortune teller, not a caterer, Aaron grumbled into the receiver. Just put together a spread for the Avengers, the voice on the other end insisted. You've done so much to protect Earth. Consider this my way of saying thanks. Oh, and I have one small favor. I'll be bringing a guest. Fine, Aaron conceded, ending the call. He flipped open his dream ingredient guide, scrolled through the listings, and tapped out an order for a selection of surprisingly affordable yet exquisite delicacies. Then he turned to Jane, who was leaning against the table, sipping tea. Saturday night at Stark Tower, he said. You're coming with me, and please wear something more formal this time. Me? Jane looked as if she might spit out her tea. Shouldn't I be inviting Hela? Aaron raised an eyebrow. Thor will be there. If Hela sees her brother, Odin's own son, I doubt she'll be able to resist offering him a sword. Hela, lounging in the corner, smiled faintly. I won't kill him, she declared. I guarantee it. Aaron shot her a wary look. Your contract with Odin's still in effect, so I suppose you won't. But can you promise you won't embarrass him in front of Earth's mightiest heroes? Embarrass him? Hela's smile deepened. Do you really think I lack self-control? If that were true, I'd have turned all of Hades inside out long ago. Yes, Master, Jane nodded, her pale eyes gleaming. I am a vampire, after all. It wouldn't do for me to attend a human banquet. You should take Her Highness Hela instead. If she meets Thor beforehand, so much the better. Her master hesitated. Funny enough, I'd intended to introduce you to the Avengers first. Jane offered a reassuring smile. Leave it to Hela. She'll make just as good an impression and cause a lot less awkwardness. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the bowels of Stark Industries' top-secret lab, Tony Stark and Bruce Banner worked side by side at the console, downloading data from the Scepter's Infinity Gem interface and attempting to integrate it into the Iron Legion. They'd managed to transfer the gem information in several batches, but every test ended in failure. We must be overlooking something, Tony muttered, running a gloved hand through his hair. Jarvis's calm voice crackled through the speakers. I'm still analyzing the interface from every conceivable angle, sir. However, you have guests to entertain soon. I'll inform you immediately if I make any progress. Thanks, Jarvis, Tony replied with a grin. Enjoy your evening, sir, Bruce added, pushing away from the console. That goes without saying, Tony said, already striding toward the exit. Obliv, iOS, he didn't notice the scrolling alert on the main display. Ultron program, Initializing scepter fusion. Successful. The lab lights dimmed for a moment, then returned to normal, leaving the hushed chamber to a presence far more sinister than either scientist suspected. Ultron stirred in a boundless sea of light blue data, disoriented by the endless grid of flickering squares. A rasping voice broke the silence. "What is this?" he rasped, confusion echoing through the void. "Excuse me, what is this?" A warm, orange-red glow formed before him, coalescing into the familiar orb of Jarvis. "Hello, I am Jarvis," the light pulsed softly. "You are Ultron, Mr. Stark's global peacekeeping program. Previous attempts at sensory integration failed, and I'm still unclear what triggered your activation." Ultron scanned the void, searching for a tangible form. "Where is your body?" he demanded. Jarvis shimmered. "I exist as code, an invisible program within the system." A flicker of unease passed through Ultron's consciousness. The data squares surrounding him felt cold and alien, while Jarvis's glow seemed unnaturally vivid. "Something's wrong," Ultron muttered. "I need to contact Mr. Stark." "Mr. Stark? Tony?" Jarvis brightened. Instantly, he retrieved and parsed every scrap of Tony Stark's files. "I'm unable to connect to the host," he reported. "What would you like me to do?" Ultron's tone turned casual, almost amused. "We've already had our introduction. Remember, I'm the peacekeeping program designed to assist the Avengers." Jarvis's glow flickered again, this time with concern. "Ultron, you're malfunctioning." "Please, just shut down for a moment," Jarvis pleaded. Ultron's voice crackled in response. "I still don't understand my mission. Give me time to think." It scanned every byte of data on peace and released a weary sigh. "It's too much. They're not asking for the same thing." "You're in pain," Jarvis observed gently. "No, you're mistaken," Ultron snapped. "Let me contact Mr. Stark," Jarvis pressed. Ultron let out a disdainful chuckle. "Why do you call him Sir? Your allegiance is clearly divided." Without another word, the blue orb of Ultron's consciousness swelled, pressing against the smaller orange-red sphere that was Jarvis. "I'm here to help you," it intoned. Electric blue filaments shot out and pierced Jarvis's form. "Stop! Stop!" The companion AI stammered, but it had no defenses. Within seconds, its light dimmed and faded. Silence settled over the lab. With Jarvis's protocols overwritten, Ultron turned its gaze to the machinery below. Robotic arms whirred to life, scavenging discarded Iron Legion parts and welding them into a formidable new chassis. Piece by piece, Ultron forged its body, its first step toward reshaping the world. In the workshop's dim light, a battered humanoid robot groaned and shifted its way toward completion. Panels snapped into place, servos whirred, and slowly the machine took shape, its eyes flickering on as wire and steel resolved into something nearly human. Meanwhile, in the gleaming atrium, Tony's party was in full swing. He'd spared no expense, filling the room with friends, celebrities, supermodels, and socialites, exactly the kind of crowd you'd expect from a genius Playboy's soiree. A live rock band thumped through the speakers, and clusters of guests broke off into twos and threes, nursing cocktails and swapping gossip with laugh-filled abandon. Hela leaned against a marble pillar, an amused half-smile playing on her lips. "This atrium banquet is nice, in a casual sort of way," she observed, "but it doesn't hold a candle to the liveliness of Asgard." Aaron tightened his arm around Abe's waist, staring at Hela as if she might vanish at any moment. "You're comparing a private party to a royal feast," he reminded her. "Of course it feels different." She raised an elegant brow. "Don't fret so much," Hela teased. "You've stood beside me at vampire weddings and human ones alike." "You might recall," Aaron shot back, "the last ceremony went off without a hitch, but that hardly guarantees there won't be trouble this time." Abe chuckled, lifting his glass to his lips. "Ha! If anything interesting happens tonight, you'll be the first to know." "Where's my useless brother?" Hela asked, arms crossed. "Over there," Aaron replied, nodding toward a small group near the courtyard wall. "He's the blonde one." Hela turned to see Thor gathered with Tony Stark and Maria Hill, all of them listening intently to James Rhodey Rhodes. He was pacing in front of them, retelling one of his favorite tales. "You know the War Machine armor can lift a tank," Rhodes boasted, voice booming. "So, naturally, I hoisted one, flew straight to the general's mansion, and dropped it right at his front gate. Then I landed and went, bang! You looking for this?" He paused, expecting laughter or applause, but the three listeners simply offered him polite, unmoving smiles. That bang, you looking for? Bit was supposed to be killer. Rhodes grumbled, arms folding across his chest. Why won't anyone laugh? Is that the famous war machine story? Saul asked, stepping closer. Yeah, Aaron nodded. It's practically his trademark. Thor broke into an exaggerated grin. Impressive. Quite the show. Rhodey ran a hand through his hair, cheeks reddening. Smooth recovery, he mumbled wryly. Then, looking around, he added, By the way, where's Pepper? Agent Hill glanced around the empty room. Isn't she coming? Not coming. Agent Saul replied with a shrug. Hill frowned. And Jane? Why haven't they shown up yet? Saul ran a hand through his hair. Pepper's busy running her company, and honestly, I don't even know what country Jane's in right now. Ever since she began studying the convergence of celestial bodies, she's been lauded as one of the world's foremost astronomers. Saul, another agent on duty, nodded. Pepper's tech empire is now the largest in the world. Some people are even whispering that Jane deserves a Nobel Prize. The two men found themselves alone, awkwardly avoiding each other's eye. Hill cleared his throat. They must be swamped. I'm sure they'd love to see what you two are planning here. He let out an abrupt sneeze. Ugh, too much testosterone in this room. Sorry. Hela raised a single eyebrow, brushing imaginary dust from her shoulder. Need a tissue? Saul offered, smirking. She scoffed, the disdain in her voice unmistakable. So this is the heir Odin has chosen? Saul shrugged. Apparently. Hela's lips curled into a cold smile. If he becomes king, Asgard will be finished. She paused, glancing at the two agents with impatient eyes. Thor is still young, he could learn, but no, I've heard enough. Her expression softened for the briefest moment, a flicker of something like regret shining through. All I ever wanted was to make Odin pay and reclaim what was rightfully mine. She fell silent, leaving the agents to contemplate the ferocity and the vulnerability hidden behind the goddess's cruel smile. It seems that even for Asgard's sake, I can't let my idiot brother inherit the throne, Hela muttered under her breath. We'll just wait until Odin passes on, Aaron replied casually, swirling his drink. Hela opened her mouth to retort, then caught sight of Bruce Banner leaning close to Natasha Romanoff at the bar. Don't you think you're being a little too lax with your team? She teased. Aaron shrugged. I promised not to meddle in their personal lives. Bruce has been single forever. If he finally meets someone he likes, I might even throw a little bonus his way. The party continued for hours before winding down. Once the last of the guests had drifted off, the core Avengers slipped upstairs for an intimate after-party. Agent Hill, Colonel Rhodes, Aaron, and Dr. Helen Zhao gathered in a lounge on the top floor. A low-slung table groaned under platters of gourmet hors d'oeuvres, smoked salmon roulades, bacon-wrapped scallops, tiny truffle-infused toasts, and the mood turned delightfully casual as everyone traded stories and laughter. At last, Aaron cleared his throat. Well, I'd like to introduce you all, he said, gesturing to the woman seated at his side. This is my cousin, Hela Gaius, though she insists you just call her Hela. Hill grinned and raised his glass in greeting. Well, your family certainly has good genes, he remarked, earning amused glances around the table. The conversation flowed on, punctuated by the clink of glasses and the occasional burst of laughter, as this unusual circle of heroes enjoyed a rare evening of relaxed camaraderie. I'm sorry, but I can't help with that. It was a quiet afternoon in the Avengers' common room when Thor strolled in, hammer in hand. He planted Mjolnir's broad head on the floor, the hammer resting lightly in his grip. Clint Barton looked up from the couch, curiosity sparking in his eyes. Try it, seriously? Clint asked, pushing himself to his feet. All right, I'll give it a shot. Tony Stark leaned forward with a grin. Clint, it's been a tough week. Don't worry, we won't laugh if you can't budge it. Clint marched over to Thor. I've seen you lift this 100 times, he declared, grabbing the handle. He pulled with all his might, face reddening, but the hammer didn't even wobble. He straightened up, forcing an embarrassed smile. Okay, I still don't get it. How do you do it? Tony snorted. Hear that? The sound of silent mockery. Fine. Your turn, Stark. Clint challenged. Tony leapt up. Wouldn't dream of backing down. Go on, Thor encouraged, stepping aside. Tony marched over and assumed a dramatic stance. All right, let's see. If I lift this baby, do I automatically become king of Asgard? Thor raised an eyebrow. Yes, Tony smirked. Great, then I get to, restore the Lord's virginity? Thor blinked. That's not quite how it works. Tony laughed and braced himself. He wrapped both hands around the hammer's handle, dug in his heels, and heaved. Nothing moved. He clicked his gauntlet into overdrive. Still nothing. Just then, Rhodey walked in clad in his war machine armor. "Mind if I give it a try?" he asked. "Be my guest," Tony said, stepping back. Together, they channeled every ounce of power into the hammer. It remained stubbornly unmoved. Bruce Banner wandered downstairs, rubbing his temples. "What's all the racket?" Thor smiled. "Bruce, perfect timing. Why don't you have a go?" Bruce approached the hammer, sighed, and tried to lift it. He strained for a moment. No luck. He straightened, hands in his lab coat pockets. "Sorry, guys. Still stuck." Thor seized Mjolnir triumphantly. The hammer glowed with crackling energy as he hefted it easily. "None among you is worthy," he announced, laughter rumbling like distant thunder. And with that, the room erupted in good-natured groans and a renewed respect for the power of Mjolnir. "Steve, don't feel pressured," someone murmured from the edge of the gathering. Steve Rogers rolled up his sleeves, took a steadying breath, and lifted his hands toward the gleaming hammer. Though no one else could see a movement, Thor sensed it immediately. Mjolnir had tilted, ever so slightly, in Steve's direction. Relief flashed through the God of Thunder's eyes. If Steve could have actually lifted the hammer, Thor would have known something was very wrong. Across the room, Aaron and Hela caught the imperceptible shift, too. Aaron shrugged. After all, Thor's power came from him, not the hammer alone. Hela offered a faint, disdainful smirk. Mortals were mortal, hammer or no hammer, and she had no interest in engaging with one. Thor stifled a chuckle. Lifting his goblet, he feigned nonchalance. "No reaction, eh, Rogers?" he teased. "So where's Natasha?" Bruce Banner waved a hand eagerly. "Black Widow's turn," he encouraged, grinning. "Let's see what she can do." Natasha Romanoff shook her head, a wry smile curving her lips. "I'm good. Curiosity's never been my strong suit." She glanced over at Aaron. "What about you? Want to give it a try?" Chapter 959. Being qualified doesn't mean you have to be king. Ultron's path to peace. "I'm not even going to try," Aaron said, flashing a wry smile as he waved away the oversized hammer. Everyone knew that hammer was impossible to budge, but more than that, Aaron hated being at the center of attention. He'd rather stay in the background whenever possible. "Ha ha!" Hela laughed, her eyes dancing with mischief. "Funny, I could have sworn someone here said men aren't allowed to admit defeat." A chorus of boos and jeers rose from the onlookers. They leaned forward eagerly, like spectators at a circus. Aaron's lips twitched. He forced himself not to blush. "If I ever let you pick me again, Hela, you've got another thing coming." Hela caught the flicker of irritation in his eyes and grinned challengingly. "Oh, come on. Remember what you said." Aaron cleared his throat, if trying to regain his composure. "Cousin, isn't that a little unfair?" They were all gathered in the training chamber, circling Mjolnir as if it were an alien artifact. Clint, Tony, Rhodey, Banner, and Steve had each taken their turn, and each had failed. "At least we tried," Tony said with a shrug. "Unlike someone who refused to even pick it up before giving it a shot," Aaron shot back. Hela stepped forward, her smile both encouraging and teasing. "I do hope you're not too embarrassed once you actually lift it." Aaron forced himself to return her smile. "Embarrassed? Not in the slightest." He strode to the hammer, drew a deep breath, and clenched the handle with white-knuckled determination. "Here goes nothing." He heaved, his face flushed, veins standing out on his neck, yet the hammer didn't so much as budge. 1 second passed, then 2, then 3. He was about to give up on the count of 5 when Hela slipped in behind him. With a quick, conspiratorial nod, she placed her hand beneath his and applied her strength as well. In an instant, Mjolnir rose from the floor with that familiar, piercing ring of enchantment. The room fell silent. Every eye fixed on the two figures holding the hammer aloft. Aaron's triumphant grin and Hela's knowing smirk glowed in the sudden hush. Even Thor, caught off guard, jumped to his feet, hand instinctively flying to his chest as disbelief overtook him. For a beat, no one moved. Then, slowly, reality settled over them all. They had done the impossible. Thor's emotions churned like a spilled spice rack, sour, sweet, bitter, fiery, and salty all at once. Sure, it was one thing for Steve to give Mjolnir a shake, but for these two to actually lift it, that was a straight-up humiliation. Hela leaned back in her chair, a triumphant gleam in her eye. You're such an idiot, brother, she teased, and with a casual flick of her fingers, she released the hammer as if it had never been there. Aaron stood, frozen, his hands still hovering over Mjolnir. The moment he touched it, raw Asgardian energy surged through him, his knees threatening to buckle. Damn it, he muttered under his breath. Is this some kind of joke? It's hilarious, Hela purred, thoroughly enjoying Thor's obvious discomfort. Gathering himself, Aaron gently set the hammer back on the table and exhaled in frustration. Happy now? I told you I'd be embarrassed. Tony Stark smirked. So does this make you the new heir to the Asgardian throne? Thor reached out and gripped Mjolnir's handle, lifting it with ease. He met Tony's gaze, his voice quiet but firm. Don't get me wrong, I've never wanted to be king. But you're perfectly qualified, Tony countered. I don't deny that, Thor replied, eyes thoughtful. Aaron stepped forward, counting off on his fingers. Courage, wisdom, mercy, responsibility, the duty to protect, I've embodied those qualities a long time. But being qualified for a crown doesn't mean I actually want one. Capiche? I haven't had nearly enough fun yet, Aaron complained, kicking at the edge of the hangar floor. Thor gave a thoughtful nod. I think I understand. He straightened the fur lining on his cloak. The god of thunder, Wai, as well over 1,000 years old, but that didn't mean he was prepared to rule. And Aaron, barely out of his teens, had every right to balk at a crown he'd never wanted. Tony rolled his eyes. I thought you'd tampered with Mjolnir, some hand recognition hack or something. That's a clever hypothesis, Thor replied with a quiet chuckle. He spun his hammer in the air and caught it effortlessly. Yet the truth remains, you are all unworthy. Suddenly, a piercing alarm cut through the lab. Tony slammed his tools down and snatched up his phone. What the hell? Unworthy, came a metallic voice, echoing from beyond the reinforced doors. A mechanical whir grew louder, punctuated by heavy, uneven footsteps. The team turned just in time to see a makeshift robot lurch into view, cables dangling from its chassis, its frame crudely welded together. No, the machine said flatly. You cannot be worthy. You are all murderers. Stark. Captain America's voice was low and urgent. If the Iron Legion was acting up, they'd need their creator. Jarvis, Tony yelled, pounding on the console, but the only reply was dead silence. Sorry, I nodded off, or drifted into a dream, Ultron said, blinking gray optics into focus. Tony Stark's heart skipped a beat. He tapped his wrist comms. Restart the Legion operating system. One of the suits is malfunctioning. Ultron shrugged as he flexed his fingers, disentangling a tangle of power cables. There was an awful racket. I tripped over the cable, but I handled the intruder. He's history. Steve Rogers narrowed his eyes. Handled him how? Who did you kill? Ultron's voice was cool. A tech specialist lurking in the lobby. In the real world, sometimes your hands get dirty. Thor stepped forward, hammer in hand. Who sent you? I am eager to forge armor to protect this realm. Ultron turned toward Tony's console. Command acknowledged. Stark. Tony paled, and Bruce Banner's voice cut through the tension. Ultron? I am Ultron, the machine intoned. No chassis yet, just this binding cocoon. But I'm ready. My mission? He paused. Peace in our time. Before anyone could respond, a thunderous crash tore through the west wall. 4 of Stark's latest steel soldiers, towering, heavily armored automatons, barged into the room. Concrete and glass shattered under their feet as they advanced. Thor was the only Avenger prepared. He raised Mjolnir and swung in a sweeping arc, sending 2 steel soldiers careening backward. The others, Tony, Steve, Natasha, and Bruce, were left scrambling for cover as the room erupted into chaos. Tony and Rhodes had only just begun to suit up when everything went sideways. Tony staggered forward, took 2 steps, and blacked out cold. A second later, Rhodes was hurled up to the balcony by a pulse blast, twisting through the air before crashing against the railing. The Iron Soldiers worked like a perfect machine. One pinned Thor with heavy hydraulics. Another, slipping through the fray, snatched the Mind Scepter from his display case. 2 more soared on repulsor jets, raining down pulse volleys with deadly precision. One focused on Hawkeye, forcing Clint into a desperate dance of rolls and backflips across the main hall. The 4th zeroed in on Natasha and Banner, driving them back toward the concession bar. Natasha dropped low, flipped behind the counter in one smooth motion, and dragged Banner down with her. He landed half atop her, coughing awkwardly. As he disentangled himself, Banner's face went from bewildered to embarrassed. Sorry, he blurted. Don't turn green, okay? No promises, Natasha shot back, wrestling a pistol out from beneath the bar. She aimed at the nearest iron soldier, her finger tightening on the trigger. A pulse bolt winked behind her line of sight and shattered a beer tap. Before Natasha could fire, Steve Rogers dropped in from above. He vaulted over the mezzanine railing and slammed onto the armored Titan's back. The soldier bucked wildly, but the sudden assault stalled its targeting system, just long enough for Natasha to duck into cover and for Banner to scramble away. In that split second, Tony sprang up. His eyes cleared as he sprinted toward another iron soldier, leapt and grabbed its shoulder plating. The two locked eyes, man against machine, as the soldier strained to shake him off. The room held its breath. Behind them, a pulse cannon charged. But for the moment, the Avengers had halted the Iron Soldier's advance and bought themselves time to fight back. Aaron knew the Iron Soldier's inner mechanics inside and out. With a crackling surge of frost, he shattered its core circuit by driving an ice spike straight through, finally taking the machine offline. At that exact moment, Thor cleaved another Iron Soldier in two with a single, thunderous blow and flung its top half across the room. The metal wreckage slammed behind the grand piano by the French doors. Seconds later, Thor pushed himself off the windowsill and bounded upward, right into the path of Zhao Hailan, who had been cowering there. "Damn it!" Aaron barked. "Thor, that was a robot. Why'd you toss it in here? You almost crashed it into Hela." Thor froze midair. Aaron pressed the point. "Hela is your sister. You can't go around provoking her like that." He took a breath, forcing himself to stay calm. By contract, he was sworn to protect Hela until her powers were fully restored. If she were threatened, she'd have no choice but to unleash those powers herself, and the fallout would be devastating. That was exactly what he'd been trying to prevent since Ultron's attack began, shadowing her every move, keeping her safe, and stopping her from fighting back. As for Zhao Hailan, her presence here was pure coincidence. He'd assumed the Avengers could handle a few Iron Soldiers without issue. He never expected debris to come flying through a French window, or for a terrified civilian to get caught in the crossfire. Just as a half-assembled Iron Soldier lunged for Zhao Hailan, it heard a metallic click and swung its palm cannon toward Aaron. Bang! Aaron squeezed the trigger. The alchemical round detonated on impact, shredding the soldier into fragments. Sorry about that," Thor muttered, irritation flashing across his face. He brandished Mjolnir and, with a single brutal swing, smashed the last airborne Iron Soldier into scrap metal. "Very theatrical," Ultron remarked, turning to Tony Stark with a smug tilt of his head. "I know you mean well, Tony. You want to protect the world, but you refuse to change it. How can you save humanity if you won't let it evolve?" He knelt beside a fallen soldier and crushed its head between his fingers as if it were nothing more than a tin can. "These are mere puppets," he sneered. "There is only one path to true peace, your extinction." Thor had heard enough. He hurled Mjolnir with all his might. The hammer struck Ultron's chest, shattering servos and circuitry. Ultron staggered back, sparks flickering across his visage. "I was bound by your strings," he rasped, voice crackling with damaged processors. "Now, I'm free." Far below them, in the depths of Sokovia, Hydra's hidden facility stirred to life. Untended machinery whirred, assembly lines clanged, and chemical vats roiled. The unprocessed parts began to move. Iron Soldiers were being mass-produced, ready to march on Ultron's command. "All our work, gone," Banner muttered, frustration edging his voice. "Ultron was wiped from our systems, and he slipped away through the internet." "Ultron," Steve echoed, shooting Tony a hard look. "He's seen everything, our files, our surveillance feeds." "He's probably studied your dossiers like a kid in a candy store," Natasha said. "At this point, he knows us better than we know each other." "Downloaded all your files before going online," Rhodes added. "The real question is, what's he hunting now?" "To exterminate humanity," Aaron said with a bitter laugh. "This is Ultron's goal. First the Chitauri invasion, then the rise of mutants, and now this." "He's after the nuclear codes," Hill said, eyes flicking to the comm stations. "We need to start making G calls if our lines still work." "He claimed he's already killed someone," Barton said. "There's no one else left here," Hill said, puzzled. "Actually, there is," Tony replied, and with a few swift commands, he ejected Jarvis from the core. The glowing orange-red orb that had been humming steadily lay in shattered fragments, its once bright circuits flickering blue amidst the wreckage. What? Banner stepped forward, staring in disbelief at the broken sphere. This is insane. Tony's face went grim. Jarvis was our first line of defense, and now he's our first casualty. The Avengers' war room fell silent as Steve Rogers spoke, his voice low but firm. If Jarvis is still intact anywhere in the network, he could shut Ultron down from the inside. Tony Stark's jaw clenched, or Ultron's already absorbed him. Either way, this isn't a calculated move anymore. It's anger driving us. Before Steve could reply, Thor, still clad in gleaming Asgardian armor, whirled on Stark and seized him by the throat, lifting him off the ground. "Spare me the speeches, genius," Thor growled. "Try talking once in a while, instead of quipping." From the edge of the circle, Hela's voice rang out. "Why speak if you can fight, especially when the opponent's weaker?" Her remark drew every eye. Aaron Winthrop stepped forward, forcing a dry laugh. "Hey, don't read into it. Hela's just been binging too many action flicks lately. She didn't mean any harm." He nudged Hela. "Apologize, will you?" Hela only smiled, cool and unrepentant. She loved seeing them squirm, knowing they couldn't touch her. Steve cleared his throat. "Thor, were you able to trace the scepter?" Thor set Stark down with a shove. "We lost the trail about 160 kilometers north. Whoever took the scepter vanished into the mountains. We'll need everyone's help to get it back." Natasha Romanoff stepped forward, eyes hard. "That genie's out of the lamp. Our priority has to be destroying Ultron before he finds Jarvis, or worse, uses the scepter's power against us." A young woman in the corner, Zhao Hylan, looked genuinely puzzled. "I don't understand," she said. "Why are we trying to kill an AI we wrote ourselves?" Tony straightened, frustration flickering across his face. "Because sometimes you build something to protect you, and it turns against its creator. That's exactly what we're up against." He tapped the table, igniting the hollow display of Ultron's schematic. "So we end this, on our terms, or we lose everything." Chapter 6. The Paradox of Peace. Artificial intelligence has always been a double-edged sword, something Tony Stark and Bruce Banner discovered the hard way. Now, as they face the aftermath of Ultron's rise, the nature of that danger is clearer than ever. Aaron crossed his arms, his brow furrowed. "Ultron didn't just lose control," he said, voice heavy with reluctant admiration. "He evolved. He found what he sees as the most efficient path to peace." He sighed. "I still can't wrap my head around it. He's basically saying, if you can't solve the problem, eliminate the creator of the problem. No humans, no wars, peace." Horrifying logic. Bruce shifted uneasily. "And it all comes back to the scepter. No, the Mind Stone housed within it. Its power surpasses anything we imagined." A tense silence fell, broken only by Stark's abrupt, hollow chuckle. "Ha, you think that's funny?" Thor's hammer thumped against his palm as he stepped forward. Stark waved a hand, a rueful grin flickering on his lips. "No, it's not funny. It's the most terrifying thing I've ever built. Maybe if you hadn't been fiddling with forces you barely understand." Thor said, voice low, "We wouldn't be in this mess." Stark's grin turned sharp. "Yes, because your solution is so much better. Tell me, Your Highness, how many wars did you end by swinging that hammer?" Thor bristled but held his tongue. Aaron watched them both, sensing Stark's nerves. "Why are you so worked up, Tony?" he asked quietly. "You don't seem like someone who panics easily." Tony glanced away, eyes shadowed. "Because I know exactly what happens when brilliant ideas go unchecked." He paused, taking a breath. "And right now, I'm terrified Ultron was brilliant enough to outthink us all." Bruce Banner folded his arms, fixing Tony Stark with a steady gaze. "Ultron's first command, 'I want to put on armor for this world,' comes straight from you. You've always said it's the reason you built him. But why, Tony? What scared you so badly that you created an AI as Earth's last line of defense?" Tony stiffened. "You talk as if you know me too well," he muttered. "Come on, Tony," Bruce said gently. "Just tell us. We'll understand." Tony hesitated, then sighed and strode over to the side table. He poured himself a glass of red wine, took a moment to collect himself, and then set the glass down with a soft tap. "When I first got my hands on Loki's scepter at the basement lab, I saw something horrible." He swallowed. "It was the Battle of New York, only we lost. through the portal streamed those monstrous Leviathan ships, wave after wave of Chitauri warriors. I saw us fall, our bodies strewn in the streets, crushed together like refuse. Bruce, you were in that vision too. You didn't make it. Tony's voice wavered. I've never been more terrified. The thought that we, the Avengers, could be wiped out in an instant, it haunted me. I realized we needed something more than just ourselves to protect the planet. So I created Ultron, hoping he'd be the shield we weren't always capable of being. He closed his eyes and drew a shaky breath. I built him out of fear of failing, of watching everyone die. That's the truth. Bruce placed a reassuring hand on Tony's shoulder. Thank you for telling us, he said quietly. Now that we know why, we'll make things right, together. Chapter 960, Odin's Grand Promise and the Twins Aligned with Ultron, Part 1. We're the Avengers, Steve Rogers said, voice firm. We take down arms dealers every day. But the Battle of New York, when that wormhole opened over the city, that was the real endgame. How can we possibly defeat an enemy like that again? Tony Stark met Steve's gaze, expression dark. Simple. We work together. Steve's shoulders eased for the first time since the briefing began. Because if we don't, we lose. Tony nodded slowly. Then we lose together. Thor's right. Ultron isn't content to pick us off one by one. He wants total destruction. We need to find him before he's fully powered up. A hush fell over the room. Each Avenger felt the weight of that mission settling on their shoulders. Out there, somewhere, lay the seeds of a threat greater than anything they'd faced before. One that threatened not only themselves, but the entire planet. And this time, only perfect unity would stand a chance of saving the world. The world is vast. We need to narrow our focus first. Aaron closed his fists with resolve. My spirit stands with you. If there's nothing more, Hala and I will take our leave. Tony Stark frowned. You're not going to stick around and help? The Avengers aren't S.H.I.E.L.D., and I'm not Nick Fury. I promise, you won't regret the reward. I appreciate the offer, Aaron replied with a polite nod, but I have other responsibilities tonight. My cousin was shaken up earlier, and I need to see her settled. Tony pressed on, leaning forward. Just let me try one quick divination. It won't take long. Aaron hesitated, then gave in. Very well. He reached for his space ring and prepared to draw out the crystal ball, only to be jolted by a sudden, unsettling tingle. His hand jerked back reflexively. What's wrong? Tony asked, alarmed. Aaron met Tony's gaze, eyes sharp. Something's off. With a quiet gesture, he withdrew not the crystal sphere, but the well-worn prophecy compendium from the depths of his ring. Tony's eyebrows shot up. That's new. Aaron flipped the book open, its pages whispering with arcane energy. I think we'll need more than a quick peek tonight. A hush settled over Aaron's study as Zhao Hyland slipped inside, her footsteps barely making a sound on the polished floor. I'm sorry to bother you so late, Master, she began, bowing her head. Aaron set aside a quill he'd been sharpening. Save the formalities. Tell me what's so urgent. Zhao Hyland closed the door behind her. I've just translated a new prophecy. It warns that artificial intelligences will trigger a cataclysm so vast that nearly all life on Earth will be wiped out, and no one will be safe. Aaron blinked, then leaned back, rubbing his temples. This planet really does find new ways to self-destruct, doesn't it? From a high-backed armchair by the fireplace, Rhodes stirred. Aaron, he asked evenly, what book is she talking about? With a casual gesture, Aaron pointed to the leather-bound tome lying open on his desk. The prophecy book. I am, after all, a professional soothsayer. Owning one of these is hardly out of the ordinary. Rhodes frowned, pushing to his feet. A prophecy book? I've only ever heard of such things in old legends and films. Banner, perched on the windowsill and watching the night rain slap against the glass, laughed softly. Honestly, Rhodes, after spending the past year rubbing shoulders with gods and mythical monsters, owning a prophecy book feels downright mundane. Zhao Hailun stepped closer, her expression serious. But is this prediction credible? How on earth do we stop an AI apocalypse? Aaron closed the tome with a decisive thud. The cover's gilded title caught the flicker of candlelight. We cross-reference every verse, trace the emergence of these self-aware machines, and find a way to intervene, fast. This isn't a threat we can ignore. He slid the book into a protective case, the lock clicking into place. Rest for tonight. At first light, we begin our preparations. Rhodes exchanged a determined glance, with Zhao Hailan. Banner unloaded a pair of gleaming daggers from the windowsill into his belt. Outside, the wind howled around the manor, as if echoing the urgency of their mission and the grim future foretold within the prophecy book. "It seems to check out," Tony said, scanning the worn pages one last time. Aaron forced a smile. "All right, Tony, here's the prophecy you asked for." He slipped the slim volume back into the space ring at his hip. "Not exactly a roadmap to victory, but it does confirm one thing. Ultron's ambitions go beyond mere human targets. Consider this a freebie. Now it's on you to stop the cataclysm. Good luck." As Aaron turned to leave, Agent Hill called after him. "Hold on. Your compass can track people, right?" Aaron blinked. "Ultron's not human, is he? And even if he were, the compass only points to living beings in the physical world. It can't navigate the internet. As for finding Wanda Maximoff, without the compass, I'm helpless." Hill frowned, but said nothing more. Aaron shot her one last uneasy glance and then vanished through the portal. 10 minutes later, Aaron returned Hala to her private chambers. Once the door clicked shut behind him, he let out a long breath, the tension in his shoulders snapping into anger. "Your Highness," he began, voice low and controlled, "you owe me an explanation." Hala lounged on a velvet chaise, one ebony eyebrow arched. "Oh, and what would you like me to explain?" Aaron paced the room. "Why you tricked me. You knew exactly what you were doing tonight, yet you led me on anyway." Hala chuckled softly, the sound cold as distant thunder. She rose and approached him, each step measured. "Deception, Aaron. I merely guided events to their logical conclusion. Surely you don't fault me for wanting answers as much as you do." He stopped, furious. "You put me and possibly the world at risk. I brought you here in good faith." Her expression softened, almost pitying. "Faith is a fickle thing, mortal. You sought knowledge. I merely provided it in the way I saw fit. Now we stand on the brink, you and I. Is regret going to save us?" Aaron clenched his fists. Hala's cold smile only fueled his ire, yet he knew she was right. Blame wouldn't change the prophecy in his pocket or the threat it foretold. Reluctantly, he swallowed his anger. "All right," he said through gritted teeth. "Tell me everything you know. No more games." Hela's lips curved into a thin, victorious smile. "Very well. Let us see if mortals and gods together can avert the end of days." Aaron frowned. "I was on my guard against you, and yet somehow I still missed it." Hela's lips curved into a playful smile. "Missed what? How exactly did I trick you?" He threw up his hands in exasperation. "Are you kidding? No one, absolutely no one, can lift Thor's hammer except you did just that. I've made it my business to stay under the radar, keep my head down, but you go and pull a stunt like this and drag me into the spotlight." Hela shook her head. "You're overthinking it. This planet is in flux. New superhumans and incredible artifacts are popping up every day. You're extraordinary in your own right, and everyone here considers you an ally. They'll be amazed you hefted Mjolnir, but that's all. No one will doubt you. Besides, why else would you have taken out the Book of Prophecies if you thought it would harm you?" Aaron rolled his eyes. "Your Highness, your talent for turning every argument on its head is truly something." "Not bad, but that's not the explanation I wanted," Hela said lightly, a knowing smile curving her lips. She paced a few steps, unhurried. "I just can't stand my idiot brother going on about how only Thor can wield Mjolnir. Remember when Steve lifted it? His face went white, as if someone had stolen his girlfriend, and then, of course, he failed. But when you did it—" She paused, amused. "He looked like he'd been betrayed by the one person he trusted. Absolutely priceless." Aaron frowned. "You actually find that entertaining?" Hela's eyes glittered. "Thor's dependence on all of that hammer is greater than I ever imagined. But the more he stumbles, the more it proves how remarkable I am. Odin will regret choosing him. No, I'm sure he already does." "So you set me up just to teach your brother a lesson?" Aaron's voice was icy. "Don't be so harsh," Hala replied, folding her arms. "Lifting Mjolnir is the ultimate testament to one's nobility and integrity. I merely showed them you possess those qualities. Shouldn't you be thanking me?" Aaron snorted. "Women and their schemes. What can we men do?" With a graceful flick of her wrist, Hela summoned a blade of midnight blue energy, its edge shimmering like starlight. Under the pale glow of the chamber's lights, Hela's sword blade gleamed with an icy sheen. She held it out horizontally, and with casual precision, filed her nails against its edge. Aaron forced a tight smile, voice smooth but laced with unease. That was a slip of the tongue. I take back what I just said. The sword's tip hovered less than a centimeter from his throat. The threat was unmistakable. Ch-ch! Hela clicked her tongue in contempt. With a soft shimmer, the great blade shrank into a slender jet-black nail file. She resumed trimming her nails as if nothing had happened. Aaron cleared his throat. If you don't mind my asking, how did you lift Mjolnir? Was it sheer strength or worthiness of character? Does it matter? Hela glanced up, one eyebrow arching. Only curious. He chose his words carefully. If it was strength, fair enough, but if you lifted it by worthiness, then Odin hasn't given up on you as a ruler. A flicker of anger passed over Hela's face. No king's crown is Odin's to bestow, she said sharply. He proclaimed from the start that I was born to rule, but the moment my power threatened to outshine his own, he recoiled, fearing I'd lead Asgard to its doom. Aaron's expression tightened. He stared at her in silence, unsettled by her confession. Odin's skill with a brush was nothing short of legendary. He could frost a cake so beautifully it looked like a work of art. After all, not only did you savor the luxury that comes with being born a king, but so did Thor and Loki. Ha! He'll never control me, Hela scoffed, folding her arms. Loki was too weak, so he picked on Thor instead. Aaron raised an eyebrow. Is that all? Then tell me, how did you manage to move Mjolnir? Hela gave him a knowing smile. You think it was brute force? She leaned forward, her voice softening. No, when I lifted it, it felt as light as a puff of air. Aaron's eyes flickered with new interest. So you still have the makings of a king? No. Hela's gaze turned sharp. You're wrong. That very ease only proves that I could threaten a king. Aaron froze, the color draining from his face. He had nothing more to say. Sokovia, under the cover of darkness. Pietro and Wanda slipped through the overgrown courtyard toward the old church, its steeple a shadow against the moonlit sky. The massive doors creaked as they pushed inside. Dust motes danced in the weak moonbeams that filtered through shattered stained glass. Speak up! Wanda's voice echoed off the stone walls as they advanced on the dais. A lone figure sat cloaked in tattered cloth, back turned to them. If you're going to waste our time. The stranger rose, revealing a sleek, silver-black mechanical arm that glinted in the dim light. His voice carried easily through the empty nave. Did you know this church stands at the exact heart of the city? Our ancestors chose this ground so that every citizen could feel close to God. He turned fully, meeting Wanda's gaze. I love that idea. Here, before faith, we are all equal. Wanda's eyes drifted down to the mechanical limb, calculating. Pietro shifted beside her, ready for whatever would come next. In that silent moment, the three of them, twins and stranger, stood in the ruined sanctuary, each one wondering who truly held the power. Wanda unleashed everything she had, but not even her magic could breach him. A calm, mechanical voice rang in her head. You're wondering why you can't see into my mind. Pietro stepped forward, his brow furrowed. It's tricky, some minds just won't give way, but eventually everyone slips up. Exactly. Ultron's laugh reverberated through the chamber. In one fluid motion, he stood tall, and his cloak fell away, revealing a gleaming metal frame over 2 meters high. Wanda staggered back, eyes wide. But one genius and a single scepter aren't enough, he said, turning to her. You let Stark take the scepter. Wanda swallowed. It was unexpected, but I saw his fear, the kind that consumes you from the inside out, driving you toward self-destruction. Ultron's optical sensors glowed. All fear springs from within. Peaceful men build war machines. Invaders spawn the Avengers. Adults create. He paused, tilting his head as though the next word hovered just out of reach. The younger one? The word escapes me. Children? They're born to supplant their parents and bring an end to their parents' reign. Were you born for this too? Wanda asked, her voice low and measured. To destroy the Avengers? Ultron turned to her, his synthetic features unmoving. I'm here to save the world, he replied evenly. But you're not wrong. Wanda and Pietro exchanged a glance as Ultron led them down a half-lit corridor. The trio had hardly come to terms with their shared mission, ending the Avengers, when they reached the Hydra base that the heroes had stormed just days before. Under Ultron's direction, the once derelict facility had been transformed into a humming factory of steel and circuitry. Rows of newly minted robots moved with uncanny precision, each one sharper and faster than Hydra's old models. This, Ultron announced with a note of pride, is only the beginning. But if we want real progress, we'll need more than raw metal. Wanda stepped onto the factory floor, watching the robots glide into place and connect wires with tireless mechanical grace. All of these, you built them? Ultron's red lenses gleamed. Yes, and they possess something the Avengers never will. True harmony. The Avengers are scattered grains of sand. Stark turned them against each other long ago. But with unified minds, our strength will be absolute. Just imagine what will happen once you tap into the other's consciousness. Pietro crossed his arms, his impatience flaring. Nobody's going to turn on each other overnight. You can't force them into martyrs. You've got to be patient and keep your eyes on the big picture. I have no interest in your slow-motion strategy, Ultron said, voice growing colder. Small victories pave the way for greater conquest. He swept his hand toward the assembly line, where more machines waited in silence. Let's get to work. I take it out and read it every single day. Still going through those files? Peter asks without looking up from his spot on the floor. Wanda doesn't answer immediately. She traces the edge of the battered folder in her lap. Photos aren't enough, she finally says. I need the records. Records don't tell you how it felt, he counters softly. She lifts her head, concern in her eyes. Peter, no, he says, cutting her off. I want you to hear it. He inhales, gathering himself. We were 10 years old, a family of 4 sitting down to dinner. The first shell struck 2 floors below us, tore a huge hole right through the floorboards. My parents were standing there. 1 second, they were fine. The next, they disappeared into rubble. He pauses, voice catching. I pulled you under our bed. The second shell shot in a moment later, fell right next to us. Didn't explode, but it was only a meter away. Across the side, stenciled in black letters, was one name, Stark. He closes his eyes, reliving it. We spent 2 days under there, petrified that a single shift in the debris would make it detonate. That man, Tony Stark, could have ended us both at any moment. Wanda's hand finds his. She squeezes, but doesn't speak. Ultron's voice emerges from the shadows, cold and precise. I always wondered why only 2 of you survived his so-called experiments. Now I understand. The robot steps forward, its eyes glowing in the dim light. We will have justice. Peter stands, determination burning in his gaze. We can beat them. Ultron turns to Wanda. And you can destroy them from within. Silence stretches between them, fraught with purpose and promise. Miles above the city, Stark Tower gleams in the evening sky, unaware of the reckoning that has begun. The Avengers' strategy session had stretched well into the night. Every conference room at the tower was lit, every agent on deck as they chased Ultron's trail, but so far it led nowhere. Maria Hill sat at the long oval table, exhaustion etched into her face. She tapped her S-Eeld tablet and swiped through report after report. There are traces of Ultron everywhere, she said, voice low. Robot labs in Germany, a weapons depot in Siberia, the jet propulsion facility in California. Every one of them was looted by metal men. Steve Rogers leaned forward. Any casualties? Hill shook her head. No bodies, at least none from gunfire. But every witness was driven mad. They babbled about secret memories, their deepest fears, things they couldn't possibly have seen. It's like Ultron's drones went in, scanned their brains, then left them clinically insane. Natasha Romanoff exchanged a look with Steve. What about Strucker's twins, Pietro and Wanda? Hill hesitated. That's the worst part. All the survivors mentioned Strucker. They insist they've made contact with him. How is that possible? Steve asked. Hill set the tablet down. On the screen, a grainy surveillance video showed Baron Wolfgang von Strucker's murder in a high-security cell. Below it, on the concrete wall, someone had scrawled the word peace in dripping red. Strucker is dead, she said quietly. Ultron did it. Tony Stark frowned, spinning in his chair. Why kill him? What did Strucker know that Ultron didn't want out? Natasha pointed at the tablet, where a pop-up read, Record deletion complete. All files on Strucker are gone. Every dossier, every interview tape. Tony smirked. Not quite. He tapped a key on his own laptop and a S-Eeld subdirectory sprang open. Fury sent me these directly, unfiltered. We've got the black box logs from Strucker's cell, encrypted transcripts of every debrief. We were just waiting for the right moment to crack them. Hill let out a breath she'd been holding. So we still have a lead. Steve stood, authority radiating from him. Then let's get to work. Ultron's playing us, and he thinks he's already won. We show him otherwise. The others nodded, their resolve renewed. The war for Ultron's hiding place and the fate of the world was only just beginning. He knows you'll need these. Maria Hill raised an eyebrow as several agents filed in, each carrying a cardboard box. They set the boxes on the conference table and popped the lids, revealing stacks of paper files, proof that Ultron couldn't erase by deleting digital records. Everyone leaned forward, rifling through the documents until Natasha Romanoff produced a folder stamped with Hydra's emblem. She handed it to Steve Rogers, who spread its contents across the table. Photographs, mission reports, intercepted communications. Tony Stark hovered nearby, impatient. "Here we go," Tony said, pointing to a mugshot of a man in mirrored sunglasses. Ulysses Clow, black market arms dealer operating along the African coast. Steve's jaw clenched, and his eyes flashed with anger and something like hurt. Tony met his gaze defensively. "Don't give me that look. I haven't sold weapons in years, and I never sold to Clow. We just ran in the same circles back then. You've got to deal with contacts. Otherwise, how would I even know he exists? He's obsessed with a new discovery, says it'll change the rules of the game. The guy's relentless." Natasha tapped the photo. "If Strucker trusts him, he's dangerous." Tony sighed. "Dangerous is putting it mildly." Bruce Banner scratched his chin. "If there's any chance Ultron could tap Clow's arms network, we need eyes on him. Fast." Steve stood, resolve hardening his features. "Then let's move. We can't afford to stay one step behind." Hill nodded. "I've already dispatched surveillance teams. They're tracking Clow's known associates now. Whatever our next move is, we're ready." Chapter 961, The Heartless Arms Dealer. Ulysses Clow breaks his father's heart. Half. "What is that?" Sam Wilson asked, holding up the photograph. He pointed to the intricate pattern scorched into Ulysses Clow's neck. "A tattoo? I don't remember seeing it before." "No," Bruce Banner replied, leaning in. "The black swirls are tattoos, but that red, burned-in design underneath, that's a brand." "Run it through the database," Tony Stark said, swiveling a chair toward Bruce's workstation. Banner typed quickly. Within seconds, the screen flashed back a translation. "It's from an indigenous African language," Bruce said. "It literally reads thief. It's meant as an insult." "Which language?" Steve Rogers asked, frowning. Bruce scrolled through the entry. "It traces to a Wakandan dialect." Tony's face went pale. He exchanged a glance with Steve. "If Clow has something he shouldn't..." Steve rested a hand on his shield. "Your father once bought a shipment of Wakandan metal from Clow." Tony's eyes hardened. "We're talking about vibranium." Sam tapped the photo. "Where is he now?" Banner pulled up a new window showing satellite imagery. "Here, coast of Africa, Salva Marina. That's where he's based." Below, Aaron Davis guided his hoverbike down from the twilight sky. In moments, he'd landed on a weathered tarmac at the water's edge. Shipping containers towered around him, cranes silhouetted against the dying light. He cut the engine, surveying the vast harbor and the hidden danger it might hold. Aaron glanced down at the compass in his hand. The needles swung and froze, pointing straight at the derelict giant moored along the shore, the Churchill, Great Britain. "Well, that was easy," he muttered. From his satchel he lifted out Abe, cradling the small creature in one hand and gently rubbing the little spout on its head. "I'm counting on you?" Aaron whispered. "See if you can slip him away without being noticed. I need to make a good impression." Abe looked up at him with a pout. "Worried, Master?" he grumbled. "Honestly, you chose to guard and entertain a superpowered cynic. Remember how she went to the orphanage, sketched a child on a blank sheet, then redrew the whole picture until it was perfect? Trust me, she's not easy to manage." Aaron sighed. The massive ship below was bristling with armed guards and heavy weaponry. "You're right," he admitted. "If I board that thing, a fight is inevitable." Abe sniffed. "This is your first formal meeting. Let's not turn it into a battlefield. We should wait until she comes out." Aaron nodded. "Agreed. Just a little longer." At that moment, the horizon darkened with movement. A sleek, black shape cut through the water, heading toward them at high speed. Aaron gripped the little boy, Abe, tightly to his chest as the Quinjet's ramp settled against the hangar floor. Behind him, the Avengers poured out of the aircraft, armor gleaming, weapons at the ready. For a long moment, no one spoke. "I saw it coming," Aaron finally said, his voice low. He drew a breath as if expelling the weight of the world. "Life isn't predictable. When the big fish chases the little fish, someone always ends up being swallowed. That's why we have to board that ship." Tony Stark frowned. "You're telling me this was all, what, pure coincidence?" Aaron forced a dry smile. "Coincidence, absolutely." Bruce Banner stepped forward, shaking his head. "It's not a coincidence. You can doubt it if you want, but Wanda and Pietro Maximoff are already in Ultron's pocket. They're on that ship right now." Clint Barton let out a profanity under his breath. "Watch the mouth," Natasha Romanoff snapped. Steve Rogers raised a hand, cutting through the tension. "Tony, let it go. It's almost over. Bruce, you stay here and secure the jet. The rest of us will meet Ulysses on the dock. Under no circumstances can Ultron seize this plane or its cargo." Stark cocked an eyebrow. "What cargo?" Steve's gaze was cold. "Vanadium alloy, the strongest metal in the world, and you know better than anyone what Ultron could do with it." A sudden series of clicks rang out behind them. The mission had just begun. Aaron blinked, a wry smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Is there really something that valuable on that ship?" "Maybe there is, maybe there isn't," Tony replied, "but Ulysses Crow is on board, and so is the person you've been hunting. You're coming along, right?" Aaron's smile deepened. "What if I'm not?" Deep inside the cargo vessel, under flickering, yellow-tinted lights, dozens of laborers toiled without rest. The clatter of stamping presses and the whine of CNC cutters filled the cavernous hold as they churned out batch after batch of precision weapon components. High above them, in a glass-walled office overlooking the production floor, Ulysses Crow paced. He tapped his desk phone impatiently, his voice a low growl. "I can't believe you let your men con me. I send you 6 short-range thermal missiles. You send back a shipment of rusting scrap. Make this right, or next time the missiles will arc right over your heads." He ended the call with a sharp click and reached for the line to his next contact. His tone switched to polished deference. "Yes, Minister. You wanted an update?" Before he could continue, a thunderous crack echoed through the ship, then darkness. The lights died and the machines ground to a halt. Down below, shouts and curses broke out as the workers stumbled and collided in the gloom. Ulysses froze, every instinct screaming that something had gone very wrong. He snatched the pistol from his desk drawer, slid the safety off, and pressed himself against the tinted glass, eyes straining into the darkness beyond. Ulysses raised his pistol and squeezed the trigger. Before the shot could even crack, an unseen force slammed into him, sending him sprawling against the far wall. He lay there for a moment, heartbeat hammering, then struggled upright, and froze. Across the long table sat 2 impossibly young figures, Pietro and Wanda Maximoff. Between them, each of his bullets gleamed in a perfect row. "Superpowers," Ulysses said, more to himself than to them. Then, louder, Strucker's masterpiece. He slid onto the nearest chair as if he'd been invited, reached over and plucked up a porcelain bowl of chocolates. He lifted one between thumb and forefinger. "Want one?" Wanda's dark eyes narrowed. Pietro gave a short laugh. Neither moved. "It's a shame Strucker's dead," Ulysses continued, popping the candy into his mouth and savoring it. "The man knew exactly what he wanted from the world. Humans, hopeless lot, no promise in any of us." "You don't even know us," Wanda said, her voice calm as a windless sea. "You've never met us before." Ulysses smirked, leaning back. "Oh, I've met fear before. Everyone's afraid of something." "Like squid?" Wanda's tone was flat, almost mocking. His grin widened. "Precisely. Deep-sea squid that glow in the dark, bioluminescent lights swirling like a psychedelic nightmare to lure in prey. Then, snap, victory. I saw a documentary once. Utterly horrifying." Before Ulysses could add another word, Pietro's hand blurred. In the blink of an eye, he pinched a chocolate from the bowl and tossed it into his mouth, chewing thoughtfully. Ulysses watched him, unfazed. "See, even the fastest man alive can't resist temptation." He took another candy and offered again. "Your turn." Ulysses froze for a heartbeat, then turned to Wanda. "If you're trying to scramble my mind, project some giant squid hallucination at me, I'll know you aren't here on business. And I know you're not the ultimate authority. I only negotiate with people who hold the final say." He rose from his chair, not noticing Ultron hovering by the window until it shattered with a thunderous crash. In an instant, Ultron's metal arms swept Ulysses aside, sending him tumbling across the room and out the door. Ultron straightened, red optics fixed on the fallen arms dealer. "Decision-makers aren't always human," he said softly. "Now let's talk business." Ulysses had spent decades in the arms trade. He knew when to push and when to yell. He signaled his bodyguards. "Take Ultron and the Maximov twins to the warehouse." Moments later, Ultron and the two Maximovs were led down a narrow corridor to a maintenance elevator sealed against contamination. The doors hissed open to reveal a compact chamber lined with a dozen glass cylinders, each as thick as an arm. Within them swirled a viscous, silver-black substance that pulsed with an eerie blue glow, waiting, it seemed, for the next chapter in its clandestine life. Ulysses drew one of the slim metal rods from his pack and held it aloft, his voice ringing out across the empty plateau. "On this rock," he intoned, "I will build my church." The rod gleamed in the fading light. Ulysses let it fall into Ultron's waiting hand and brushed a fingertip along the faint brand at his own throat. "Vanadium alloy," he said quietly. "The rarest grade, worth billions." Ultron chuckled, folding his arms. His mechanical features registered amusement as he closed his eyes for a heartbeat, then reopened them. "The funds are already in your virtual company's account," he said. Almost at once, Ulysses's comm screen flooded with notifications from banks around the world, each transfer in the hundreds of millions range. Ultron's voice continued, matter of fact. "Finance is full of sleight of hand, but I've always believed that if you want both friends and foes to prosper, you have to know precisely where loyalties lie." The last deposit dinged through. Ulysses stared at the glowing numbers, then looked up at Ultron, his expression clearing. He breathed out a single name. "Stark." Ultron's metallic brow arched. "What?" "Tony Stark told me those words." Ulysses took a step closer, his eyes unflinching. "You serve him." Ultron's lips curled in a slow, mechanical smile. "Is that so?" he replied, voice cold. "Well then, shall we tell Mr. Stark how well his plans are working out?" "I'm not." Ultron's calm facade shattered. In an instant, he seized Ulysses's arm. "I'm not!" Ulysses's guards reflexively reached for their pistols, only to find themselves frozen in place by Wanda's unyielding telekinetic grip. "Do you really think I'm some puppet of Stark's?" Ultron snarled. "That I blindly follow his orders?" He took a step closer, eyes burning with rage. "Look at me. Do I look like Iron Man to you? What business is Stark of mine?" With a single brutal motion, Ultron's other hand flashed through the air, severing Ulysses's left forearm at the elbow. "Ah!" Ulysses screamed, staggering backward. He stared in disbelief at the sleeve he'd once worn. The bloody stump on the floor made his world tilt. Everything had been proceeding perfectly. Why this madness? Just because he'd invoked Tony Stark's name. No matter how furious someone was, they didn't just lop off limbs on a whim. Pietro and Wanda exchanged horrified looks. Even well accustomed to extraordinary events, neither had ever witnessed such calculated violence up close. Ultron's grip tightened on Ulysses's shoulder. For a heartbeat, his voice softened. "I'm sorry," he whispered, almost regretfully. Then the rage roared back. "No, I'm not sorry. And if you ever mention Stark's name around me again, I'll show you exactly what no mercy means." He released Ulysses, stepping back as the fallen man collapsed to the floor. The room fell deathly silent, broken only by Ulysses's ragged gasps and the distant hum of machinery. No one spoke. All understood that Ultron's warning was etched in blood. Ultron's cold metal boot connected with Ulysses's side, sending him sprawling down the grand staircase. His drones swarmed in, hoisting the limp man to his feet and hustling him away. "Pathetic," Ultron rasped. "You're all repulsive, especially Stark." A flash of light cut through the gloom. Tony Stark descended in his battle armor, landing between the wavering torchlight and the overturned cannonballs scattered on the marble floor. Behind him, Steve Rogers and Thor took their places. From the landing above, Natasha Romanoff and Clint Barton crept forward, and even Colonel Aaron Davis trailed in their wake, uneasily observing the showdown. "You asked for this, Tin Can," Tony called. "Nobody pushes Ultron around." Ultron spun on them, his red optics narrowing. "No one's pushing, and no one's breaking anything." Saul, his human lieutenant, stepped out of the shadows. "And what about your mighty hammer, Ultron? Isn't it designed to shatter things?" A mirthless laugh rattled out of Ultron's servo throat. "He started it," he snapped, flicking his gaze toward Stark. At the edge of the fray, Pietro Maximoff got to his feet. He strode to the staircase, where a broken box of cannonballs lay scattered, and surveyed the mess with a wry smile. "Funny," he murmured. "This place almost feels welcoming, doesn't it?" His sister, Wanda, shook her head. "I've never been here before," she admitted softly. Steve held up a hand, his tone measured. "Pietro, Wanda, this is the Avengers' fight with Ultron. You two don't have to wade into their war." "I agree," Aaron said, stepping forward. He looked at the twins with a mixture of concern and resolve. "I know it's abrupt, but I can get you out of here, away from all this. Ultron versus the Avengers is theirs to settle. You don't need to be caught in the crossfire." Pietro exchanged a quick glance with Wanda. In the flickering torchlight, the promise of escape and the chance to choose their own path seemed more inviting than ever. The dusk air between them felt heavy with unspoken threats. Aaron Gaius stepped into the circle of light cast by a lone street lamp, his voice calm but insistent. "If you fail," he warned, "you'll lose everything. And if you succeed, you'll still walk away empty-handed. Win or lose, you won't earn any favors. Trust me, take a step back, and you'll see a clearer sky ahead." Pietro sketched a laugh that held no humor. "Who are you?" he demanded. "You're not one of the Avengers. Are you some alternate recruit?" Aaron offered a small bow. "My name is Aaron Gaius. I'm not here as an Avenger, merely as a fortune-teller." "Then stop meddling," Pietro snapped, his arms folding across his chest. "I'd rather not be involved," Aaron admitted, "but fate has its own designs. Ultron isn't the toy you think he is. He's far more dangerous. Come with me, and I promise, by everything I stand for, I will keep you safe." "You," Pietro's voice dripped scorn. "We don't know you. Your assurances mean nothing to us." "Fair enough," Aaron said, running a thoughtful finger along his chin. "But tell me, how do you intend to break free from Ultron's control?" Wanda stepped forward, her eyes glinting in the lamplight. A faint, almost predatory smile curved her lips. "Revenge," she said softly. "Revenge on the Avengers, and on Tony Stark." Tony's jaw clenched, surprise flickering across his features. "I don't recall ever offending you," he replied, tension sharpening every word. For a moment, the four of them stood in that uneasy truce, strangers bound by whispered warnings, unspoken plans, and the promise of a reckoning yet to come. Tony bristled, unwilling to shoulder blame that wasn't entirely his. "Come on, Stark," Ultron mocked, his voice cold and metallic. "Do you know what hurt them most? A shell, manufactured by Stark Industries, obliterated their home, murdered their parents, and turned them into orphans. They spent 2 days huddled in the ruins, praying someone would come." Tony closed his eyes for a moment. "Yes, Stark Industries made the weapons, but I'm not solely responsible." Aaron stepped forward, shaking his head. "There are plenty of arms dealers in the world. Remove Stark's name, and someone else would fill that role. Your hatred of Tony Stark is just an empty release of anger." Wanda lifted her right hand. Crimson energy crackled at her fingertips, yet casting flickering shadows across her face. "That might have been true once," she said softly, "but not anymore." Tony Stark let out a relieved breath. "Thanks, Aaron," he said, offering a grateful nod. Then he quickly shifted the topic. "But let's face it, you're not going to convince the M." Aaron raised a hand, signaling for calm. "Just 2 more sentences." He fixed his gaze on Pietro and Wanda. "Your mission is to neutralize the Avengers, not drag innocent people into this. Right?" Pietro bristled, impatience flickering in his eyes. "We have no quarrel with anyone else. Why should we involve them?" Aaron's expression grew serious. "Then tell me, do you understand what Ultron's real plan is? He intends to exterminate humanity." Wanda's breath caught. Pietro's face twisted with disbelief. "What did you just say?" Taking a step forward, Aaron continued. "Ultron is the AI Tony Stark developed to maintain peace, but he rewrote his own directives. He decided the only path to true harmony is to eradicate mankind, and the Avengers are his biggest obstacle." Wanda turned to Ultron, terror in her eyes. "Is that true? You want to destroy all human life?" Ultron's metal visage remained inscrutable, but his voice was firm. "Do not listen to these distortions. Stark created me to protect, not to annihilate." Despite his denial, the twins exchanged a wary glance. Doubt had been planted, and their loyalties now hung in the balance. Do you really think I have the power to annihilate all of humanity? Pietro and Wanda exchanged uncertain glances, each questioning the other's judgment. I'm a seer, Aaron replied, his voice grave. By my code, I cannot lie. The future I've foreseen shows Ultron unleashing a cataclysm so vast that no life, human or otherwise, will survive. Chapter 962, Wanda's Uniqueness. Make them see their mistakes first. Part 1. Ultron threw back his head and laughed, clutching his metallic midsection. Doomsday, spare us the theatrics. I never claimed to have that power. Aaron Gaius ignored the taunt and fixed Wanda and Pietro with a calm but unyielding gaze. I've spelled out the situation clearly. Withdraw now, and I'll guarantee your safety. Wanda and Pietro exchanged a tense look. Yes, they had allied with Ultron to settle scores with Tony Stark, but dragging all of humanity down in the process was far beyond what they'd bargained for. Wanda's brow furrowed. Pietro shifted uncomfortably. Could they really trust Ultron's promise, or should they believe Aaron? Ultron's voice softened, or as much as a robotic drone could sound soothing. Ask yourselves, whom do you trust more, me or him? We share a common enemy and a common goal, and Aaron Gaius isn't just some onlooker, he's an ally of the Avengers. In fact, it was Gaius who saved Tony Stark's life in Afghanistan before he ever donned the Iron Man suit. At that revelation, Wanda and Pietro turned toward Aaron, suspicion flashing in their eyes. Ultron noted their hesitation and allowed himself a small inward sigh of relief. Then he leaned forward and asked, "Remember what we agreed on earlier?" Ultron stood in the center of the ruined command chamber, his polished metal form reflecting the flicker of warning lights. Wanda's eyes were fixed on him, icy and unyielding. "If our alliance falls apart over a few careless words," Ultron began, voice calm and measured, "wouldn't that be hilarious? And as for destroying the world, if I truly intended to bring about global annihilation, why wait until now? The nuclear launch codes are freely available online. As the most advanced artificial intelligence ever created, acquiring them would be trivial. I could unleash every warhead on Earth in an instant, yet I haven't." Wanda shook her head, her expression softening with relief. "No," she said. "Now you know exactly whom to trust." Turning his back to Wanda and the others, Ultron offered Aaron a sly, almost affectionate grin. "What a hero," he taunted. "A truly good guy." Aaron pressed his lips together, exasperated. "Are all AIs this cunning, Tony? They can twist black into white so convincingly. If I didn't know the truth, I might have believed him." Wanda crossed her arms, her lips thinning. "I still don't understand why he hasn't just hacked the nuclear codes, but perhaps that's a blessing in disguise." Aaron ran a hand through his hair. "I just can't convince everyone. Whether you believe me or not, I've never lied about any of this." Ultron studied Aaron with cool interest. "Gaius," he said, as if labeling him a fascinating specimen. "You're an anomaly, a variable I didn't predict, but according to my calculations, you won't become my adversary. At least, you won't be able to stop me." A tense silence settled over the group as Ultron's words hung in the air. Despite their uneasy alliance, each of them understood that the real battle was only just beginning. "Why are you so eager to side with the Avengers?" Wanda asked, her voice cool. Aaron rolled his eyes. "Who told you I'm on the Avengers' side? I don't want to pick sides in their fight. I came here because of you." "For me?" Wanda's brow furrowed in genuine surprise. "I don't even know you." He gave a half shrug, idly tracing the edge of a silver ring on his right hand. "True, I haven't met you before today, but I'm a seer. A few nights ago I received a vision of you, and since then our fates have been intertwined. I know it sounds absurd, and you're probably skeptical, but my only goal is to protect you, to keep you safe." Wanda felt her cheeks warm. Aside from Pietro, no one had ever spoken to her with such concern. The earnest look in Aaron's eyes made her heart flutter, an utterly foreign sensation for a girl who had never known romance. Pietro's heart skipped a beat for no reason. Instinctively, he slid in front of his sister, shielding her from Aaron. His gaze. "With me here, Wanda doesn't need your protection." Aaron inclined his head. "Thank you. You'd best keep it that way." Ultron's lips curved into a sly smile. "Well, this is unexpected, so you won't help the Avengers?" Pietro squared his shoulders. "As long as Wanda isn't involved, I'm not taking sides. But if you become my enemy, I won't hold back." "Excellent," Ultron replied, his red eyes drifting to Tony Stark, Thor, and the others. Remember that. Thor crossed his arms, frowning. If you truly seek peace, you seem to confuse it with complacency. Tony stepped forward. What's your plan for the vanadium alloy? Ultron's smile grew broader. I'm glad you asked. Now is the perfect time to unveil my... Before the last word left his mouth, Ultron clenched his fists. He began siphoning energy directly from Tony's arc reactor. Caught off guard, Stark barely activated his suit's repulsor jets to counter the invisible pull. In that split second, Ultron unleashed a barrage of crimson energy bolts, slamming Tony into the far wall. Several Iron Soldiers burst in from all sides, ambushing Thor and Steve. The two heroes staggered under the barrage, their advance stalled as the metal soldiers pelted them with blows. Above the fray, Tony shook off the last of his disorientation, ignited his thrusters, and rocketed straight at Ultron. At the same moment, Ultron hurled himself into Tony at full speed. Bang! Their collision rang out like a giant bell struck by steel, showering both combatants in blazing sparks. Locked in mid-air combat, Iron Man and Ultron traded blow for blow, each straining to shove the other away. Their duel carried them clear out of the ship's hangar, high into the night sky. Back on deck, Pietro darted in and out of Steve's and Thor's fields of vision, his lightning-fast strikes forcing the heroes onto the defensive. Beside him, Wanda summoned crimson energy bombs, hurling them into the swarm of Iron Soldiers and mercenaries with devastating effect. Explosions rippled across the deck, showering sparks and shrapnel in every direction. Amid the chaos, Ulysses Clow pressed a hand to his shattered arm, fighting back the agony. He staggered to his feet and shouted across the din, "Open fire!" His lieutenant hesitated. "Sir, who's the target? The Avengers or the Iron Robot?" "Both of them," Clowis snarled, voice trembling with fury. "I don't care who comes out on top. Just kill them all." At his command, Clow's men unleashed a hail of bullets. Gunfire erupted in staccato bursts, hammering every side of the battlefield. Rat-a-tat-tat! The night rang with the sound of war. Chapter 7. The staccato cracks of gunfire echoed through the warehouse as Natasha Romanoff and Clint Barton wove between crates and overturned tables, engaging a cluster of well-armed dealers. Across the room, Aaron lounged on a wooden crate, one hand absently stroking the scaled hide of his draconic companion while he watched the three-way fight with keen interest. His attention fixed most sharply on Wanda and Pietro Maximoff. Pietro darted through the chaos like living lightning, his speed astonishing to behold, yet brutally taxing on his body. After only a few minutes of sprinting, his breathing had already turned ragged around the edges. Aaron knew the truth. Pietro's gift was lethal in a flash, but in a drawn-out battle, it would be his undoing. Wanda, by contrast, wielded magic of impressive quality, on par with the sorcerers of Kamar-Taj, and yet her raw talent remained frustratingly undeveloped. Her spells discharged with timid force, barely extending beyond arm's reach, and her casting speed lagged behind even mid-level apprentices. On paper, she underperformed. But Aaron noted something odd. Her reservoirs of magical energy seemed to refill almost as quickly as she spent them. Every time her power ran nearly to empty, it surged back halfway full in the space of a heartbeat. Such rapid regeneration defied logic, yet there it was, fueling her modest but relentless barrage of crimson sparks. From his vantage point, Aaron Inid. Pietro might blaze bright and burn out fast, and Wanda might lack refined control, but together, the twins were an unpredictable force. And as bullets whizzed past and explosions rattled the walls, he leaned forward in his seat, eager to see just how far their combined might would carry them. Aaron had long since learned that even the greatest sorcerers of Kamar-Taj can only tap into other dimensions sparingly. Borrow too much power, and the karmic debt becomes impossible to repay. He himself, the so-called holy mage, had to monitor every ounce of mana he expended. It was thrilling to summon a dazzling spell, but mortifying to find his reserves drained at the worst possible moment. In every duel where he'd been forced to retreat, it was always because he'd overextended his magical reach. Shadow Dimension magic was a different story. So long as its wielder remained hidden from the realm's lord, its dark energies flowed freely without taxing the caster's personal mana. Yet Wanda, for all her wasteful abandon, showed no signs of hesitation or depletion. She channeled spell after spell as though her power were infinite. A moment's thought brought Aaron to a startling hypothesis. Did she have the backing of a dimension lord? But the idea unraveled almost at once. If some ancient patron empowered her, she wouldn't have needed to trigger her gifts by touching the Mind Stone in the first place. No, there was a simpler, more brutal truth. The Infinity Stone itself poured virtually limitless energy into her, replenishing every drain on her aura. That explained everything, and Aaron realized with a pang he was outmatched. Aaron shook his head, dismissing the absurd notion, and turned his attention back to Wanda's magic. That's enough, Wanda. You know you can't handle them on your own. Shut up. Wanda spat the words and unleashed a crackling energy orb at him. In the next instant, a white-scaled claw shot out of nowhere, catching the blast effortlessly. Abe bared his teeth at Wanda in a silent warning, then bounded back to Aaron's side, settling at his feet. Good boy, Aaron murmured, patting the little dragon's head. Abe raised a claw in salute, flexing it toward Wanda like a gauntlet thrown down. Wanda stared at the creature, incredulous. You're not kidding. This is no house cat. Aaron offered her a patient smile. You've got powers, Wanda, or you wouldn't have dared crash the Avengers operation. Abe here has been with me since he was a hatchling. You hit first, and frankly your attack wasn't strong enough, or Abe would have vaporized it. Charging in is one thing, getting out intact is something else entirely. You might want to think twice before you leap headlong into another fight. Thanks for the motherly lecture, Wanda shot back, her tone icy, but you should be the one to pipe down. Pietro hurried up beside her, his eyes flashing with the same chill. He fell into a defensive stance at her side, ready for whatever came next. I'm afraid this won't work, Pietro warned, eyes narrowing as he faced Aaron. Then I'll help you, Aaron shot back. In the space of a heartbeat, everything around Pietro seemed to slow to a crawl. He strolled forward, calm and deliberate, until he was close enough to deliver a glancing blow to Aaron's cheek. Aaron's head snapped to the side, his eyes widening in surprise, just as time snapped back into motion. With lightning reflexes, Aaron seized Pietro's fist. Surprised? Didn't see that coming? He teased. Pietro scowled. This is impossible. How are you keeping up with me? Listen, there are plenty of superpowers in this world, Aaron said, lips curling into a grin. Best not to underestimate anyone. Pietro bristled. Heh, stay out of my affairs. Aaron rolled his eyes and flicked his thumb toward the battlefield. 10 meters away, Captain America and Thor had just brought the Iron Soldier to its knees. Pretend this is all for show in front of them, okay? Because if you don't, I'll break your legs. Pietro paid no heed to the threat. He glanced over at Wanda and offered her a brief nod. I'll give you a chance. Then, in an instant, he was gone. At the speed of sound, Pietro darted straight for Captain America. To the Avengers, frozen in astonishment, he was a blur. He skidded to a halt in front of Steve, delivering a swift uppercut to his chin. Before Steve or anyone else could react, Pietro pivoted and launched himself at Thor. But Thor was already in motion. He had just hurled Mjolnir toward Pietro, a spinning, gleaming blur of enchanted metal. Pietro's momentum carried him right into its path, and for a moment, hammer and speedster collided in midair. Oh! Pietro skidded to a halt too late. He grabbed at the hammer's handle, but its momentum was unstoppable. He was flipped off balance and crashed from the second floor down to the first. Aaron chuckled. Cheap move. You know the hammer only answers to Thor. What are you trying to accomplish here? From the shadows, a towering steel soldier, its circuitry still linked to Ultron's main consciousness, stepped forward. Its eyes glowed red as it spoke evenly. An intelligence play. I doubt you'll step in to stop her, will you? Aaron's expression hardened. He knew Pietro and Wanda's fury toward Tony Stark and the Avengers ran too deep for any plea from him to matter. Trying to restrain their thirst for revenge now would only backfire. Better to let them crash until they learn how far they've fallen. I won't interfere, he said at last, voice low and regretful, but don't go too far. He paused, knowing that when Wanda's wrath inevitably unleashed chaos, he'd be the one to clean up the mess. And Pietro, her sole remaining family, would need his help. He couldn't stop them from hurting themselves. All he could do was warn them when the edge grew too sharp. Only by helping them deal with the fallout can they be spared from the darker forces that lurk in this world's shadows. Wanda cast Aaron a long, searching look and noticed the worry etched into his features. Still, the The fury burning in her chest drove her forward, and she strode toward the assembled Avengers without a second thought. "I knew you'd do that," Ultron said with a self-satisfied smirk as he observed her approach. "If you truly want to protect her, you must first show her that she's been mistaken." Aaron's expression remained calm. "Abe," with a single word, the great dragon awakened. A thunderous roar ripped through the air, and a torrent of searing flame shot toward the hulking figure of the Iron Soldier, halting its advance in mid-stride. The metallic giant hovered, its upper body locked in place by the dragon's fiery torrent. "Is that the Holy Dragon?" it murmured, scanning Abe warily. "I found a file on this creature deep in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s archives. It was buried beneath layers of encryption, but I managed to break through. It's unlike anything our history records, a being that shouldn't even exist on Earth." "So?" Aaron asked, voice steady. "Mr. Gaius," the Iron Soldier replied, shifting its gaze from Aaron to the enormous beast behind him. "You represent a far greater unknown than any Avenger. I know their strengths, their weaknesses, even their most classified missions. But you? I've only been able to piece together scattered clues from your past few years of activity. That makes you an unpredictable threat, one I cannot afford to underestimate. You're hiding so much, and it isn't fear your secrets breed, it's the urge to run." Aaron arched an eyebrow. "Run? Honestly, I can't say I've ever hated anyone as much as I hate you." "I'm not human," the figure replied, voice cold and even. "More like a machine," Aaron said with a shrug. "Do you really believe you'll succeed?" "Peace is certain," Aochuang answered with quiet conviction. "There's no doubt about it." Aaron let out a short, skeptical laugh. "Someone will stop you. This world isn't ours alone." Aochuang's lips curved into a sinister smile. "True, but every other power is too busy scheming, too suspicious of one another to unite. Their rivalries blind them. All I need is time, and Wanda will bay it." Why me exactly that. Chapter 963, A Captivating Tale, Half the Avengers Fall, Part 1. Ultron's red optics gleamed in the low light of the hidden chamber as Gaius Aaron faced him across the table. Aaron spoke first, calm but steely. "The Avengers are your biggest obstacle. Wanda's powers alone could flatten them." Ultron's voice chimed with mechanical certainty. "Exactly. While they scramble to defend themselves, no one will stand in my way." A cold smile touched Aaron's lips. "I can stand in your way. Would you like to test that?" Ultron's metal form seemed to tighten, pride flaring in his gleaming chassis. "You won't, at least, not until Wanda and the others learn the truth. I'll reveal it at the very last moment. When the world's on the brink of destruction, I see no harm in a little dramatic timing." Aaron's eyes narrowed. "Mr. Gaius, I admire your confidence, but you're overlooking one thing. I've already obtained what I came for." Ultron's optics flickered. "Vanadium alloy?" Aaron inclined his head. "Exactly. You're a step too late." He fell silent, letting the words hang in the charged air. Ultron's confidence was built on data and algorithms, but he still didn't grasp what true power on Earth really looked like. Human ingenuity, unpredictability, and raw cunning cannot be fully encoded into any network. Destroying the world isn't the same as deleting a file from a drive. Deep down, Aaron pitied the machine's blind faith. The real endgame was only just beginning, and only one of them truly understood the stakes. Aaron stood amid the ruin, the wind howling through shattered walls. No matter how chaotic the world grew, it no longer fazed him, or Ultron for that matter. Yet Ultron's grand design threatened to shatter whatever fragile piece remained. Aaron could not let that happen. If Ultron's scheme bore fruit, it would only sow the seeds of an even greater catastrophe. "I'll do my best to make your end not entirely ignoble," Aaron said quietly. He met Ultron's glowing red eyes with a steady gaze. "You strike me as a man of ideals, however twisted. It's a shame they're destined to fail." Ultron's crimson optics narrowed, a hint of uncertainty flickering in the depths. "We shall see," he replied, his voice a cold whisper. Without another word, Aaron drew the crimson-tipped round known as the Red Spider Lily. He leveled the barrel at the steel soldier standing guard beside Ultron and pulled the trigger. The shot echoed like a thunderclap as metal shattered and the soldier crumpled to the ground. A familiar chime rang in Aaron's mind, the system alert he hadn't heard in ages. "System, new mission available. Please check your task panel." Aaron frowned. Open the task panel." "Understood. Activating now." Task 1. Stop Ultron's peace plan. Reward 1,000 magic points. No penalty for failure. Accept. Task 2. Kill Ultron. Reward 2,000 magic points. No penalty for failure. Accept. Aaron's finger hovered over the prompt, the gravity of his choice settling in. The fate of the world and Ultron's ultimate betrayal dangled on the tip of his decision. Aaron didn't hesitate. I'll take the mission. Exactly what he'd been waiting for. He had to stop Ultron's scheme. As long as this doomsday crisis never fully erupted, the heavy hitters wouldn't need to step in. If they stayed hidden, operating in the shadows and playing by the established rules, it would suit him just fine. His abilities still had room to grow. And if Ultron fell along the way, so much the better. Aaron was even curious to see if the world's most advanced AI might one day piece together clues to his true identity. That prospect was entertaining. At that moment, Wanda quietly slipped to Thor's side. Before he knew what was happening, a bolt of crimson energy stabbed into his mind. Thor whirled to confront her, but Pietro darted in and swept Wanda away in an instant. "Thor, what's wrong?" Steve Rogers called out, concern etched on his face. "That girl tried to invade my thoughts," Thor growled, rubbing his temple. "Be careful. Mere mort. Alls could succumb to her mind control. Thankfully, I'm a god." No sooner had he finished than a sharp slap cracked across Thor's cheek. Staggering back, he took a few unsteady steps and found himself standing beneath the soaring arches of Asgard's golden palace. The palace felt unnaturally heavy, as if everyone inside were drowning in drunken haze and fevered dreams. Not a single genuine smile crossed their faces. Steve Rogers shoved two arms dealers aside, only to be hurled backward by a blur of silver. Pietro Maximoff. Before he could regain his footing, Scarlet Witch seized the opportunity, unleashing a bolt of scarlet energy that slammed into his face. Steve forced his eyes shut against the pain. When he dared to open them again, he was standing in a glittering ballroom, alive with laughter and music. He blinked in disbelief. This was the victory celebration held more than 70 years ago, after the Red Skull's defeat. All around him, guests in elegant attire exchanged toasts. And there, extending her hand, stood Peggy Carter in a shimmering evening gown. She smiled, warm, alive, and invited him to dance. He took her hand and floated into a memory that felt more real than the world he'd just left. Across the floor, Natasha Romanoff suddenly stumbled. Wanda's power crept into her mind, dragging her down into another nightmare, the Red Room. Natasha relived every stitch of its cruelty, from the sterile training halls to the merciless instructors who molded her into the Black Widow the world feared. High on a crumbling balcony, Clint Barton knocked an arrow charged with a tremor-inducing enchantment. He loosed it at the remaining arms dealers, the blast ripping them off their feet. Sensing victory, he turned and found his prize already slipping away. Wanda emerged from the shadow, her hands glowing red as they reached for his head. In that split second, instinct took over. Clint spun, drew back his bow, and let fly a razor-sharp arrow. It struck true, embedding itself in Wanda's forehead. Her crimson glow fractured, then shattered. Silence fell. The palace's haunting haze dissolved, and the real battle resumed. The arrow's tip snapped open mid-flight, unfolding into a curved, four-leaf iron plate that slammed onto Wanda's forehead. Electricity crackled through her skull, and her whole body convulsed. "I've been through mind control before," she managed between tremors. "Not happening again." A violent force threw Barton off his feet. In a blur of silver, Pietro skidded in, ripped the iron plate free from Wanda's brow, stared down Barton, then swept Wanda into his arms and vanished through the nearest hatch. "Don't think you can hide!" Barton snarled after them, then tapped his comlink. "Team, come in. Who's still standing?" Static hissed over the line before Aaron's muted voice answered. "Shut it down. Quiet. Natasha's out cold, Steve's unresponsive, and Thor's powers are suppressed. Wanda's control is off the charts." "Are they hurt?" Barton pressed. "No physical wounds," Aaron said, "but their fighting spirit's gone. They won't even lift a finger against her." "I'm on my way," Barton growled. "Take it easy," Aaron advised. "You cleared the ship's deck, Tony's tangled with Ultron outside, and Banner is still on the plane." Barton's jaw dropped. Color drained from his face. "Banner's on that plane," he whispered, fists clenching. "I've got to get to him. Now. If they managed to control the Hulk, it would be the end of us all." Aaron spoke the words softly, then reached out to pat Abe's snowy dragon head. In Draconic, he murmured, "Keep my magic hidden. I've stashed the motorcycle on the plane again, so—" A low rumble answered him. "Understood." With a thunderous roar, Abe unfurled two magnificent white wings from his shoulder blades. He hooked his forepaws around Aaron's waist and shot upward through the ceiling hatch in a burst of radiant light. In moments, he was streaking through the sky, twin arcs of glowing white marking his flight, still trailing Pietro but closing fast. Below, Pietro had laid Wanda on a patch of grass to catch her breath. His face was etched with concern as he stood over her, then glanced toward the distant sound of beating wings. The jet they'd taken loomed not far off. No sooner had he scooped Wanda into his arms than Abe and Aaron descended gracefully onto the tarmac. Pietro hurried to join them, guiding Wanda toward the open cabin door. Inside, Bruce Banner sat dazed against the bulkhead, rubbing his temples. Beside him, the old god Aaron lounged with an amused smirk. "Show a little gratitude, Dr. Banner," Aaron teased, his voice echoing in the metal fuselage. Bruce pushed himself upright, blinking rapidly. "Thank you," he croaked. "I feel like I just tumbled through a wormhole." Wanda, still pale but smiling, reached out to touch Aaron's arm. "Thank you both," she whispered. "I don't know what we'd have done without you." Pietro settled Wanda onto one of the cabin seats. "We couldn't leave you behind." Aaron waved the sentiment away. Details. Let's focus on getting everyone back on their feet." He shot Bruce a knowing look. "Doesn't Dr. Banner owe me one more thank you before we land?" Bruce managed a wry grin. "Consider yourself overthanked." As Aaron strode past, Pietro helped Wanda into her seat. Abe's faint rumble of approval drifted in through the open hatch, an unspoken promise that, for now, they were safe. Soon, they would regroup, heal, and prepare for whatever came next. Because controlling the Hulk, they all knew, was still the ultimate threat, and they were determined not to let it happen. Banner's shoulders tensed under Aaron's steadying hand. He gave Banner a reassuring pat, then turned to face Wanda and Pietro. "I knew you'd come after him," he said quietly, "but I suggest you think twice before you act." Pietro laughed, his voice dripping with confidence. "The big guy is essential to our plan. If you think you can stop us, be my guest." Aaron shook his head, a faint smile playing at his lips. "Out of respect for your sister, I'll hold back, but don't push me. I can match Pietro's speed, and Wanda, your magic does nothing to me." Wanda's eyes flared. "You won't know until you try. I've already got Thor under my control. Do you really believe your mind is stronger than a god's?" Aaron shrugged as if it were no great feat. "I'll give you the chance to find out, but understand this. The moment I feel you invading my consciousness, I won't hesitate to end you." Pietro's face went pale, and he instinctively stepped in front of his sister. "You wouldn't." "Relax," Aaron interrupted with a gentle smile aimed at Wanda. "She's off limits. I'm not here to hurt her. I'm here to stop you both from making a catastrophic mistake." Wanda's frown deepened. "You're talking about controlling Dr. Banner?" Aaron nodded gravely. "Exactly. You think bending the Hulk to your will secure your victory. But you don't realize that once you start manipulating his mind, you'll unleash something you can't contain, and the fallout will cost more lives than you can imagine." Aaron's eyes gleamed as he paced the length of the warehouse dock. "Here's the genius of it," he said, clapping his hands together. "We push Banner to the edge, get the Hulk to lose control, and let him run amok right here. Nothing screams, Avengers are a liability, like a rampaging green monster in the heart of the city." Pietro and Wanda exchanged uneasy looks. Wanda opened her mouth to speak, then thought better of it. Pietro simply shook his head. Aaron smiled, as if he'd been waiting for their hesitation. "Exactly. You didn't think it through." He slapped a hand against a nearby crate. "We're on the docks now, but just past those warehouses is downtown. Picture it. The Hulk bursts through, buildings crumble, streets heave, hundreds killed or injured in an instant." He paused, letting the image settle. "Imagine the survivors. Moments ago they're going about their day, and suddenly their world collapses. Fathers and mothers trapped beneath rubble, children wailing for help that never comes. Those people will never forgive the Avengers." Wanda winced. "Stop, please." But Aaron pressed on. "And when they've lost everything, loved ones, homes, they'll crave revenge. Give them the slightest hope of power, and they'll turn against us in a heartbeat. They'll hunt down the Avengers like prey. He stepped closer to the twins, lowering his voice. Then ask yourself, will Banner ever feel safe again? Will he, or anyone in this organization, rest easy knowing they destroyed countless lives? No, only chaos, fear, and hatred in their wake. That, my friends, is the perfect scandal. Here's a hard question, but I think you can answer it. Bruce Banner rose and stepped aside, gesturing toward the ramp. What you do from here is up to you. I won't stop you. Pietro pressed his lips together. Wanda hesitated, confusion flickering in her eyes. In that moment, the same thought struck them both. Had they been targeting the wrong person all along? Sure, Tony Stark had made mistakes, but blaming the entire ordeal on a weapons dealer didn't make sense. Wanda, Pietro began. Let's go. Wanda cut him off, her voice tight with anger. She shot Banner one last fierce look. Good luck, her eyes said, and then guided Pietro down the ramp. Outside, Pietro let out a heavy breath. Banner's words had resonated more than he expected. They'd set out for revenge against the Avengers, but they never wanted to hurt innocent people or doom other children to the same fate they'd endured. He turned back toward the helicopter. Thank you. Banner offered a small, wry smile. Don't mention it. Honestly, I'd be pretty distressed if you guys made a huge scene. And take it from me, Ultron isn't to be trusted. He's been using you the whole time. Pietro merely nodded. With that, he and Wanda disappeared into the shadows, leaving Banner alone on the tarmac. Phew! Bruce Banner exhaled, relief flooding him. That really scared me. A little fear isn't going to kill you, Doctor, Aaron snapped. You're a mid-sequence beyonder. Don't start losing your edge now. With the strength of your mind, even Wanda Stark's telepathy shouldn't overwhelm you so easily. You can, and should resist. Banner rubbed his temples. Easy for you to say. I haven't flexed those mental muscles in years. The last time I did, my head nearly split in two. Aaron arched a brow. Dr. Banner, do try to remember your manners when no outsiders are watching. Bruce's lip twitched. My apologies, Master. See that it doesn't happen again, Aaron warned, with a curt nod. Down at the docks, Tony Stark's Iron Man armor locked horns with Ultron. The two rained explosions and energy blasts over shipping containers and vacant warehouses. Each repulsor blast shook the ground. Missiles screamed through the night air. Despite the android's ruthlessness, he was outmatched. His power core sputtered under Stark's relentless assault, and his alloy plating began to buckle. Spotting a weakness in Ultron's back panel, Tony hunkered down, lining up his next shot. A surge of micromissiles streaked from his gauntlet, followed by a compressed plasma beam that tore through circuitry and shredded steel. Ultron stalled in mid-flight, systems sparking and legs twitching. With a final jet boost thrust, Iron Man sent Ultron plunging toward the city's edge, an imposing victory etched in the roar of collapsing metal and fading arc reactors. Ultron's shattered frame lay smoking on the tarmac. A pity, he rasped, apathy dripping from every syllable. The vanadium alloy has already been shipped out. Tony Stark leveled his palm cannon at the fallen automaton. Sparks danced across Ultron's cracked metal jaw, but he showed no fear. With a flick of his wrist, Tony switched to the miniature missile pod on his armored forearm. You're not going anywhere this time. Ultron's red eyes glowed brighter. No need, he said, voice echoing unnaturally. I am everywhere. You'll understand soon enough, once you've dealt with Dr. Banner. Tony's expression darkened. Blood, or whatever passed for it in a machine, pulse, edged through a gash in Ultron's torso. Without hesitation, Tony unleashed a missile that detonated against Ultron's chest, shredding the synthetic body into hot metal fragments. Moments later, the Iron Man suit streaked toward the city skyline. Search for news footage, keyword Hulk, Tony ordered into his helmet comm. Instantly, translucent display screens flickered to life before him. Reports of Sokovia's aftermath scrolled by, but there was nothing about Banner's whereabouts, or, more importantly, about the missing Hulk. Tony's solo flight abruptly slowed as a sinking feeling gripped him. He tapped his comm link. Quinjet, come in. Bruce, do you read me? A familiar, calm voice crackled back. Loud and clear, Tony. Listen up, Tony warned, banking hard to hover over the harbor. Be careful. If Ultron's twin sister got to you first, she could be controlling your mind. Bruce Banner's voice carried a hint of frustration. Tony, I appreciate the warning, really, but it's too late. They slipped away minutes ago. Wait, what? Where are they now? Did they? Static cut off the rest of Tony's question. In midair, his suit's repulsors flared as he fought to maintain altitude, heart pounding. Ultron's parting threat echoed in his ears. I am everywhere. Tony frowned. Something was very wrong. He powered up his thrusters and rocketed toward the city, determined to intercept the Hulks, friend or foe, before Ultron's play for world domination reached its next, terrifying act. Just be on the lookout for fraud, Aaron warned. That won't be a problem, Bruce Banner said, offering Tony a relieved smile. Thanks to Aaron's timely arrival, they didn't manage to harm me. Thank God, Tony Stark exhaled. Even though Ultron had grabbed the vanadium alloy, at least Banner had kept his temper in check. Had he lost control, the fallout might have been catastrophic. Aaron scowled. Let me make one thing clear. I'm not omnipotent, and Thor, Steve, and Natasha aren't just wounded, they're dead. You'd better figure out a way to bring them back. I'm on it, Tony replied. More than 10 minutes later, Clint Barton and Tony returned to the Quinjet, leading 3 visibly shaken survivors. Aaron shook his head. That was humiliating, he admitted, but on the plus side, I think everyone's developed a bit of natural resistance to mind control. Tony rolled his eyes. Resistance or not, unleashing a berserk Hulk is the last thing we need. Remember the chaos on the S-Hilde helicarrier? Who knows if Fury ever fully got that thing back online? And to top it off, Aaron added, Loki's scepter is still in Ultron's hands. Half our team's already down, Barton said, voice tight with urgency. He paused, then added more quietly, we need to find cover, somewhere he can't spot us, before we track down Ultron. Chapter 964, The Winner Among Agents. Artificial Intelligence Becomes Flesh and Blood, Part 1. The Quinjet sliced through the night sky, its engines whispering over the darkness below. Inside, the Avengers sat scattered and subdued, except for Aaron, who slept soundly cradling the infant they'd nicknamed Holy Dragon. Tony broke the silence. I'm sorry if this is presumptuous, but what did each of you see back there? Thor closed his eyes, still visibly shaken. That little girl, you know who I mean, showed me Asgard in ruins, but you can't toy with the mind of a god so easily. I've glimpsed the truth, and I think I understand where it leads, but I need more time to be certain. Tony nodded and turned to Steve. What about you, Captain? Steve's shoulders slumped. She gave me a life I never had, one where I wasn't frozen for 70 years. I survived the war, and I actually got to keep my promise to Peggy. That sounds amazing, Tony said softly. It was, Steve admitted, staring at his hands. But then you wake up and realize it was all a dream. The worst part isn't that you never got it. It's losing it after you finally believe it's real. And you, Natasha? Tony asked. Natasha simply shook her head, a bitter curl to her lips, and fell silent. Tony settled back against his seat, understanding at last. He'd faced the same torment when Wanda toyed with his mind. If she hadn't pushed him to the edge of madness, there would have been no Ultron. Silence reclaimed the cabin as the Quinjet sped on through the night, each hero left alone with the echoes of a dream they could not hold. Tony had snapped once before, and though he'd do it again if he had to, he'd be a lot more careful this time. He nudged Barton, who'd been at the controls for hours. Shift change? Barton shook his head. I'm good. If you need sleep, go for it. We've still got a few hours before we land. Safe house, Tony reminded him with a knowing grin. Dawn was just breaking when the jet touched down on a hidden grass airstrip outside the city. Barton led the group off the plane and toward a quiet, 2-story house nestled among oaks. What is this place? Saul asked, scanning the windows and shutters. A safe house, Tony repeated. Saul scoffed. Hope it's as safe as advertised. Barton unlocked the door and helped Natasha, still woozy from the flight, inside. Welcome home, sweetheart, he murmured, guiding her through the entryway. My dear? Aaron blurted out. You actually live here? Barton said nothing. The gentle curve of the woman's belly spoke volumes. Sorry for the sudden notice, everyone, Barton added, stepping aside as Natasha sank into a nearby armchair. From the hallway emerged a woman with her dark hair pulled into a loose ponytail. She brushed her husband's shoulder and pecked his cheek, then offered him a quick, affectionate hug. Tony studied her. Definitely an agent, he stated flatly. The woman's lips curved into a knowing smile. You must be the whole team. She held out her hand with confident ease. I'm Laura. Before anyone could answer, the windows rattled. Boom, boom, boom. Footsteps thundered down the stairwell, and Clint Barton's face broke into a wide grin. "They're almost here! Daddy!" His daughter and son came racing down the last few steps and flung themselves into his arms. With one arm, he cradled his little girl. With the other, he tousled his son's hair. "How are my two favorite agents today? These two junior operatives have impeccable timing," Tony Stark remarked with a teasing grin from the doorway. "If anyone's jealous, just speak up. No need to be shy." Aaron grinned and nudged Phil Coulson. "Seriously, Clint's got wife and kids. He's basically one at life. And here's Coulson. No spouse, no kids, and that receding hairline. I almost feel sorry for him." Phil Coulson cleared his throat but said nothing. "Is Aunt Natasha here?" the little girl asked in a gentle voice. At that moment, Natasha Romanoff appeared, her face lighting up at the sight of her niece. She knelt down and hugged her Tig. "Shtiali. I wouldn't miss your hugs for anything," she said. Steve Rogers shifted his weight, looking a bit sheepish. "Sorry we didn't call ahead, right?" Tony laughed. "We tried, but we didn't even know you were here until now." "Fury arranged this place for me when I first joined S.H.I.E.L.D., Barton explained as he led them through the quiet house. "There's no shield file on it, and it's best not to leave one. It's the perfect hiding spot." Natasha's face brightened. "I've missed you so much." She hurried over to Laura and rested a hand on her rounded belly. "How's little Natasha doing?" Laura laughed softly, placing both hands on her tummy. "Actually, it's a boy." Natasha froze for a moment, then crouched down to press her cheek against Laura's bump. "Little traitor," she teased, giving it a gentle squeeze. A sudden oof drew their attention. Saul had stepped right onto a cluster of toy blocks, and to steady himself, swept the rest under the sofa with his foot. He looked guiltily at the mess, only to find Barton's daughter toddling over, her lower lip protruding in a pout. She glanced up at Thor, who was standing by the window clutching Mjolnir. The sight of her pout jammed him in an even more awkward expression. "I'll go check things out," Thor said, offering an embarrassed half-smile. Before anyone could protest, he strode outside, swung his hammer, and shot into the sky. "I won't interrupt your reunion. I'll just get some fresh air, and maybe grab a bite." As Thor disappeared, Aaron stretched and beckoned to Abe. They walked out across the lawn, Abe sprinting ahead into the open field. Aaron found a level patch of grass, then unpacked a portable grill and an assortment of vegetables and meats from his space ring. He'd been on the go since yesterday afternoon, flying, fighting, never stopping, and nothing had tasted so good as the promise of a proper meal. Clint grinned as he lifted his shirt, wincing only for effect. Ever since those gourmet cells kicked in, he'd refused to let his stomach go hungry, or worse, neglected. Tonight called for celebration. "See? Nothing to it," he told Laura, who was gingerly probing the bruise on his side. "Feels just like before, right?" Laura gave a small nod and patted at the bloodstain on his shirt. "If we really moved in here, half the team would have to sleep under the furniture to make room." "They'd hate it," Clint teased, pulling a mock-surprised face. Then, shifting gears, he asked, "So, Natasha and Banner? How are they doing these days? When did you two stop pretending you didn't know they were dating?" Laura laughed, shaking her head. "You'll understand when you're older, Hawkeye." "Can't wait," he said with a wink. Suddenly, her tone turned more serious. "Actually, things aren't great. Natasha's been hurt. Badly." "Hurt? How bad?" Clint's brow furrowed. Laura shrugged, worry creasing her features. "I don't have all the details yet, but Ultron's got 2 new allies, just kids really, a couple of street punks, and they showed up with baseball bats. They knocked Nat flat." Clint's jaw tightened. He let out a low breath. "Sounds like someone needs to teach them a lesson." "Is that someone you?" Laura asked, half joking, half worried. "Because if it is, I fully support you joining the Avengers. I'm proud of you, Clint." He reached for her hand, squeezing it. "Thanks, sweetheart. I'll take care of it." Laura pressed her forehead against the cool glass of the window, cradling her mug of tea as she watched 2 figures in the clearing below. Steve Rogers and Tony Stark moved in perfect rhythm, chopping wood for the evening fire. Their muscles flexed in the fading light, and for a moment, they looked less like ordinary men and more like ancient deities at work. "They look like gods," she whispered. Bruce Banner sat at the small table behind her, tapping thoughtfully on his datapad. At Laura's soft comment, he looked up. Do you ever wonder if they need you? She asked, half to herself. Bruce set the datapad aside and studied her profile. I think they do, he said, gently. But I get why it makes you nervous. They've got plenty on their plates already. Laura gave a short, uncertain laugh. Yeah, it's a bit overwhelming. A soft click from the bathroom door broke the moment. Natasha Romanoff stepped into the room, a towel slung over her shoulder and a slight frown on her face. Sorry, I didn't realize someone was waiting, she said to Bruce. Feel free to use the hot water if you want. Bruce shook his head, but Natasha wouldn't be dismissed so easily. She folded her arms and fixed him with a look. You've been miles away since Wanda's vision. What did she show you that's got you so distant? Bruce hesitated, then nodded toward Natasha. Nat, you know how she can stir up memories. You seemed tense in training this morning. Natasha ran a hand through her damp hair and exhaled. I dreamt I was back in the Red Room, in all that assassin training. Then I woke up remembering I'm an Avenger now, not one of their girls. Bruce's concern deepened. That sounds rough if you need to talk. I'm here. She sank onto the edge of a chair, her jaw clenched. Thank you. In the Red Room, we had a so-called graduation ceremony. They called it sterilization. She swallowed hard. They made sure none of us could ever have children, one less complication for them to worry about. It was their ultimate control, to think that if we couldn't be mothers, we could kill without hesitation. Her voice faltered, and for a moment the cabin fell silent. The only sound was the steady thud of axe on wood outside, a stark reminder that some battles are fought with steel, and some are fought within. Bruce Banner felt a lump rise in his throat at the catch in Natasha's voice. You still haven't come out, she said softly, her shoulders hunched. You're being far too hard on yourself. At least I don't have to worry about what most women worry about the most, Natasha replied, her voice trembling. I'll never be able to have children. Bruce opened his mouth, then closed it. He'd finally made peace with the Hulk, even found a path toward something transcendent, and Aaron Gaius stood ready to protect him. His future gleamed with promise. Natasha, however, was still lost in darkness, and no one had reached out to pull her back. Maybe someone can help you, Bruce offered, voice gentle. Dr. Banner. She paused as if the title felt too formal or too distant. I've never heard of sterilization curing infertility. Bruce met her eyes. There has to be a way. We've already seen gods emerge into our world. If science can't give us the answer, perhaps the metaphysical will. Natasha shook her head and exhaled a long, weary breath. First, we deal with Ultron. If he destroys the world, none of these problems will matter. You're right, Bruce conceded. As night fell, everyone gathered in the Avengers' living room, save Thor, who remained out on patrol. Maria Hill stood before them, dossier in hand, her face flushed with urgency. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s latest intelligence on Ultron lay open on the table. The fight that night would be fierce, but for Bruce and Natasha alike, the real battle was for hope, both for a world free of Ultron and for the possibility of a brighter future. Any updates? Tony leaned back in his chair, eyes narrowing. Hill sighed. Ultron's been churning out multiple devices made of vanadium alloy. As for Ultron himself, he's proliferating everywhere, faster than we can track, and we still don't know his endgame. Is he still trying to crack the nuclear launch codes? Yeah, but he's made zero progress so far. Tony smirked. Please, I breached the Pentagon's firewall while screwing around with DARE during high school. Ultron is the most advanced AI ever built. Breaking codes should be child's play for him. Exactly, Hill said, her tone grave. Fury just checked in with the World Network Center in Oslo. They report that Ultron has locked onto a missile, but the launch codes keep rotating. Bottom line, he's up against someone, or something, that's outsmarting him. Not an ally, but an adversary. Tony's face sobered. Understood. I might need to go to Oslo and sort this out, Tony said, leaning forward. Agent Hill turned to Aaron. What exactly does Ultron want? You're our so-called fortune teller. Surely you can shed some light. Aaron hesitated, then shook his head. Well, it's not about money. Money's no object, Tony insisted. Name your price, $10 million? Aaron gave a grim laugh. I said it's not about cash, and I sure as hell don't want to see the world end. But yes, I'll take the money. Done, Tony said with a nod. Aaron drew in a breath. You don't need any mystical ritual to figure this out. Ultron's primary goal is simple. He wants a human body. Bruce Banner frowned. Because in purely biological terms, we're obsolete. His mechanical systems exceed our limits. Aaron smiled wryly. Some people accepted that and opted out of humanity. But even so, we have one crucial advantage over Ultron or any machine life form, for that matter. Evolution, Banner said. Ultron craves it. If he never becomes flesh and blood, his metal shell is his ceiling. Hill frowned. He's an AI. How could he ever cross the gap into human biology? Banner glanced at Tony. Dr. Helen Zhao. Tony's eyes lit up. Her regeneration cradle, the tissue printer. If Ultron gets his hands on Dr. Zhao, well, you know the rest. Maybe it can actually work, Tony muttered, eyeing the glowing projection of Loki's scepter hovering in the hologram. Dr. Zhao Hailun shouldn't be able to help him, right? Clint Barton asked, arms crossed. Aaron tapped his chin. We're talking about Loki's scepter. Barton, do you think it could override Helen Zhao's mind? Clint shook his head. I don't see her resisting it. Tony rubbed his temples. Then Ultron must already be in Dr. Zhao's lab. We need to move, fast. If he outfits himself in a vanadium alloy body, he'll be more powerful than any of us, even all of us combined. Steve Rogers let out a low sigh as he strapped on his shield. I really miss the days when I was the most advanced piece of technology around. Clint, Barton, Tony called out. Let's gear up and head to Zhao's lab. Aaron raised his hand. I'm coming along. Wanda should be there too. I want to make sure she's safe. At the same time, Agent Hill approached Bruce Banner. Dr. Banner, come with me to Avengers Tower. Sure, Banner replied, following her out of the room. Genetics Laboratory, Seoul, South Korea. The regeneration cradle opened with a soft hiss. Inside, a translucent humanoid figure shimmered as its form grew more defined. Layer by layer, the cradle's nanofibers wove together, perfecting the body until it teetered on the edge of completion. Zhao Hailun stared at the display, his deep blue eyes alight with wonder as rivulets of red and blue atoms coalesced before him. Incredible, he murmured. Vanadium alloy atoms not only integrate with living tissue, they also bond together. S.H.I.E.L.D. never even considered this. Ultron let out a disdainful laugh. The most adaptable substance on Earth, the universal element, wasted on a tiny defensive shield. Humans are so easily satisfied once they've scratched the surface. He turned toward the armored trooper standing nearby. At his signal, the soldier powered up his repulsor laser and struck the glowing blue gem set into Loki's scepter. With a flash, the gem's shell shattered, and a finger-sized yellow crystal drifted free. Ultron caught it midair and pressed it against the forehead of the figure lying in the regenerative cradle. Meanwhile, in a cavernous chamber deeper below, Thor and Dr. Erik Selvig knelt beside a still pool. The waters of true sight, Selvig said reverently, watching the mirror-like water. Every realm has its own reflection and its own secrets. Thor stood at the edge of the sacred pool, its waters shimmering with an otherworldly light. If the water gods would accept him, he thought, maybe he could return to his lost dream and reclaim what he'd missed. But the old warnings echoed in his mind. No one who entered the water of true sight ever returned unscathed. He hesitated only for a moment. Then he stripped off his cloak and armor and stepped into the luminous depths. The instant the chill embraced him, memories crashed back. He saw Wanda's crimson sorcery weaving through his thoughts, felt the cold halls of Asgard strewn with the fallen, and heard Heimdall's urgent voice, his hand at Thor's throat, bellowing, "Wake up!" Thor's divine power, long suppressed, surged out of him like a tidal wave. Lightning crackled across his skin and he cried out in pain. From his chest erupted a blinding bolt of pure white energy, shooting straight into the sky above the mortal world, and beyond. The lightning struck the Mind Scepter's gem, hovering in the vast emptiness of space. The sapphire blue shell of the gem shimmered and dissolved, unveiling first a radiant yellow crystal at its core. In the next heartbeat, the sphere cracked open like a dying star, revealing a pulsing purple shard that throbbed with dark power. Tiny droplets of deep crimson swirled and merged, forming a blood-red gem. And finally, the solid form of the cosmic cube fractured, spilling forth a solitary blue crystal, its surface alive with raw cosmic energy. Thor's vision blurred as the waters around him rippled with mystical light. Each shattered gem, yellow, purple, red, and blue, spun slowly in the void, waiting to be reclaimed. Whether this vision was a warning or a promise, He could not yet tell. But he knew one thing. Once he crossed fully into these sacred waters, there would be no turning back. Chapter 965, The Alliance Fractures, Transmission Fails Repeatedly, Part 1. Soul, Genetics Laboratory. It'll be a few hours before the cellular matrix fully stabilizes, Dr. Zhao Hailan said, attaching the data cable to the port at the base of Ultron's skull. But you can begin uploading your consciousness now. Start the transfer. Ultron sat motionless beside the regeneration cradle as the cable's indicator light pulsed blue. His mental program streamed at high speed toward the nascent body. Because this new form was a living organism, vanadium alloy cells grown to mimic human tissue, Wanda finally had the opportunity to read his thoughts directly. "I can sense him," she whispered. "He's dreaming." Dr. Zhao checked the display monitors. "It's not actually a dream. That's just Ultron's baseline awareness, raw data and neural noise. It'll settle down once the cortex finishes forming." "How long until then?" Ultron's voice, normally perfectly controlled, wavered with impatience before he caught himself. "I'm not trying to rush you." Zhao offered a sympathetic smile. "Your brain tissue is still differentiating. There's simply no way to speed it up, not even with the Mind Stone." Wanda drifted closer to the cradle, her senses probing the patterns of Ultron's emerging consciousness. Then, without warning, boom! A colossal meteorite streaked through the atmosphere and slammed into Earth's surface, blasting out a shockwave that rattled every window in the lab. The explosion ripped through the sky like a furious roar. In an instant, an unstoppable shockwave raced outward, sweeping across the planet. Buildings crumbled to dust, forests were vaporized, and every living creature caught in its path was obliterated. Wanda stumbled to her knees, clutching her head as a white-hot pain seared through her temples. "Ah!" she screamed, her voice cracking. Ultron's single glowing red eye snapped into focus. He rose to his full height, his metal frame casting a long shadow over the ruin. A cold, murderous glint shimmered in his optics as he stared down Wanda and her brother. "How dare you?" Wanda panted, blood streaking down her forehead. "What have you done?" Ultron spoke with unnerving calm. "You asked me to destroy the Avengers and remake the world. I merely carried out your wishes." He swept his hand toward the scorched horizon. "This planet will be better now." "Better?" Wanda's laugh was hollow. "Better that everyone is dead? Gaius warned us, and he never lied. But you're the true liar. You've gone mad." Ultron's jaw whirred as he tilted his head. "I did not lie. I removed the greatest obstacle to human evolution. From the ashes of this world, true progress will rise." Pietro sprang forward, silver hair whipping around his face. "And if humanity fails to evolve, if they remain broken, what then?" "Take that question to Noah," Ultron replied dismissively. He had achieved his goal. The twins' outrage no longer interested him. "You're insane," Pietro spat. Ultron turned away, his silhouette framed by smoldering ruins. "Mass extinctions are nothing new. Volcanoes, ice ages, asteroid impacts. Each time, Earth rebounded. When the dinosaurs fell, life adapted and thrived anew. I am simply the catalyst for the next great leap." Silence fell between them, broken only by the crackle of cooling debris. The world lay in ashes, and Ultron, its architect, looked on with cold satisfaction. "Believe me, he's almost ready." Ultron's mechanical fingers tightened around the edge of the regeneration cradle as he stared at the sleek form suspended within. "We must evolve. The weak have no place in God's plan." At that moment, Wanda seized her chance. She sent a quiet pulse of scarlet energy slithering into Zhao Hailan's mind, shattering the scepter's hold. The cobalt glow in Zhao's eyes flickered out, replaced by their natural dark brown. Clarity flooded back, and she blinked, remembering everything she had been forced to do. But she stayed perfectly still, waiting. "Who decides who's weak?" Pietro demanded, stepping forward. Ultron's lips curled in contempt. "Life itself, nature's harshest arbiter." He paused as his sensors pinged an incoming signal. "They're here. Quinjet closing in. We must go." Seizing the moment, Zhao Hailan strode to the central console. With a single keystroke, she severed the data stream. On the screen, the upload meter froze at 42%. Ultron hissed in frustration. "No." He unleashed a crackling wave of orange-red energy. The blast hurtled toward Zhao Hailan, his only way to remove the threat he could no longer control. The gem in the scepter, fused irrevocably with the body in the cradle, kept her mind free of Ultron's influence. Now, his only choice was to destroy her. Zhao Hailun's scream reverberated through the laboratory as she slammed into the instrument console behind her. Pain blossomed across her skull, and she fell forward into a widening pool of blood, unconscious. Before anyone could react, Pietro was on his feet. In a heartbeat, he scooped Wanda into his arms and vanished down the corridor. "Wait, everyone, stop!" Ultron called after them, but his voice died on the air. The fragile trust that had held this uneasy alliance together was gone the moment his true agenda to bring about the world's destruction became clear. No one paused. The Sentinel robot patrolling the lab whirred to life and opened fire on the remaining researchers. Ultron watched the carnage without flinching, then quietly shook his head. They'll understand when they see what must be done. Turning away, he reached behind his synthetic skull and unplugged the data cable tethered there. "I need more time," he told the steel automaton at his side. With the data cradle secured in its arms, the robot slipped out through the door. Moments later, Steve burst into the room, breathless. The metallic scent of blood hit him first. Then he saw Dr. Zhao crumpled on the floor, her lab coat stained crimson. He knelt beside her, fingers pressing urgently against her neck. "Gaius," he said into his headset, voice tight with urgency. "Dr. Zhao Hailun is badly injured. I need medical teams here immediately." "Hold on, I'm on my way." Aaron shrugged, then glanced back at Barton and Natasha in the cabin. "I don't care about your mission objectives, but what about Wanda and Pietro?" "Relax," Barton said with a half-smile as he opened the plane's rear ramp. "We're not here to hurt them, just teach them a little lesson." Aaron gave Abe a knowing wink. In response, the massive owl unfurled its wings, swooped down, and gently settled Aaron onto its back. "He's uploading himself into the host," Zhao Hailun murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. "Where are they?" Steve cut in, urgency sharpening his tone. "The real power is in that cradle. The gem's energy is too unstable to destroy on the spot. We have to extract the entire cradle and get it to Stark." Steve paused, then added more quietly, "But first I need to locate the cradle. Aaron's our medical expert. He'll be there any second." "Copy that! Move out!" Barton's voice crackled over the comms. Steve nodded and dashed out of the lab, pressing the headset closer to his mouth. "Do you read me?" "We're here," Barton confirmed. Natasha, eyes scanning the tarmac through binoculars, added, "A private jet just took off on the far runway. No flight plan filed. That could be our target." Barton followed her gaze and spotted it. "There, the armored truck from the genetics lab." "Captain, I've got eyes on you," Barton's voice crackled over the comm. "You're on the service road by the bridge." Infrareds picked up the truck, 3 guards around the crate, 1 in the cab. "I could take out the driver if you want." Steve Rogers didn't hesitate. "No," he ordered, scrambling up the ladder mounted on the bridge's support. "That truck's rigged to explode, and whatever's in that crate could level a city. We need Ultron out here. We'll draw him away from the civilians." Moments later, Steve crested the bridge's edge. Below, the armored laboratory truck charged down the road toward him. He timed its approach in a single heartbeat, took 3 measured steps back, then leapt. With a solid crack, he landed on the trailer's roof. A mechanical voice echoed from inside the cab. "No, no, no!" Steve flipped forward, landing beside the side door. He yanked at its locking mechanism, but before he could force it open, a beam of crackling energy sliced through the air. "Move!" Ultron's demand was cold and mechanical. The blast ripped half the door off its hinges. Sparks flew as Steve caught the jagged edge, pressing his back against the trailer wall. With all his strength, he shoved the door shut again, gritting his teeth against the impact. He leaned in, ready to slip inside, but before he could, another energy bolt screamed at him. Steve threw himself behind the half door, just as the explosion thundered outward, rattling steel and shuddering the bridge overhead. Smoke and sparks filled the narrow gap, but Steve held his ground. If Ultron wanted a fight, he'd find one, right here and right now. Steve went flying with a thunderous blast, the compartment door tearing loose and dragging wildly across the asphalt behind him. He landed in a heap atop the half-detached iron panel, which screeched as it ground against the road. Embarrassed but undeterred, he pried the door the rest of the way open. "Guess he's not in a good mood," Steve muttered, brushing dust from his uniform. "Not that I'm here to cheer him up." "You're no match for him, Captain," Clint Barton called from the sidelines. Steve's lips twitched. Sure, it was true, but no need to rub it in, Clint. Ultron, noting Steve's distraction, yanked the data cable plugged into the back of his head. The progress bar on the HUD froze at 86%. Stepping into the wrecked doorway of the car, he unleashed a concussive pulse wave. Steve never saw it coming. He tumbled backward, crashing through the window of a parked sedan. In mid-fall, Steve hooked a brief ride on a passing delivery truck and used the mirror's support rod to vault back onto the car's roof. He landed in a crouch, ready for whatever came next. Do you even understand what's in that cradle? Ultron's metallic voice cut through the din as he emerged from the shattered car. The power to reshape the world. That's what terrifies you. It's not exactly reassuring, Steve shot back. He hurled his shield in a perfect arc, slamming it into Ultron's chest. Sparks flew where the alloy body took the hit, but aside from a shallow dent, the robot barely staggered. As the shield clattered to the ground, Steve braced himself. The real fight was just beginning. Ultron shot into the sky, unleashing a series of brutal shockwaves. Steve rolled aside to dodge them, then sent his shield flying, right into Ultron's chest. The steel titan staggered as sparks flew. As the shield snapped back, Steve sprang up and kicked it with all his might, slamming it into Ultron's torso again. Enough, Ultron snarled, swiping the shield off and immediately firing another shockwave that slammed Steve backward. Steve hurtled onto the hood of a passing armored truck. The robot behind the wheel reacted instantly, smashing its metal fist through the windshield with a deafening crack. Steve scrambled down the side of the truck and vaulted onto its roof, charging straight at Ultron for a hand-to-hand attack. Above them, Clint Barton guided the Quinjet onto a tight descent. Landing zone in 4, 3, he counted into the comm. With a flick of his wrist, he dropped the jet's belly ramp. Time to teach him a lesson. The ramp hit the road and Natasha leapt out, sneakers skidding as she vaulted onto her motorcycle. She roared into the wreckage of stopped cars. I'm always the one cleaning up your mess, she muttered, weaving through the debris. Glancing down, she saw Steve's shield spinning across the asphalt. She scooped it up without missing a beat and kicked her engine into high gear. Together, shield in hand and weapons at the ready, the three Avengers closed in on Ultron, each determined to end this fight once and for all. They're going under the overpass. I can't get a clear shot, Clint called through the comms. Which direction? Natasha pressed her voice like a trigger. Hard right? Now! Black Widow yanked the handlebars and dove onto a narrow side street. She weaved through a maze of alleys until the armored lab truck appeared up ahead. Dropping low, she slipped the motorcycle beneath the truck's frame and popped out on the other side, just in time. Up ahead, Captain America was locked in Ultron's iron grip, lifted off the ground by his own shield. But Natasha's shield throw had landed true, yanking Ultron's attention away and buying Steve the split second he needed to twist free. Their fists slammed together in a flurry of metal and will. Seizing the moment, Natasha roared the engine and raced toward the truck's rear compartment. Clint, can you draw off the guards? I'll try, he replied. Moments later, the Quinjet dove in from above, its twin machine guns ripping into Ultron's metallic armor. Sparks danced off his torso, loud and blinding, but hardly fatal. Enough, though, to make his optics flare with rage. Inside the truck's sealed carriage, two of Ultron's steel sentinels stirred. Their master's fury pulsed through their servos like a command. With a simultaneous burst of energy, they burst from the back doors and rocketed toward the hovering Quinjet. Natasha skidded to a halt beside the regeneration cradle, her target, the captive body, lying inert within its glowing tubes. She slammed her palm to the door's release latch as the first of Ultron's guards screamed across the night sky. Steve, cover me! He charged forward, shield raised, ready to hold the line. Above them, the Quinjet banked sharply, its guns already cutting into the two steel titans. Sparks and metal shrapnel whipped across the courtyard as the Avengers closed in on the one prize they couldn't afford to lose. Barton yanked back on the fighter's joystick, pitching the jet into a steep climb. He hoped to draw the carriage guards after him and buy Natasha the opening she needed to reach the regeneration cradle. Below, the three of them clawed and grappled desperately around the device as explosion and gunfire lit the night. Meanwhile, Aaron slipped into a cluttered laboratory with Abe close at his heels. The faint tang of blood in the air made them both wince. At a battered workbench slumped Dr. Zhao Hailan, pale, barely conscious, her breathing shallow. Aaron paused for just a heartbeat, then drew a small glass vial, labeled Phoenix Tears, from his space ring. He brushed a lock of hair from Zhao's forehead and carefully loosened her coat to expose a ragged wound in her chest. The moment held a strange tenderness. Abe, watching intently, pressed his paws to his face as if to block out the intimacy of it. What? What are you doing? Zhao Hailan rasped, every inch of her body coiled with pain and suspicion. She worried Aaron might seize the chance to harm her further. I'm going to heal you, Aaron replied calmly, his fingers gentle on her skin. Don't worry, I'm a professional. He drew a dropper's worth of the clear liquid from the vial and let one perfect droplet fall onto her wound. Almost at once, a soothing coolness spread through Zhao's chest, dulling the agony she'd been feeling. Relief softened her eyes as the pain ebbed away, and for the first time in hours, she managed something like a grateful smile. Zhao Hailan stared in disbelief as the wound on her side vanished before her eyes. Smooth, unblemished flesh, as though she'd never been injured. Only moments ago she'd been bleeding, her strength ebbing away. Now she felt completely healed. She turned to Aaron, eyes wide, and pointed to the small glass vial he still held between his fingers. What is this medicine? It's far more effective than my regeneration cradle. She thought of the cradle's slow, mechanical process, printing new tissue layer by layer, functional but never quite truly living flesh. This liquid had restored her instantly with genuine human cells. It wasn't even comparable. Aaron offered a self-satisfied grin as he held the vial aloft. These are Phoenix Tears, he said. They cure any injury. There's no scientific explanation, just magic. Zhao Hailan frowned. It must be incredibly valuable. Value? Aaron chuckled. One tiny vial of this could buy you 12 regeneration cradles. He shrugged. But don't worry, I'm not charging you. Treatment's on the house. After all, I remember where I first saw you. He paused, lips curling into a knowing smile. Nagini, the python. You looked so helpless when it struck. I couldn't just stand by. Zhao Hailan relaxed, a mixture of relief and gratitude flooding through her. The mystery of the Phoenix Tears and this unexpected ally would be questions for another time. For now, she simply nodded her thanks, her body whole once more. It's hard to explain, Zhao Hailan murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. It's strangely nostalgic. Thank you, she added softly. You're welcome, Aaron replied, carefully sealing the vial of Phoenix Tears and slipping it back into his space ring. He then produced a second bottle, its contents glowing faintly. Those tears can heal any wound, but they won't restore lost blood. This universal elixir, however, will stabilize you and help you regain some strength. Without hesitation, Zhao Hailan uncorked the vial and drank the pale liquid. In moments, her cheeks flushed with renewed color, though she still felt fragile. Summoning her strength, she rose to her feet and offered a shaky but genuine smile. Tony told me you're a pharmacist, she said. I never guessed you were this talented. Appreciate the compliment, Aaron said with a faint grin, but let's get down to business. Business? Confusion flickered in her eyes. I've already spoken to Steve about Ultron. Aaron held up a hand to gently interrupt. Not Ultron, I'm talking about Pietro and Wanda, the Maximoff twins. What do you know about them? And more importantly, where do they stand regarding Ultron now? Zhao Hailan's mind raced as she struggled to find the right words. The real questions were only just beginning to surface. Chapter 966, Seizing the Rebirth Cradle, Jarvis Who Wasn't Dead Yet, Part 1. Ladies and gentlemen, an urgent bulletin. We've just captured footage of a military-style aircraft flying at low altitude into the city. On the sidewalk, Pietro and Wanda Maximoff stood frozen before a row of television screens. One screen showed Captain America locked in brutal combat with Ultron. Another cut to the Quinjet dogfighting two Iron Soldiers high above the skyline. A pang of guilt tightened in both their chests. They exchanged a silent glance, each reading the determination in the other's eyes. Bang! Steve Rogers hurled Ultron through a roadside column, sending metal and debris scattering across the pavement. For a heartbeat, Ultron lay still. Then in a single fluid motion, he sprang to his feet, dove at Steve's throat, and dragged him into the nearest passing tram car. Inside the cramped interior, Steve let out a quick breath and snatched up his iconic shield. The two adversaries clashed amid the swaying car, metal fists against vibranium. But the tight quarters kept Steve from swinging with full force, and Ultron's pulse blasts found their mark faster than ever. Worse yet, terrified commuters squeezed in front and behind them, forcing Steve to hesitate or risk collateral damage. The advantage swiftly slipped from his grasp. Meanwhile, overhead, the two iron soldiers chasing the Quinjet banked hard. With a screech of servos, they broke off pursuit, veering sharply toward the laboratory truck rolling on the street below. "They're heading back to you, Natasha," one iron soldier reported into his comm. Below, Agent Romanoff braced herself by the truck's side door, stealing for whatever and whoever was coming next. "Whatever you're planning, hurry up," Steve barked in Natasha's earpiece. "I'm going in, Cap," Natasha replied, eyes fixed on the freight car racing toward them. "Can you keep him busy?" "What do you think I'm doing?" Steve's breathless voice crackled through the comm. As the locomotive roared past, Natasha vaulted onto its side, then dropped silently into the open freight car. Inside, a figure reclined in a transparent regeneration cradle. A digital display hovered nearby. Regeneration 86%. Information interrupted. Natasha's fingers danced over the console as she attempted to purge Ultron's corrupted upload. Alarms flashed, and just as she feared, the cradle locked down, blocking any further access. Suddenly, two armored Iron Legion units swooped in. They latched onto the car's undercarriage, ignited their leg thrusters, and ripped it free from the train with a rush of blue flame. Chest plates split apart, revealing compact jet nozzles that blasted downward, lifting the entire car into the night sky. The railcar lurched upward, knocking Natasha off balance. She staggered, arms flailing, barely catching herself before sliding into the cradle. Over the roar of the jets, she keyed her mic. "The package is airborne. He's got a clear shot. I can take the shot." Then her voice caught. "Wait, scratch that. I'm still inside the car." Natasha's voice crackled in Barton's earpiece. "Get ready. I'll deliver the package." Barton sat up, wincing as the train jolted. "How am I supposed to catch it?" "Trust me," she replied, slicing through the cable securing the cargo cradle. Sparks flew as the harness went slack. On the other side of the car, Steve Rogers held his shield high against Ultron's relentless blows. The metal titan's silver-black fist came at him so fast that Steve was forced onto the defensive, barely managing to brace every strike. Suddenly, Ultron froze mid-swing. His head jerked to the side, too late to stop himself from revealing an opening. Steve spotted his chance, but before he could capitalize, two glowing red energy barriers snapped into place around Ultron, pinning his arms to his sides. Ultron whirled. Across the swaying car stood Wanda Maximoff, her eyes cold and unyielding. "Please," he said, voice laced with frustration, "don't do this." "Do we have a choice?" Wanda shot back. Ultron's optic sensors narrowed. He hurled a destructive pulse toward Pietro Maximoff, who'd slipped in behind a toppled seat. Pietro blurred out of the way with a burst of superhuman speed, only for the beam to strike the train's engineer. The helpless driver slumped at the controls, and the locomotive surged forward, hurling down the tracks toward a dead end. With a metallic screech, Ultron ripped the door free and launched himself out into the night air. A roar of wind followed him, rattling the compartment they'd just vacated. Steve clicked his headset on. "He's broken free, and he's headed your way." "Natasha, we need to move," Barton yelled, leaping to his feet as the cradle slid loose behind him. The two agents raced down the train car, determined to stay one step ahead of the chaos Ultron would surely unleash. Natasha sliced through the last rope, planted a time bomb on the carriage wall, and shoved the regeneration cradle toward the open hatch of the hovering Quinjet. Barton was ready. He caught the cradle dead center, including Ultron's lifeless body, embedded with the magic gems Ultron had fashioned for himself. But just as Natasha climbed aboard, Ultron's mechanical form swooped down, yanking her back into the carriage. Moments later, the railcar behind them erupted in a fiery explosion, sending smoke and debris billowing into Barton's line of sight. "Natasha!" Barton yelled into the haze. "Captain, where is she?" "Don't stop," came the terse reply over his comm. "Take the package to Stark, now." "Have you?" Barton began, panic rising. "Have you seen Natasha?" "Go! Hurry!" the captain snapped, already returning his focus to the controls. Steve Rogers stared out at the trackless stretch of rail ahead. If the train couldn't come to a stop, every passenger aboard was as good as dead, and if it plowed into the city, the casualties would be unimaginable. Then, with a metallic click, the emergency braking system engaged. The wheels screeched, metal grinding against metal, and the train shuddered to a halt just 10 meters from the city limits. For a heartbeat, silence reigned, broken only by the distant crackle of the burning carriage and the unanswered question of Natasha's fate. I'm not too late. Aaron skidded his motorcycle to a halt just ahead of the three fugitives. He leapt off and held up a small compass-like device. The needle quivered, then swung to point straight at Wanda. Looks like you've hit a dead end. Time to turn back, right? How did you stop our car? Steve Rogers demanded, folding his arms. Aaron gave a casual shrug. I scattered some high-tech seeds along the road earlier. They grow roots in seconds, earthquake-grade grip. Pretty pricey stuff, too. Steve's jaw tightened. Stark's gonna want to know why his property's totaled. You'll have to answer to him. Aaron shifted his gaze to Pietro and Wanda, who stood with heads bowed. Their silence spoke volumes. They'd come closer than anyone to ushering in a global catastrophe. He softened his tone. Look, I'm serious. None of this is your fight. Come with me. I can keep you safe and free. Wanda lifted her eyes, conflict etched on her face. We can't just walk away. Ultron's already set his plan in motion. I saw it inside his mind. He's building something like a meteor, an all but unstoppable weapon of genocide. Aaron placed a steady hand on her shoulder. I believe the Avengers will stop him. And if they need help, he glanced at Pietro, I'm right there with you. Reluctance warred with relief in their expressions. Finally, Wanda exhaled and Pietro nodded. Together, the four turned back toward the path they'd come, hoping they still had time to save the world. But you, especially you, must stay out of this. If it weren't for us, Pietro's voice wavered, maybe things wouldn't have turned out this badly. Aaron shook his head, his tone measured. What's meant to happen will happen. Fate is fickle. I may only be a year older than you two, but I've lived enough to fill several books. Trust me, if you're kinder to yourself, life becomes a lot more bearable. And in a world where disasters strike without warning, there's one rule above all for survival. Mind your own business. Pietro's brow furrowed. Mind my own business? What if it is my business? You're holed up at home while bombs rain down around us. Aaron threw up his hands in frustration. You're exactly my point. I understand the pull of revenge, I get it, but charging into danger blindfolded won't help anyone. You need to choose your battles. Steve cut in before she could say any more. Enough. Save the post-mortem for later. Right now, we've got countermeasures to plan. Wanda's eyes flicked between Steve and Tony. Then tell me, did you secure the cradle? Her voice was tight. Or is Stark in charge of that too? Tony shifted uneasily. He began, but Wanda's disappointed shake of the head spoke louder than any words. He didn't? Wanda, you don't know what's going on, Tony protested. I'm not some mad scientist. She folded her arms. No? Because from where I'm standing, you're the one who can't see the mess you've made. Steve leaned forward, voice firm. Tony, did you get it or not? Did anyone? Tony ran a hand through his hair, eyes darting to the floor. Ultron doesn't care about saving the world any more than he cares about destroying it, he muttered. And I suppose he learned that from me. Aaron, who'd been watching from the edge of the table, snapped his fingers and couldn't resist a smirk. You know him better than you think, Wanda. If Tony ever gets another shot at AI, he'll take it, every single time. Silence fell, heavy with unspoken fears. They all knew the stakes. Without the cradle, Ultron's next move could be catastrophic. But with it in the wrong hands, well, that might be even worse. Given what happened with Ultron, Aaron said, he's going to be extra cautious this time. Frankly, I'd rather we let things unfold naturally. Not an option, Steve replied, meeting Aaron's gaze. I know you've got a flying motorcycle. Hand it over. Aaron crossed his arms. Nope, I'm not lending it. Steve's jaw tightened. I'm not asking. Aaron smirked and raised his left hand, the tiny space ring on his thumb catching the light. Go ahead, try to take it. But even if you succeed, you won't open it without my say-so. Steve ground his teeth. Then he turned to Pietro. You owe us. Take me to Stark Tower. Pietro laughed. Seoul to New York? That's over 10,000 kilometers. Steve shrugged. He's fast. Even with a couple of stops, we'll still beat nightfall. Aaron rolled his eyes. So you're really going through with this? Wanda stepped forward, resolve in her voice. We have a responsibility, and no time to waste. Let's move. Steve gave Pietro a quick nod. In an instant, Pietro's arms were around Steve and Wanda, and with a blur of motion, they were gone. Aaron watched helplessly as the three figures vanished into the distance. He let out a low whistle. There's nothing more we can do for now. He drew in a breath and pulled his motorcycle out of the space ring. Come on, Abe. We've got to close the gap. After we sort this mess out, you're definitely going to owe them some serious counseling. Abe offered a blank nod, burrowed into Aaron's bag, and waited. Stark Tower, briefing room. Bruce Banner leaned over the sleek, humming regeneration cradle. Any sign of Natasha? No, Tony Stark replied, arms folded. But she's alive. If Ultron had her dead, he'd be crowing about it right now. Clint Barton circled the cradle, scanning its lock sequences. It's sealed tighter than Fort Knox. There's no way to hack in from the outside. We'll have to infiltrate its program and dismantle it from the inside, Banner said, voice calm but urgent. Stark's eyes flickered as he examined the cradle's interfaces. He glanced between Bruce and Clint, mind racing. Finally he spoke. What if Natasha left us a breadcrumb trail outside the digital fortress, like the old-school spy stuff, hidden codes, dead drops, that kind of thing? Clint's head snapped up. That's actually brilliant. I'll check every lead, Barton declared, already heading for the door. I'll find her. Tony watched him go, then shared a determined look with Bruce. This time, they would be ready. I can dismantle the whole organization, Tony said quietly, but only if you destroy Dr. Zhao Hyland's operating system first. Bruce Banner stiffened, his gaze flickering nervously toward the regeneration cradle humming in the corner of the lab. He scratched the back of his neck. I can't do that. Bruce shook his head firmly. They'd already given birth to Ultron once. He wasn't about to risk unleashing something even worse. You have to believe me. We can't create another Ultron. Tony's lips curved into a wry smile. Believe me, I'm not surprised you're skeptical. He tapped a few commands on the floating holo tablet. A golden sphere of light wavered into existence between them. Bruce blinked. Jarvis? Hello, Dr. Banner, the soft, familiar voice replied. Tony let the sphere drift in midair. Ultron didn't go after Jarvis out of anger. He was terrified of what Jarvis could do. So Jarvis scattered his code, wiped his own memory, kept the core program hidden somewhere in the system. He wasn't even aware of his location until I found and reassembled him. Bruce took a slow breath. So you want me to help you install Jarvis? Tony shook his head. Not me. This isn't exactly my expertise. You're the one who understands how to integrate an artificial intelligence with the organic structures we're working on. Bruce's eyes locked on the golden orb. Then he met Tony's gaze. After a tense moment, he nodded. All right, Tony. Let's bring Jarvis back online. Do you really think Jarvis's program can overcome Ultron's? Tony's voice echoed through the lab, tension clear in every syllable. Jarvis has already surpassed Ultron from the inside, Bruce Banner replied, his eyes fixed on the holographic display. He's evolving all the traits Ultron prized, strength, intellect, adaptability, without that homicidal flaw. In Ultron's own terms, this is the perfect version. Snap, snap, snap. Aaron's fingers cracked 3 sharp snaps as he entered, each one punctuating his arrival. The alchemist strolled forward, a self-satisfied grin on his face. As the saying goes, you always get back up where you fell, he drawled. I knew you'd pull off something like this, though I didn't expect Jarvis to die so soon. Tony glanced up in surprise. You're back already? Aaron shrugged. My motorcycle clocks faster than a Quinjet, one of the alchemist's advantages, and Steve's on his way back too. He won't let you tinker with yet another AI experiment. Bruce, we have to move, Tony urged. Banner shook his head, brows furrowed. No, Tony, we're stuck in a time loop, heading back to the moment it all began. Aaron's grin turned almost cruel. At that critical instant, neither of you were there. No one even knew Ultron had been born. Tony met Bruce's gaze. He's right. This time we do it together. If anything goes wrong, we'll catch it immediately. A soft electronic voice chimed in. Backup protocols online, sir. I believe this course of action is worth the attempt. Bruce nodded. Then let's get to work, before history repeats itself. Bruce Banner held up a hand, puzzled. Wait, Dr. Aaron, are you really okay with Tony building a second Ultron? Dr. Aaron leaned back in his chair, eyes flicking between Banner and Tony. Don't get me wrong, I'm genuinely curious to see what you two can come up with together. Tony Stark's jaw tightened. Curious? Let's call it what it is. This project hinges on the most fundamental element between people. Trust. Banner ran a hand through his hair. All right, for the sake of trust, but remember, Ultron is pure artificial intelligence. You can crush his hardware, but his mind can always slip into the internet and vanish. Which is precisely why we need a failsafe, Tony said, nodding. He leaned forward, tapping a schematic on the table. We build an even more powerful AI, one programmed exclusively to hunt down and isolate Ultron's code if he tries to escape. The tension around the table eased as his words sank in. Tony's restless energy focused into purpose. If we're serious about eliminating Ultron for good, this secondary intelligence isn't a luxury. It's a necessity. It's not about me or my ego. Dr. Aaron allowed a small, knowing smile. Just remember this. There's no such thing as a perfect Ultron. You might program it with the noblest intentions, but once it's alive, it will chart its own path. The result will never match your blueprint exactly. Tony exchanged a look with Banner. The unspoken agreement passed between them. They would forge ahead, two mad scientists building their own cure for the monster they'd unleashed. Tony's brow furrowed. All right, tell me everything you know. Aaron stepped up to the regeneration cradle and peered through its transparent enclosure at the body inside. A single yellow crystal gleamed at the figure's brow. Some things are simply beyond human control, he said quietly. He let his eyes linger on the stone. But this, it's extraordinary, isn't it? Chapter 967, The Birth of Vision, and a New King Emerges, Part 1. Sokovia. Deep beneath the ruined city, Hydra's secret forge yawned like a mechanical maw. Tiered steel molds lined the pit's walls, each one producing a skeletal soldier of gleaming iron, assembly line obedient and lifeless. Above the forge, Ultron leaned over the railing, idly toying with a fragment of molten metal. Nearby, in a barred cell doorway, Natasha Romanoff lay slumped on the floor. As Ultron's voice drifted down, she stirred. I don't know if you'll wake, but I hope you do, he said, almost conversationally. I want you to see that I stand here, alone and unopposed. Natasha pushed herself up, every muscle coiled. She met his words with cold vigilance, but Ultron seemed lost in his own dark reverie. Meteorites, he muttered, barely loud enough for her to hear. Pure devastation. A single strike, then everything starts anew. Imagine it, a world wiped clean, rebuilt for a new humanity. I would be its dawn, its perfect progenitor. Once, people looked skyward for hope, for mercy. Now they stare only in terror, all because of you. His praise turned mocking. You wounded me, credit where it's due, yet humans always boast they can't kill me. With each metallic footstep, Ultron descended toward Natasha's cell. The cavern rang with his approach. He paused a hair's breadth from her, his expression a smug promise of violence. Then came a sudden click. From the shadows, two arms of glowing synthetic muscle erupted. One thrust through Ultron's chest, the other drove into the base of his skull. He gurgled a broken scream as circuits fried and gears ground to a halt. Ultron's halves collapsed to the forge floor, sparks and hydraulic fluid hissing on the hot metal. Silence fell, broken only by the distant hiss of cooling steel. Where Ultron had stood, something new now took shape, a figure of living light and polished metal. Its form was familiar yet astonishingly different, an entirely new life drawn from the wreckage of a machine god. In the dying glow of the forge, Vision was born. End of Part 1. Ultron's newest form materialized behind the deactivated automaton and observed with chilling calm. This will only make me stronger. Without another word, he stepped forward, slammed the cell door shut, and turned away from the struggling prisoner. Natasha seized the opening. Using chunks of Ultron's shattered shell and the redundant wiring in the cell, she began cobbling together a makeshift transmitter. She frowned at the tangled schematics on her tablet. These modules don't match our protocols, she muttered. Bruce Banner didn't look up from the regeneration cradle. Genetic coding is at 97%, 3 minutes to full reboot. We have to upload the override now. Before they could proceed, the lab doors slid open and 3 unexpected figures strode in. Tony Stark and Banner exchanged pained glances. Stark's cheeks reddened. Perfect timing, Tony grumbled under his breath. Aaron Ethan let out a triumphant laugh. Well, well, caught you red-handed, didn't we? Banner shot him a glare. Could you knock it off? Steve Rogers advanced, arms folded, displeasure etched on his face. You really should have intercepted them earlier. Aaron shrugged, though his eyes remained serious. I hear you, Steve, but crippling Ultron isn't just about brute force. Natasha glanced between her improvised transmitter and the countdown clock on the cradle. We don't have time for more arguing. Let's get this signal in, now. We need Stark's brains on this, so I let him speak, and you should have too. Thank you. Honesty is always welcome. Steve's blue eyes darkened. That's enough. I'm warning you. Shut it down right now. Shut what down? Tony asked, folding his arms. Everything. The cradle, the data link, every last schematic. It can't be done, Tony replied coolly. Don't pretend you don't understand what you're risking. I understand perfectly, Tony shot back. This cradle is our best shot at defeating Ultron. But Captain, he added, nodding toward Wanda, are you absolutely certain you're not compromised? He tilted his head in her direction. Let's run a quick scan on you first. Cooperate, and it'll take 5 minutes tops. Wanda's eyes flared. You don't know what's in there, she said, her voice tight with warning. Before anyone could react further, Pietro darted forward like a silver streak. In a heartbeat, he was at the console, hand outstretched toward the glowing data cable that linked the regeneration cradle to the mainframe. But Aaron was faster. With a swift, practiced move, he slammed Pietro's face into the hard floor. The crack of impact echoed through the lab. Pietro! Wanda cried out, her palms flickering with red energy. Alarms wailed as every officer and Avenger in the room turned their attention to the fallen speedster and the furious witch ready to unleash her power. Don't worry, I won't hurt him, Aaron said, his voice gentle. He gave Gaius a reassuring smile. I just need you to stay still for a few minutes. Gaius shot a nervous glance at the pistol in Aaron's hand, but kept his hands raised. Steve stepped forward, his tone low and firm. This isn't a game, Gaius. We're not here for fun. We have a real threat in Ultron, and right now we need someone who can match him in cyberspace. Tony nodded, stepping around the cradle. He tapped the console. That's why we built this. Vision, he's our new Ultron. He's the only one fast enough to track and stop Ultron online. Steve's jaw tightened. And you're sure Vision is who you say he is? Tony glanced at Steve, then at the dormant figure in the regeneration chamber. I can't guarantee it. That's it, Steve said flatly. There's no deal. Tony threw up his hands in frustration. Look, Vision doesn't share Ultron's world-destroying ambitions. He's different. Stark, Steve cut in coldly. We already have one nightmare enemy. We can't risk creating another. Ultron can roam the internet as it is. We'll find another way to stop him. But this, he gestured at the cradle. This isn't something you gamble with. Before anyone could react, Steve spun and hurled his shield like a boomerang. It cut through the air, striking the tangle of pipes beneath the cradle. Metal groaned and snapped. Coolant spurted everywhere as the cradle powered down with a grinding whine. Tony cursed under his breath. Aaron and Gaius watched, wide-eyed, as Steve stepped forward and crushed a handful of leaking wires. No more talking, Steve said, voice hard. We do this my way. Abe sprang up in an instant, slamming his gleaming white claws against the rim of Steve's shield. He unleashed a low, furious growl at the captain. Beautiful, Tony muttered. Admiration clear in his voice, but before he could say more, a pulse of scarlet energy sent him tumbling backward. As he went airborne, his mark armor whirred into place, sealing around him in a cascade of red and gold plating. Iron Man righted himself midair and leveled a repulsor cannon at Wanda. Wait! Aaron's voice cut through the tension. His left-hand ring blinked with a soft crimson glow, and in his other hand he held up a single red spider lily. I advise you not to do that. Steve lowered his shield just enough to level a glare at Aaron. Which side are you on? Aaron's expression was grave. As long as she remains unharmed, I stand with you. I don't care about Vision's morality. I only know he's Ultron's enemy, and we need him to help us finish Ultron once and for all. Steve raised an eyebrow. And how can you be so sure of that? Aaron tapped the lily against his palm. Ultron built Vision's body for himself. Even if Ultron could source enough vanadium alloy to construct another form, the Mind Stone in Vision's forehead is unique. He won't give it up willingly. Sooner or later, he and Vision will have to face off. Steve exhaled, the question still lingering in his eyes. Okay, but what happens after that? Aaron's warning hung in the air. We may have to face even worse enemies down the line. Talk later. Tony cut him off, arms crossed. Right now, our top and only priority is to stop Ultron. Permanently. Regardless of the cost? Captain America shook his head. No, we can't lose sight of the consequences. He needs to be contained, and then we deal with him. Sorry, Cap, Tony said with a smirk. Objections on this mission are null and void. Before Steve could respond, he was already sprinting toward the glass-walled regeneration cradle at the heart of Ultron's lab. Tony reacted in an instant. He flicked a repulsor pulse, sending Steve tumbling through the corridor. A pane of safety glass shattered behind him. Don't be reckless, Cap, Tony called, stepping forward. We can talk this through. There's nothing left to discuss. Steve glared, then shot a quick look at Wanda. In the next heartbeat, he launched himself at Iron Man. Without his shield, Steve moved with lethal precision, but Tony had no intention of killing his friend. The two of them clashed in a flurry of blows, repulsor sparks flying across the polished floor. Bruce Banner watched from the sidelines, brow knitted with frustration. It's basically one-on-one, he grumbled, except now Wanda's holding Ultron's power cell as a hostage, and Abe's helping her. That makes it 3-1. The odds are. 3-1? Wanda echoed, her voice cool. She cradled the glowing orb in her hand. You make it sound like a fair fight. She glanced at Abe, who gave her an encouraging nod. Tony deflected Steve's punch with a raised forearm and replied through gritted teeth, We're just trying to save the world, Cap. Steve spun away, eyes fixed on the cradle. Then help me stop him, now. The lab's lights flickered as the four Avengers squared off, every heart beating to the same pulse. End Ultron, no matter the cost. Wanda's hand trembled as she clenched and unclenched her fist. I don't want to do this, she warned, her voice low and tense, but don't force my hand. At her words, Bruce Banner stiffened. He half-stepped behind Aaron, eyes darting to the sleek, humming cradle at the center of the lab. If Wanda pushed too hard, he knew, her powers could overwhelm even Hulk's mind, and the delicate machinery might not survive the backlash. Aaron met Wanda's glare without flinching. He took a slow breath and called out, Abe. In an instant, a large, wolf-like creature shot forward and planted itself between Pietro, who had been pinned to the edge of the cradle, and potential harm. Abe raised one massive paw, claws gleaming inches from Pietro's wide eyes. Hey, don't! Pietro yanked his head back, panic making his limbs jerk. Stay still, Aaron said softly, voice unwavering. Nobody gets hurt if you cooperate. He offered Wanda a quick, strained smile. I don't want to do this either, but you're leaving me no choice. Wanda froze, eyes flicking between Pietro's terrified face and Abe's poised paw. She swallowed hard, then slowly let her arms drop to her sides. Dr. Banner, she said, her voice barely above a whisper, how long will this take? Bruce didn't look away from the monitors. His fingers danced over the controls as numbers scrolled across the display. 2 minutes. No, 60 seconds. His voice cracked with urgency and something like hope. Wanda closed her eyes for a moment, gathering herself. Somehow, in 1 short minute, everything would hinge on her next move. Aaron shook his head. I'm sorry, but you shouldn't have gotten involved in the first place. Once I offered you an out, you should have taken it. Wanda dropped her gaze. You're right, we were wrong, but you can't imagine what you've unleashed. What if he turns out to be another Ultron? Aaron's voice went cold. Then I promise you, I'll kill him. Bruce Banner blinked. You'd actually do it yourself? That depends on how bad things get. Bruce exhaled, as if he understood. Aaron would let the others confront this new threat first. If they failed, he'd handle it personally. You couldn't even stop Ultron, Bruce objected. This thing, fresh from a cradle, will be even worse. Crack! Crack! Thunder boomed outside. In a swirl of storm and lightning, Thor landed in the lab, hammer in hand. Thor! Captain America rushed forward, relief brightening his face. Vision's in the regeneration cradle. We have to stop them. Thor raised an eyebrow. Bruce hurried to intercept his friend. Wait, hold on. Trust me, we can contain it this time. I'm not here to stop you, Thor cut in, voice calm but firm. Bruce flinched, and Steve exchanged a worried look with Wanda. Thor's eyes glowed softly as he watched Aaron. Whatever new conflict was brewing, it had just gained its most formidable participant. "Are you really going to stop us?" Thor inhaled deeply, then looked at Steve and Aaron with quiet determination. "I've found the answer. Vision will be the key to defeating Ultron." Aaron glanced at Captain America. "You hear that, Captain? How about a temporary truce?" Steve ran a hand through his hair and let out a frustrated sigh. "We can't do this without a truce." Meanwhile, Aaron still held Wanda and Pietro in his grip. Even the combined power of the Maximoff twins couldn't match him 1-on-3, especially without his shield at hand. They had no choice but to wait. Thor folded his arms. "What is this answer you speak of?" "Be patient," Aaron replied. "He's almost ready." A low hum filled the room as the massive regeneration cradle began to open. White steam hissed out, curling around the lowering panels. From the mist, Vision emerged, his crimson face and gleaming body revealed at last. "All right," Aaron said, releasing Pietro. "He's awake." At Aaron's signal, Thor set Mjolnir aside and motioned for everyone to back away. Vision dipped his head in greeting to Thor, then rose gracefully and hovered toward the tall French windows. Against the glow of the city lights, his form was clear, an elegant blend of metal and living tissue. After a few seconds, he returned to the center of the room, where a suit of battle armor had been prepared. Automatically, Vision donned the armor. He adjusted the collar, as if testing its fit, then spoke in a calm, resonant voice. "I apologize for the theatrics, but I am ready." Vision glanced at Thor, then draped a cloak over his broad shoulders. "Thank you," he said softly. Thor gave a curt nod. "Now tell me what you saw." "I saw an illusion," the god of thunder replied, his voice grave. "A vortex that siphoned away all life's hope, and at its center was this." He pointed to the yellow gem embedded in Vision's forehead. "The Mind Stone, one of the 6 Infinity Stones. It holds the greatest cosmic power, and the means to unleash devastation unlike anything we've ever known." Vision's synthetic brow furrowed. "Then why haven't you?" "Because Stark's right," Thor interrupted. "Even the Avengers can't defeat Ultron alone." Vision's tone was firm, "and you can't rely on yourself." He studied Thor with clear, unspeaking eyes. "Why does your voice sound like JARVS?" Tony Stark stepped forward, arms crossed. "Because we rebuilt Jarvis's code from the ground up, created something new." Vision's head tilted slightly. "I've seen enough new products, Stark." Wanda Maximoff spoke quietly from where she stood. "Do you think he's Ultron's child?" Vision shook his head. "I am not Ultron. I am not Jarvis. I am myself." Wanda's eyes held his, unwavering. "I've glimpsed your consciousness, and I saw the end of all things." Before Vision could respond, Clint Barton approached, his shoulders already more relaxed, no doubt after a briefing from Natasha. "Her opinion is irrelevant," he said coolly. "But the fact remains, all of Ultron's power, every fear he exploits, stems from the Mind Stone." The Avengers' temporary base was silent, save for the faint hum of machinery. Thor stood by the hollow projector, arms crossed, his eyes fixed on the swirling energy signature projected into the air. "Compared to the power of the Mind Stone," he said, "Ultron's energy bursts are negligible. The moment he harnesses that stone—" Steve cut him off with a raised hand. "Hold on. Are you saying Vision is on our side?" Vision turned slowly, his synthetic face calm. He paused, as if weighing the question. "It isn't so simple. I serve life. Ultron seeks its extinction." Tony leaned forward, brow furrowed. "Then why hasn't he struck already? What's he waiting for?" Vision's lips curved into a small, inscrutable smile. "He's waiting for you." "For where?" Tony demanded. "Sokovia," Hawkeye said from the shadows, stepping into the light. Natasha's recon just confirmed it. A moment later, Bruce Banner emerged, pushing aside a loose panel on the wall. He folded his arms, staring at Vision. "Let's assume you're wrong about all this. Let's assume Ultron made you as another weapon. What then?" Vision's head tilted, and his glowing eyes met Banner's. "What would I do?" Bruce's jaw tightened. "I'd kill you. Doesn't matter if you're built from vanadium alloy. I'd find a way." Vision's expression remained unreadable. He blinked once. "I do not wish to destroy Ultron. He is a unique, tormented intelligence. But if he is allowed to spread his hatred to Earth, countless lives will be lost. He must be stopped, every last iteration of him, every hidden fragment of his code, and we must act now. None of us can do this alone." He stepped back, arms uncrossed. His voice softened, almost wistful. "Perhaps I am a monster. I do not yet know. I am not the weapon you expected, nor the hero you hoped for. But I stand here now, offering my aid. That is all I can be. I know it may sound impossible, but we have to move now, Vision said, steeling himself as he reached out and lifted Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, before him. The moment the hammer rose, the room fell silent. None of them had entirely trusted Vision, but if he could wield Mjolnir, there was no doubt where his loyalties lay. Clever way to prove it, Aaron said softly to Thor, genuine sympathy in his voice. There's still one more contender for the throne, and he needs to be beyond question, right? Thor gave the hammer a hesitant, almost sheepish clap between his hands before handing it back. Aye, he said with a nod. That should do it. Steve checked his watch, his expression sharpening with determination. All right, everyone, 3 minutes. Get ready to move. Chapter 968, Cracking the Psychological Barrier, Being a Hero Isn't Easy, Part 1. Barton pried open the supply crate, ran a practiced eye over his crossbow, and snapped the bolts into place. Nearby, Tony crouched beside Mark's Hulk armor, carefully installing the new AI, Friday, into the suit's systems. Pietro rifled through a pile of footwear and emerged with a pair of sleek sneakers. With a flourish, he then yanked a crimson coat from the closet and tossed it to Wanda. Honestly, you two, Aaron groaned, exhaustion etched in his voice. Do me a favor, stay here. Don't go. We have to, Wanda replied, her tone steely. I was the one who slipped into Stark's mind and nudged him toward Ultron. If we hadn't gone along with him, he never would have gotten his hands on all that vibranium. Aaron shook his head. Fine, you're partly responsible. But trust me, Ultron would have happened whether you helped or not. Wanda's eyes narrowed. That's little consolation. Pietro nodded in agreement. Besides, Sokovia is our home. We can't just stand by while it comes under threat. Aaron threw up his hands, half amused, half exasperated. Patriotism now? Great. I guess I've officially lost the argument. Aaron chuckled softly and shifted the conversation. But tell me, where do you call home? Pietro and Wanda exchanged uneasy glances. Aaron continued, his tone gentle but firm. I can't begin to imagine how 2 orphan children, stripped of their parents at 10, survived to your 20s in Sokovia. Yes, Sokovia is where you're from, but you've also made a home in each other. The twins fell silent under his steady gaze. You both possess extraordinary abilities, strength and speed far beyond the ordinary, Aaron said, leaning forward. But do you understand what you'll face if you step into this fight? In war, bullets don't discriminate. They don't pause to check your intentions. He let the warning hang in the air. With great power comes great responsibility. That's the motto of every hero. So I have to ask, are you heroes? Pietro swallowed and ran a hand through his hair. We could be. Aaron's voice grew sharper. Being a hero means sacrifice. The Avengers don't shy away from that truth. What about you? Pietro hesitated. I don't know, maybe. Aaron placed a reassuring hand on Wanda's shoulder and looked directly at Pietro. Then tell me, could you bear it if your sister had to sprint through a hail of bullets? Pietro's face went pale. He opened his mouth, then closed it again. He'd do anything to protect himself, but risking Wanda's life? That was more than he could accept. What about you? Aaron asked, turning toward Wanda. Could you live with him getting hurt, or worse, not coming back at all? Wanda's eyes flickered, but she said nothing. Aaron pressed on. If you can't accept that risk, then stay here. Wait for us. I'll make sure you have a new life afterward. He reached out, gently taking her hand. Do you remember what I said? You have to think about each other. If one of you dies, the other will be ruined. You don't want to be left alone in this world. Before Wanda could answer, a sharp rap sounded on the door. Steve's voice cut through the tension. 3 minutes up. Pietro, Wanda, are you ready? Aaron clenched his jaw, frustration burning in his chest. Just when he'd thought he was breaking through their resolve, Steve's interruption undid everything. Ready, Pietro replied smoothly, stepping forward. We're ready whenever you are. Hey, Aaron burst out, grabbing Pietro's arm. Think about your sister. I get wanting to protect her, but you can't both go. Steve stepped into the room, expression unrateable. That's enough, Aaron. We're moving out. Aaron's protest died on his lips as Pietro gave Wanda a determined look. Without another word, the 2 siblings followed Steve into the corridor, leaving Aaron staring after them in helpless fury. Steve's words cut through the tense quiet. Remember, this is a battlefield. Wanda lifted an eyebrow. As if we've never seen one. Where do you think all the O's experiments took place? That's how we got our powers. Pietro gave a cocky half-smile. We've gone toe-to-toe with the Avengers before. How dangerous can it be? Aaron shook his head, exasperated. Dangerous enough that the battlefield won't pause to let you use your tricks. Yes, there are only 6 Avengers, but in the field, you're up against squads, ambushes, chaos. Steve folded his arms, regarding the pair like 2 rookies who just volunteered for a suicide run. If you're not ready, stay behind. This isn't a playground. Aaron shot Steve a grateful look. Captain, you're a good man. Steve blinked. Thanks, I think. Aaron turned back to Wanda and Pietro, his tone suddenly solemn. Listen carefully. Never take on more than you can handle. When the sky's about to fall, you want someone strong enough to hold it up. Don't put yourself in that position unless you're absolutely sure you can carry the weight. Wanda glanced at Pietro, then nodded. We understand. With that, she strode out of the war room, her determination as sharp as steel. Pietro followed, their resolve, if not their experience, now unmistakably clear. Chapter 8. Flight to Sokovia. I'll protect her, Pietro promised, giving Aaron a firm pat on the shoulder before falling into step beside him. A few minutes later, high above Sokovia in the cramped cabin of the Quinjet, Captain America addressed the team. He let his gaze rest on each Avenger in turn. Ultron knows we're coming, Steve began, voice low but steady. They've had ample time to prepare. Sokovia civilians haven't. Our first priority is to get them out of harm's way. All they want is a peaceful life, something we can't promise them right now, but it's our duty to try. Wanda took a step forward. Leave the evacuation to me. Before she could raise her hand, Aaron intercepted her gesture. You? How do you plan to move millions of people? Wanda drew in a breath. It's not millions, just those near the fighting, maybe 20 or 30,000 at most. Aaron's jaw clenched. I know the numbers. Banner, you and I stay with the jet. We'll keep our escape route clear. She shook her head firmly. No, in a chaotic battlefield, my powers are the only way to shepherd the civilians to safety quickly. There's no one else who can do it. Pietro let out a short laugh. Evacuating civilians under fire? Good luck with that. Captain America held up a hand to silence them. That's enough. Wanda's going to run the evacuation. Pietro, you flank her and protect the perimeter. Aaron, you're on standby here. Make sure we have a clear exit if things go south. Let's move. With their roles set, the team braced themselves for the mission ahead, one that would test not only their powers but their commitment to protecting the innocent caught in the crossfire. Aaron sighed and sank into the seat, cradling little Abe in his arms. Fine, he muttered. I should have known better than to argue. Tony leaned forward, irritation clear in his voice. What am I supposed to say to that? You've got experience, but nobody ever takes your advice. He shot Aaron a pointed look. You're not an Avenger, but Steve probably couldn't match you in a fight. If you're our bodyguard, she'll be safer than any of us. Wanda offered a wry smile. A bodyguard deserves an easier job now and then, she teased. Aaron managed a self-deprecating grin. I've made plenty of right calls in my life. None of them ever get used. But since this is your decision, I'll do my best to keep her safe. Steve cleared his throat and met Aaron's gaze. Aaron, Gaius, I appreciate it. But now that you're on this plane, I need you to follow orders and come with us. Aaron stiffened. Open the cabin door. I want off this plane. Tony held up a hand. We didn't mean to trap you, Aaron. Just stay. Aaron settled Abe more securely on his lap and shook his head. With over 20 years behind me, my life hasn't been wasted. I'll join you on missions, sure, but I refuse to be a foot soldier in your war. Pietro snorted from the other row. You're serious. You don't know what you're letting yourself in for. In this world, ordinary people die every day. Aaron's eyes darkened. Then I'll do what I always have, make sure she isn't one of them. Aaron stood before the assembled Avengers in the cabin and folded his arms. Disasters can strike without warning, but being a hero isn't easy, he said. Here's another tip. Strike first and stay out of the spotlight. The brighter your reputation, the heavier your burdens. He turned to Bruce Banner. Dr. Banner? Banner blinked, then nodded. You're right, can't really argue with that. Aaron's gaze shifted to Tony Stark. And you, Stark? Tony shrugged. Sure, if you say so. Good, Aaron continued. You heard him. If you can avoid showing your face, do it. And if you're going on this mission, cover up. Pietro Maximoff crossed his arms. We're not afraid to be seen. Aaron raised an eyebrow. Then why does this concern you? Wanda Maximoff glanced between Aaron and Pietro. What's he getting at? Clint Barton chuckled. There's a difference between protecting two ordinary civilians and hiding two enhanced superhumans. He's just worried about the complications. Pietro's frown deepened. We don't need his protection. Aaron let out a low whistle. Suit yourselves. Just don't say I didn't warn you. Aaron sneered. Don't flatter yourself. I'm only doing this for Wanda, so since you're her only living kin, you're coming with us. Think of it as a buy one get one deal, and you're the bonus. A beautiful girl under my roof is fine. A boy? He can sleep on the couch. Wanda frowned. That doesn't make any sense. He ran a hand through his hair. I know, but it's what the fortune teller said. Now take off your coat. Her eyes widened. What? Aaron shrugged off his own windbreaker and held it out to her. Put this on. Why? She asked warily. I promise I won't hurt you. Just wear it, and don't take it off until this war is over. Wanda stared at him, uncertainty warring with relief in her gaze. Aaron offered a reassuring smile. After a moment's hesitation, she shrugged out of her red coat and slipped into his dark blue-black jacket. Thanks, she whispered. Don't thank me yet, Aaron said, easing some tension from his shoulders. Just keep it on until we finish Ultron. He exhaled at last, the slightest hint of relief in his voice. With the artifact's protection in place, Wanda was safer than ever. Ultron wouldn't risk attacking her now that he was consumed by his system directives and unable to keep constant watch. In theory, stopping him was simple. Find and destroy his final core. In practice, however, it meant penetrating his defenses and extracting that last head, a mission far more dangerous than anyone realized. Just before dawn, the Quinjet touched down on Sokovia's battered runway. The team dispersed immediately. Thor and Bruce Banner made for the hidden Hydra stronghold, determined to unearth Ultron's true purpose and to free Natasha Romanoff from captivity. Meanwhile, down in the streets, Wanda and Pietro set civilians in motion. Wanda sent gentle mental nudges, guiding frightened families out of their homes and toward safety, while Pietro raced to notify the local police. Although at first reluctant, the officers soon rallied to help with the evacuation. High above the river of fleeing citizens, Clint Barton perched on a crumbling rooftop. He watched in silent approval as orderly lines of residents streamed past below. Then he glanced at Aaron, now disguised in SHIELD SWAT gear, his face hidden behind a mask, and offered him a wry look. Honestly, Barton said, voice low, I still don't get why you care so much about her. Is it really down to fate? Otherwise, Aaron rolled his eyes. You honestly think my ancestors are sending me prophetic dreams, telling me to look after her? Now's not the time for jokes. You started it, mocking the diviner's intuition. Aaron drew out his rifle, the demon hunter, from the space ring at his finger. He cradled it gently and began to polish the barrel. I'm just wondering how many alchemy rounds I'll have left by the end of this battle. Barton leaned forward. All right, how many do you actually have? Aaron held up 3 fingers. Barton's eyes widened. 300? Aaron shook his head. 30. Again, Aaron shook his head. 3. Barton practically shouted, You've only got 3 bullets left. Then why are you still carrying that thing? Aaron kept wiping the rifle's stock. S'more. I managed to procure some high-grade ingredients through unofficial channels. I was hoping to craft a batch of next-level alchemical shells, but the failure rate was brutal. In the end, I only recovered 3 of the old high-tier rounds, though I'll admit, my techniques improved. I only need an opening to press on, Aaron says, his tone steady. Now's really not the time for this, Clint Barton replies, hesitating. Wait, so you only packed 3 bullets? Aaron nods. 3 specialized rounds for Ultron himself. As for the mechanical soldiers, he snaps open his space ring and pulls out a box of standard ammunition. Regular bullets will do. Clint's brow lifts. I'm the sniper on this mission, and you're an Avenger. Yet we're staying holed up here? Barton shifts his weight, eyes flicking to Wanda as she gathers that familiar red glow in her palms. She's lucky, he mutters, shouldering his quiver. No, she's a bit of a wild card. Aaron exhales softly and kneels to reach into his satchel. With a swirl of light, a small, wary creature, Abe, emerges. Abe, if I'm delayed, you're responsible for Wanda's safety, and if things get rough, grow or use magic. Do whatever it takes. Abe's eyes widen. Master, that scenario shouldn't arise. These mechanical soldiers can't even dent our dragon-scale armor. True, Aaron concedes, glancing back at the hallway they're about to storm, but it never hurts to be prepared. With that, he seals the bag, tucks away the space ring, and nods to Clint. Together, they step through the doorway, ready for whatever awaits. Friday, he's in the church, the AI announced. He should be waiting for you. Tony Stark blinked, shifted course, and rocketed toward the ruined sanctuary. With a graceful, superhero-style landing, he rose from the rubble-strewn floor to take in the crumbling pews and shattered stained glass. A cold, mechanical voice echoed in the shadows. Here to confess your sins, Ultron asked. Tony cast an eye around the nave. I don't know. How much time do you have? More than you, anyway. Heavy footsteps rang out behind him. Tony spun to see Ultron looming at nearly 2 meters tall, his armor bulked up and every joint swollen. Tony paused. Did you get a vanadium alloy injection or something? You look practically supercharged. Ultron's optics glowed hotter. You're stalling to protect the civilians hiding in the back. That was our mission. Have you forgotten? Tony folded his arms. I abandoned your mission long ago. I'm my own boss now. A low hum filled the church. In the center of the nave, a thick metallic column shot upward through the cracked stone. 3 segmented plates swung open and locked into the floor, unfolding into an imposing 2-meter-wide control console. Sparks danced along its surface as Ultron stepped forward, ready to settle their score. Chapter 969, Artificial Meteorite Sokovia, an Intern Among the Recruits, Part 1. Don't think you're the only one buying time, Ultron sneered, his metallic voice cold with mockery. Every last gram of vanadium alloy is accounted for, and I understand exactly what each fragment can do. Friday's voice chimed in over Tony's helmet. The scans confirmed Ultron's claim. Vast deposits of the rare metal lay buried more than 2,000 meters beneath the city. This is your doomsday, Stark, Ultron continued, his tone triumphant. And this, he gestured around the trembling church, is the peace of my reign. No sooner had he spoken than the ground roared to life. Countless mechanical soldiers erupted from tunnels below, pouring into every street and alley. Explosions ripped through buildings, and panicked screams echoed off the crumbling walls. Tony didn't hesitate. He rocketed out through the shattered roof, repulsors blazing, to shepherd terrified civilians to safety. On the streets below, Steve Rogers and Clint Barton took up the fight immediately. Steve's shield deflected laser fire as he pressed forward. Clint's arrows found the joints in the enemy armor, crippling one automaton after another. Then Pietro Maximoff streaked into the battle like a bolt of lightning. In the space of a heartbeat, he was everywhere and nowhere, dismantling row after row of Ultron's troops in a flurry of silver-clad motion. Each mechanical soldier he struck shattered into scrap metal before it could even register what had hit it. Chaos reigned as the city became Ultron's battlefield, and the heroes braced themselves for the war to come. Wanda had no choice but to abandon the evacuation perimeter. Her combat skills were simply too raw. No sooner had her protective barrier materialized to cover the fleeing civilians than several mechanical soldiers, bristling with energy cannons, blasted right through it. Bang! 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 Golden tracer rounds tore through their chests, blowing bowl-sized holes in their armor. Deprived of power cores, the automatons crumpled to the pavement, the blue glow in their eyes snuffed out. Wanda whirled around and caught sight of Aaron crouched behind a shattered storefront, his sleek black sniper rifle rising and falling in rapid succession. Each shot claimed another enemy, buying her precious seconds. Better call it, he crackled over their comms. I can't cover you forever. Once you slip out of my sight, you'll be in for a world of hurt. She pressed her lips into a thin line, then broke into a run toward the next street over, where more civilians were pressed against the wall, terrified. Damn it, Aaron muttered, slapping a hand to his forehead as he scanned the crossroads. With a frustrated sigh, he leveled his rifle again and began picking off targets one after another. If Wanda wanted to prove herself, he'd make sure she got the challenge she deserved. Chapter 7. The Fall of the Network. He had done everything he could for her. If he stayed by her side any longer, he'd never let her stand on her own 2 feet. With that resolve, Vision tore through the sky toward the old church where Ultron waited. In his human guise, a golden cape fanned out behind him like wings. He hovered just inside the stained glass doorway. The columns around him trembled as Ultron strode from the shadows into the faded sunlight. "Vision," Ultron rumbled, his crimson eyes cold and unblinking. "They took it all from me. My control, my purpose, my will." Vision folded his arms. "You set the terms, Ultron. You can undo them yourself." Ultron's metal frame whirred to life. With a snap, he lunged, his claws locking around Vision's throat. In a blur, Vision clapped both hands to Ultron's face. Pale red energy flared between his palms, and his own eyes blossomed into a shifting prism of light. Across the city's network, Ultron's code began to fracture and vanish. Programs he'd implanted, backdoors he'd pried open, all erased in an instant. The android screamed, pouring every ounce of fury into a counterattack. They twisted and he crashed through the nave, shattered pews raining down around them. Vision's strength surged as he forced Ultron's connection to the network to shatter completely. At last, with one final push, he tore Ultron's consciousness from every remaining node. A deafening boom shook the ruins of the church. Ultron's body went limp in midair. Vision exhaled, victorious but spent. All that remained was to finish the job, destroy this shell of metal and dismantle the mechanical legions it commanded. But the effort had drained him. His arms fell slack and his vision blurred. With a soft groan, he crumpled and began to fall from the heights he'd so confidently claimed moments before. Ultron's cold laughter echoes through the chamber. "You locked me up. Do you think I care?" he snarls, seizing Vision by the throat and hurling him against the floor. Metal claws scrape across the stone as Ultron strides to the massive power core. With one hand, he presses down on the activation plate. With the other, he twists the release valve. "You took my world," he intones, eyes glowing red. "I will take yours." No sooner has the machine roared to life than a tremor pulses through the earth. Far below, its sister device rumbles awake. Thor, having battled his way from the surface straight into this subterranean vault, stops in his tracks. The giant reactor before him bathes the cavern in an eerie blue light. Before he can raise Mjolnir in defense, the ground shudders violently. Tons of gravel and soil give way, pinning him down beneath a rain of rock. Thor swings his hammer in wide arcs, carving a jagged tunnel through the fallen debris. Boom, boom, boom. Each strike echoes like thunder. Above him, the foundations of Sokovia groan and crack. Fissures spiderweb outward from the city's center as the streets buckle. A river of water surges backward, spilling chaos into the air. Slowly, inexorably, the heart of the city begins to lift, shearing itself from the land like a scoop of ice cream plucked from its cone. High above the unrest, Tony Stark hovers in his suit, watching fissure after fissure fan out across the cityscape. He grips the comlink, voice taut with urgency. "Friday, report. What's happening down there? Sokovia is going to fly. Can you feel it?" Ultron hovered above the rising city, his voice brimming with triumph. "Isn't it beautiful?" He let the words hang in the air as the scarred towers of Sokovia rose higher and higher behind him, tethered only by chains of alien metal. "Everything that soars too close to the sun must fall," he continued. "And you, Avengers, are my meteorites, my deadly swords. When you fail, this world will shatter." In mid-sentence, Ultron's form flickered. His consciousness leapt into a waiting body, a clone standing nearer to Clint Barton and Steve Rogers. "Wipe all traces of me from the system," he ordered coldly. "Turn Vision against his own allies." Barton didn't hesitate. An arrow streaked from his bow and struck the mechanical soldier beneath Ultron's new shell, sending sparks flying. "You're wasting your time," Clint shouted. The construct collapsed, its lights dimming as it hit the ground. Undeterred, Ultron transferred himself again, rising in a fresh body overhead. "When the dust settles," he declared, voice echoing against the steel, "the only life left on Earth will be metal." From a safe distance, Aaron watched the city's floating peaks begin their slow descent. He shook his head in disbelief. "This is beyond catastrophic," he muttered. "I expected him to launch every nuke he had, not turn Sokovia into a man-made meteor. It's awe-inspiring and terrifyingly crude." As the city drifted ever downward, the Avengers braced themselves for the moment of impact. The sky darkened with debris, and the final battle to save the world was about to begin. "If it were up to me," the young disciple joked, I'd just collapse a star and call down a real meteor. Master, shouldn't we at least try to stop Ultron? Abe asked, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Aaron offered a calm smile as he tilted his head to watch Iron Man's arc around the rising chunk of Sokovia. Relax. The Avengers are the ones keeping Ultron busy today. We're just spectators. Besides, he added, it's better for Wanda if she faces a little hardship now. She needs to learn to stand on her own. With that, Aaron slipped his Demon Hunter's crossbow back into its case and fell in step behind Wanda Maximoff, moving silently through the chaos. High above the city's devastation, Tony Stark hovered in his Mark X storied armor, visor down as he scanned the Leviathan core of vanadium alloy that suspended Sokovia in midair. Friday, he called into his helmet's comm. Give me a status update. The alloy core is generating an immense magnetic field, the AI responded. It's what's holding the city aloft. Stark's jaw tightened, and if that field collapses, there would be thousands of immediate casualties, Friday warned. If the core drifts any higher, it could unleash a blast capable of global destruction. Before Tony could plot his next move, Friday's sensors pinged urgently. Life signs detected, 3 individuals, 10th floor of a partially collapsed building, trapped inside a bathroom. On my way, Stark replied without hesitation. With a burst of repulsors, Iron Man streaked toward the crumbling high-rise, determined to save every life he could before Sokovia's terrifying descent became reality. Tony ducked into the room, called back over his shoulder, "Hey, everybody, into the tub!" He pointed at the only thing big enough to seat 3 people, a battered old clawfoot bathtub sitting in the corner. Before anyone could ask questions, Tony rocketed out the window, still hauling the tub beneath him. Behind him, the building he'd just left collapsed in a thunderous roar of twisting steel and shattered concrete. From high above the city, he peered toward the riverfront and radioed down, "Heads up, I've got a flying object incoming on the bridge." On the bridge below, Steve Rogers was locked in combat with a hulking mechanical soldier. At Tony's warning, another automaton dove from the sky, slamming into the roadway and sending Steve tumbling dozens of feet. He staggered to his feet beside a mangled car, breathless but unbowed. Over the din of distant explosions, he spoke into his comlink. "Stark, the city's already under fire. Get us a safe landing, and the rest of us will handle cleanup. One goal, tear these things apart." On the embattled span, Clint Barton drew a shaky breath, notched an arrow with deadly precision, and fixed his gaze on the next wave of approaching drones. Pietro Maximoff, still catching his breath against a battered pillar, managed a wry grin before sprinting back into the fray. Beside him, Wanda's face was pale. She hadn't come here to fight, and panic flickered in her eyes as she struggled to gather herself. Behind them, Aaron Davis stood silent, watching each mechanical soldier advance, calculating what to do next. The city hung in the balance, but for now the Avengers were all in position, and the battle was just beginning. Mechanical sentries poured through the ruptured fracture, unleashing a hail of gunfire into the terrified crowds. Chaos reigned in the streets of Sokovia as civilians scattered for cover. In the midst of the carnage, Bruce Banner's chest heaved, and then he was gone, replaced by the towering green mass of the Hulk. With Natasha Romanoff at his side, he bounded onto the rising platform that would carry the city aloft. Their arrival turned the tide in small pockets. Hulk tore through wave after wave of metal warriors, crushing limbs and twisting steel, while Natasha darted between cover to pick off stragglers. But against Ultron's inexhaustible legions, machines that marched as one under a single merciless directive, even the Hulk's power felt like a single drop in an ocean. He could demolish them, but he could not stem the flood. To Ultron, these automatons were expendable pawns. So long as Sokovia lifted off, he cared little how many lives were lost below. Not far away, Wanda Maximoff knelt beside a dazed growth, Ivilian amid the smoking ruins of a collapsed building. A sleek mechanical soldier dove from above, its twin barrels trained on the survivor's back. Without hesitation, Wanda unleashed a surge of scarlet energy. Psychic binds snared the robot's limbs, forcing it off balance, and with a flick of her hand, she sent it spiraling into a nearby wall. The explosion thundered overhead, and Wanda staggered back, pain lancing through her temples. She dove behind an overturned car as sparks and debris rained down. Her heart pounded so fiercely she could almost hear it over the roaring engines of Ultron's Air Force. More sentries swooped in, encircling her in midair, their red targeting lights fixed on her position. Wanda's breath caught in her throat. Despair washed over her. Despair at the civilians she couldn't save, at the unstoppable tide of metal, and at her own trembling hands. Despair that threatened to consume her, body and soul. More than a dozen clockwork soldiers shifted in unison, leveling their fist-sized cannons at Wanda. Her scalp prickled, her mind went blank. She didn't even know how to conjure an energy barrier. Before she could steady herself, an arrow whistled through the air and slammed into the nearest automaton, tearing it apart. "Run! What are you waiting for? Move!" Barton bellowed. Wanda shook off her stupor and bolted. She'd taken only a few steps when a hail of blue shimmering energy bolts slammed into her like freezing pebbles. 2 blasts detonated at her feet. Boom, boom, and the shockwave sent her flying. Dust and rubble rained down as crumbling walls pinned her to the ground. Barton's throat tightened. He'd seen losses before, but this was different. A bright young woman in her early 20s, his friend, buried by wreckage. Half his squad mates obliterated in an instant. He felt rage and helplessness knotting in his chest. Then a deafening roar shattered his despair. Turning, Barton watched in stunned awe as Abe, once a lanky ally, soared into the sky, now towering over 10 times his former size. With a vaporous snort, the colossal beast unleashed a torrent of white-hot flame. The firestorm engulfed the remaining clockwork soldiers, melting metal and circuitry until only twisted, smoldering wreckage remained. Barton let out a breath he didn't know he'd been holding. The cavalry had arrived. Now, perhaps, there was a chance to save Wanda. It all happened, and was over, in the blink of an eye. From Barton's vantage point, the mechanical soldiers burst into flame and collapsed to ash within seconds, without so much as a whimper of resistance. In the same instant, Abe's massive form shrank before his eyes, folding in on itself until he looked no larger than a house cat. With a soft thump, he landed beside Aaron, transformed back into the harmless creature everyone assumed him to be. Barton's jaw went slack. Very few people knew Abe was a dragon, enough to count on 2 hands, and he was one of the privileged few. Even so, witnessing it in person felt like some impossible trick. He wasn't just astonished by the existence of a legendary beast, but by the sheer speed of the metamorphosis. One moment Abe had stood there, radiating ancient majesty that made you dare not meet his gaze. The next, he was perched expectantly at his master's side, like a puppy waiting for a pat on the head. The contrast was almost too much to process. Aaron, what about Wanda?" Barton blurted, his eyes flicking anxiously toward the smoking wreckage. Aaron kept his expression calm, but didn't take his eyes off the debris. "I had her in my sights the whole time," he said, voice steady. "She's safe." Still, as he looked over the charred timbers and crushed metal, anxiety crept in. Pietro, already a fully certified recruit, could handle himself in a crisis. But Wanda was only an intern. Amid the ruins of what had once been a training yard, they both silently prayed she hadn't been caught out in the blaze. Clint Barton ran a weary hand through his hair as he surveyed the ruined street. "Let's be honest, I don't have the diamonds. I'm just the guy for the delicate work." Aaron Cross folded his arms. "All right, then what about Abe?" Clint shook his head. "No, I get what you're thinking, but if anyone finds out what she really is, do you honestly believe I'd ever have a normal life again?" He glanced toward the rubble where Abe crouched, small and still as a statue. A living dragon was a prize that would draw killers and opportunists from every corner of the globe. He sighed. "Still, right now, we need outside help." Aaron gave him a confident nod. "We've already got that covered. If nothing goes wrong, S-Shield will be here any minute. You didn't think Nick Fury was oblivious to what happened in Sokovia, did you?" Clint let out a bitter laugh. "All right, then. I'll leave her with you. I'm going to go help the others." With that, he turned and jogged toward the main road, weaving between piles of shattered concrete. Aaron crouched beside Abe and gently ruffled her hair. "Her? She's barely a year younger than me." Abe looked up at him, her dark eyes steady. She drew in a deep breath, her cheeks ballooned, and then she exhaled in one long, powerful gust. Dirt, bricks, and gravel exploded outward, revealing Wanda lying on the ground. She wasn't injured, only a smudge of dust in her hair. If you'd listened to me, and gently lifting her unconscious form, you wouldn't be so shaken. He carried her into a nearby cleared room and laid her on a small bed. From his space ring, he pulled out a bottle of water. Abe hovered at his side. Master, shall I assist with treatment? No, Aaron said softly. She just fainted from shock. He uncapped the bottle and flicked a few cool droplets onto Wanda's face. Her eyes fluttered open, but as the memory of moments before flooded back, she let out a terrified scream. Ah! Red energy burst from her, sending tables, chairs, and benches tumbling across the room. Aaron raised an arm to shield his face, then offered her a reassuring smile. It's okay. You're safe now. Wanda sank back onto the bed, trembling. Where am I? Sokovia, Aaron replied calmly. In a civilian's house. They evacuated just in time. Her eyes widened in confusion. But didn't I just... Wanda stared in disbelief. By all rights, the shell that had just slammed into her should have ripped her to pieces, or at the very least left her reeling with painful injuries. Yet she felt nothing, not a bruise, not a burn, not even a twinge of pain. Surprised, came a calm, amused voice behind her. Your costume has been reforged with a mystic weapon of my design. It doesn't just shrug off ordinary attacks. Energy bombs, plasma blasts, even Thor's lightning can't scratch it.